Looks like the goblin guards are taken care of. Myriad arrows. You don't need to stress yourself too much. Now, we have to work together. Jake called out. Clash. The sound of the goblin guard falling down could be heard from Jake's side, and he looked at Kirch, who nodded at Jake. Good. How much time before your major attacks cool down? Jake asked. 3 minutes. Kirch answered swiftly. Myriad arrows. What about you? How much time before your big attacks cool down? Jake looked at his guild's co-leader. About 5 minutes. It takes a while for my attacks to cool down. He said. Then we will have to last about 5 minutes before we can let the goblin chieftain's HP bar go to 0. In its second form, we have to finish it off as quickly as possible, or it will do some damage to the guild members around us. Looking around, the entire floor was empty. The loot was picked clean, while the goblins that were defeated pixelated into nothingness. Jake smiled and he twirled his sword, pointing it at the goblin chieftain. Looks like you are all that is left. Why don't we get this over with? Jake said as he rushed forward, taking charge of the front line. With him directly attacking the goblin chieftain, he was the one controlling all of the aggro. That meant that the goblin chieftain was looking at him, and him alone. Its attacks would be concentrated on Jake now. Behind Jake, myriad arrows started shooting arrows at the boss from a distance. Now that he had to fill his role as an archer, he was happy to put some distance between him and the boss. Archers didn't have high HP bars or defense. They were simply attack and agility, and it was best not to go into close combat. The moment that the goblin chieftain started chanting with his staff raised high up, Jake started moving in a zigzag pattern, with his movements aberrated and unpredictable. The chieftain's eyes followed Jake, but they couldn't catch up. Purple circles with runes on the perimeter suddenly started appearing on the ground, trying to follow Jake. But he was swift enough to avoid them. These purple circles blasted into lightning, and whoever did step into the circles would definitely have a hard time. Swoosh! A shadow appeared behind the goblin chieftain, and Jake saw that, smiling. His own sword shone as he jumped forward, attracting all of the attention. Despairing strike. Swipes of vengeance. 2 attacks came from 2 different people. 1 attack from the front, and 1 from behind. The chieftain only looked at Jake, and it moved its staff, trying to defend against Jake. Maybe I should ask Kirch to be the bait, because I deal more damage. Jake wondered as his sword was deflected by the staff. Still, the moment that Kirch's attacks landed, the goblin chieftain turned around with anger. Facing 2 enemies at once was a pain. It roared and shouted in an unintelligible language. It started chanting, and a purple circle appeared right behind Kirch, and sparks of purple lightning were visible, threatening to strike Kirch's unprotected back. Not on my watch. Jake's sword struck not the back, but the hand that was holding the staff. The goblin chieftain loosened its grip, and the circle disappeared for a second, giving Kirch enough time to move. Chapter 72 The End of the Raid, Part 2. Blast. At the same time, an arrow pierced the boss' eyes, and the chieftain stepped back, staggering. Sword of Misery. Jake took this opportunity to attack the goblin, and immediately dealt a critical hit. Critical hit. Minus 12,845 HP. He stepped back and beckoned Kirch to fall back as well. What are you doing? We have to keep attacking it. It also can regenerate a little of its health. Kirch shouted back. I used one of my big attacks. I need to wait for it to finish its cooldown. We can't afford to let the goblin chieftain lose its first health bar without having even a single of our attacks still on cooldown. All of them should be ready. Jake shook his head. His attack was strong enough for the goblin chieftain to stop for a moment. It would take more than 3 minutes to recover all of that HP. And it wasn't like Jake wanted to stop attacking the boss altogether. He just wanted to stop attacking it continuously, and maintain its HP at a proper level. Kirch nodded reluctantly, and he retreated to Jake's side. What's the plan then? What do we do after all of our attacks have finished their cooldown? Kirch asked. We will finish it off in one nice blow. You forget that we have an entire guild behind us, don't you? Jake smiled. Hold the goblin chieftain, and make sure it doesn't strike me. Jake said as he turned around to look at all of the guild members who were just staring at the final fight, hoping that it would turn out well. Every single archer and mage, get your biggest attacks on standby, but do not use them. When I command you to, use your normal attacks that do not have any cooldown. Once the first health bar falls to 0, all of you must use your big attacks at once. Jake shouted. And tanks don't need to protect the mages and archers this time. It is just a single opponent that has its aggro on the three of us," Jake said. He then faced the monster in front of him. Looking at his cooldown timer, there was still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. He had to pass the time. Jumping up, he looked down at the purple circle that appeared where he stood before. If he was still there, the attack would have taken out half his health. Kirch had also moved, just demonstrating his exceptional reflexes. There was a reason that Kirch was so famous in Jake's previous life. He was so talented, and even without the support of a big guild and corporations, he became one of the most powerful rankers of the world. And Jake had no doubt that Kirch would do the same thing this time as well. And if Kirch showed his loyalty, then Jake would definitely not hesitate to invest more into this shining star. The time passed. It was a short while, and the trio was able to easily take care of the goblin chieftain and put him in check, while the guild members watched. But finally, Jake felt a slight tremor in his skills panel. The skills cooldown was done. Myriad arrows. Are your skills ready? He shouted at the distant myriad arrows, who was shooting normal arrows towards an angry boss. Yup. All of them. Whenever you are ready, so am I. Myriad arrows nodded. I'll tell you when to attack, but don't waste them now. Kirch, what about you? Ready? He asked. Ready. Jake raised his sword and nodded toward the guild members. Everyone, use your normal attacks, now. Kirch, maintain your distance. You don't want to get caught up in the crossfire, Jake said. The moment he said this, fireballs, gusts of wind, water bursts, arrows, pellets, all sorts of attacks came rushing towards the goblin chieftain. Every single one of them did a small amount of damage each, but together, they were simply not the same. All of these attacks aggregated to create a terrifying whole. The goblin chieftain roared with pain, and the HP bar slid down to 0 at a visible pace, and then, the bar disappeared, leaving only the one below. Careful, Jake said as he retreated a few steps. The goblin chieftain started staggering, as if it lost its ability to walk. Its back started wiggling, and its staff fell on the ground. Holding its face with its hands, it roared with pain again and again, and it was a terrifying thing to observe. But no one could attack. They were frozen in place. Paralysis. Cannot move for 10 seconds. The goblin chieftain wasn't attacking them though. It appeared to be going through some metamorphosis. When it released its hands, its face was no longer the same. The wrinkly green face was gone, and replacing it was a red face of an oni. Horns protruded from its head, and it looked at Jake with its eyes of anger and pain. Jake was the one who caused it the most damage, and was the biggest reason for its pain. It lunged at Jake. Reflect. Jake's armor shone, and the Oni's swipe was immediately reflected back to itself. Critical hit. Minus 20,467 HP. Now, all of your attacks now. Jake shouted as he also ran towards the Oni. Everyone's weapons shone, and they were all pointed toward the Oni, their attacks dealing a great amount of damage. Almost immediately, the yellow bar started sliding to the red zone, and that was when Jake arrived in front of it. Slash of hunger. His sword came crashing down on the Oni's red face, and the moment it touched the Oni, red blood began to flow, contrast to the murky blood of before. The HP bar slid to its final dregs, and then went to 0. Level up. Chapter 73 The Incredible Loot. The goblin chieftain's face turned from red to green, back to what it once was, and then his entire body suddenly vanished, pixelating into nothingness. Jake fell forward, no longer having an opponent in front of him, and fell straight where the goblin chieftain stood once. All the loot was right in front of him. Myriad arrows and Kirch also ran to see what had dropped from the boss that they spent quite a bit of time trying to defeat. The last boss they defeated, the Cyclops, granted them a whole 2 epic items, and 1 epic grade material. Surely this was going to be no less. But there was only one item here with a purple glow. It was the blackwood staff with the purple crystal on top of it. This item only dropped once, when the raid was first completed. And the magic staff itself was worth a lot. The most common class that many took was a mage, with swordsman being a close second. With so many mages, getting a good magic staff was almost impossible, and yet Jake had got himself an epic grade 1. But it was not what interested him the most. Sure, it was worth a lot, and a mage from the guild could perhaps use it so that the guild could become stronger. Still, sometimes, items weren't the only important things in loot. He looked at the rare materials and items that were dropped without batting an eye, and he finally stopped when he laid his eyes on a piece of parchment. Taking it up, he looked at what the contents were. Blueprint for rare grade named Set, Goblin Madness. Finally, this is exactly what we need, Jake said as he put it in his inventory immediately, as if he was afraid that someone would steal it if he didn't. You have an epic-grade weapon in front of you and you are excited about some stupid piece of paper? What is wrong with your priorities? Myriad Arrows shook his head. An epic-grade item, you can always get sooner or later. But once you wait for a few weeks, you will see that items come and go. You can grow with even a rare set of equipment. But money you will need more and more. Jake said. What did you get there? Myriad Arrows asked. A blueprint. A blueprint? For one of these named sets. Kirch's breathing changed as he looked at Jake intently. Looks like you know how much they are worth. Jake chuckled. I paid almost 50 silvers to get this set of equipment. And if your named set is even close to mine, you can sell each set for the same amount. And that's just a single weapon, a single armor, and a pair of boots. 3 items selling for 50 silvers. Which businessman wouldn't jump on that? He said. Ah, this is the time when I will have so much competition, with so many people having this idea already. I have to step up my game. Jake murmured to himself as he nodded. Well then, let us take everything in and see what we have to do. Jake looked up in the dome. Raid, Goblins Encampment. Number 1, Bright Horizon. 1 hour 12 minutes and 36 seconds. So slow. The Cyclops really slowed us down a lot. Jake sighed. Alright. You have a few more minutes before we get kicked out of this place and back to the loading zone. Did you guys collect all of the equipment that was dropped? Jake asked them. Seeing the nods of many guild members, he also nodded back with satisfaction. Collecting everything that the Goblin Chieftain dropped, he looked up once again. Midnight left. Returning to loading space. Slowly, the guild members in front of him started disappearing. Kirch and Myriad Arrows also disappeared, and then, he also felt the surroundings around him fade away, before he was greeted with the exact same appearance when he first entered the raid. The same ruined building, the same forest around them, and the portal behind him and the guild. The rest of the guild members were also right next to him. Ping. You have gained 1000 karma for being the guild leader of the guild that finished the first raid. Ping. Do you wish to display your guild name to the rest of the world? Jake stopped for a moment. If he did agree to this, then the entire world would be looking at his guild and would try to swallow it. But if he did agree to this, so many people would be interested in the guild, and he would be able to balloon to the lengths that he wanted to. Ah, screw it. I can use the rush anyways. I need more people. Jake said as he tapped on the yes button, displaying guild name throughout the world. Immediately, the entire world, quite literally, saw a singular message. Guild, Bright Horizon has finished the first raid in the game. It was a simple notification, but it meant so much. It meant that this was the first guild that was prepared to act like a guild, and had the capability to go on these expeditions that the new update was all about. Even the guild members next to Jake saw this message, and they looked at each other, and then at Jake. The guild is being featured all throughout the world? They asked, surprised and shocked. Congratulations people. We are now a part of the most famous guild in the world. Jake smiled. Well then, we are not done here yet. We finished the raid here, and now we have to start once again. Just a single raid won't cut it. We need to run it back again and again. Look at how many levels we are up. And the loot we collected. Jake pointed out. The guild members nodded. They got a ton of loot from this, and casualties were low. This was definitely a good sign. The goal is to get that number below 30 minutes. I don't think you will face the Cyclops again. This time, it'll be just you guys, without me, Kirch, and Myriad Arrows. If you can do this on your own, then you might get a good bonus after you reach the time goal. Jake said. Chapter 74 Raid Numbers. Jake did not want to wait there though. He turned around to leave through the portal the moment that the guild started their second run of the raid. Myriad Arrows and Kirch followed him, because they had no intention of wasting time. I will leave then. If you need me again, you can message me. Kirch said as he went through the portal, vanishing. Myriad Arrows paused, looking at Jake, waiting for his words. You want to come with me? It's going to be pretty boring. He said. Why not? I mean, I am only going to be watching these people kill a few goblins. Not very exciting. Myriad Arrows shrugged. Fine then. Jake said, and both of them returned to Diffast. The moment that they came from the portal, they saw an astonishing sight. The number of people in Diffast increased exponentially. When they were leaving the city, they were the city. As the line of people went through the portal, they filled the streets. But now, there were so many more people than before. It was weird. What happened? Why are there so many people here? Myriad Arrows asked the most obvious question. What do you think? We are the most famous guild in the world right now. Jake chuckled as they walked through the streets with a carefree smile. They did not go to the store though. They were going somewhere else. Where are we going? I thought that you wanted to put that blueprint in the store. Myriad Arrows asked. Why would I do that? Don't you know what a blueprint is for? It is to make whatever is in that blueprint. And to do that, I need to give this to a blacksmith, not keep it in some corner. Jake said as he walked further and further away from all of the buzz. Even as they reached the outskirts though, they could hear a lot of the rush. There were players here too. With so many players in this city, trying to search every nook and cranny for the secrets of the city that made Bright Horizon so popular, even the outskirts of the city were not spared. As they reached the forges, there were a few players, talking to the blacksmith out front. Do you do custom orders? I can give you 10 silvers for a custom order. It should be a lot, right? A woman was talking to the old forger who was the head of the forge for now. Jake frowned as he got near the forge, and looked at the players. They were clearly taking up valuable time of the blacksmith that he was paying to forge. The old forger was refusing the offer, but the players were still insisting. Jake's appearance changed the forger's expression though. He looked at Jake and nodded. When the players realized that someone else was right next to them, the woman who was chief among them turned to Jake arrogantly. Wait your turn. I got here first, she said. Haha. Jake chuckled. Something funny, boy. One of the players got up close and tried to shove Jake. But Jake didn't even budge. I wonder, why do you keep bothering the old man? He keeps refusing your persistent requests, and you keep asking him. Why don't you all stop wasting his and your time? Jake said. What is wrong with this guy? Do you know who I am? I am someone who has connected the Bright Horizon. Yes, that's right. I know the guild leader. He is my little brother. So why don't you go somewhere else? This city is my backyard. She said arrogantly. Jake was shocked. His face showed that he was shocked. And the opposition party only took that as a sign of victory. You know the guild leader of Bright Horizon? Jake asked with shock. That's right. It's too late now, boy. Now, I will tell him never to let you in the guild. Ha ha ha. Myriad Arrows, who was next to Jake till now, couldn't stop laughing. This just got way too hilarious. Someone was posing to be Jake's sister, right in front of him? What's funny, boy? Do you want to die? One of the players also looked at Myriad Arrows arrogantly. All right. Show's over. Get the hell out of this place. Jake shook his head and moved past the players and entered the forge, with Myriad Arrows quickly following. Wait a second. Right. Dreadful Cloud, 13 Swords, Dozen Mountain, and Hurricane Harbor. Yup. Blacklist them from the guild. Make sure that everyone knows that these 4 people are the furthest away from the guild as possible. Jake looked at Myriad Arrows and walked in. The old forger did not stop them, and they walked right in. The woman saw this and she paused for a second. We could walk right in. I thought that we had to wait here. What a joke. She said out loud as she also tried walking in. Please stop right there. You are not welcomed here. The old forger stopped her. What do you mean, I am not welcomed here? You let them in. The woman protested. The person that you shouted at and insulted is our boss. If you keep barking like this, then you will be taken by the guards. Keep in mind that you just insulted a baron. The old forger coldly said, a sharp departure from his kind disposition before. What is it? The woman was very irritated by now. A man named Shadow King who is also a baron, with Myriad Arrows next to him? These 2 are the people that we have just met. I just looked through the forum. These are the guild leader and co-leader of Bright Horizon. Don't leave, because the next part will surprise you. Chapter 75. Inside the smithy. Jake walked into the forge, the smell of burnt coal, iron, and sweat everywhere. This place was what was running his guild currently. As long as it kept going, his guild would. He walked inside, traveling the maze that was the forge. There were blacksmiths everywhere, all of them working. None of them were free enough to even look up to greet their boss. Just what is this place? I knew you had blacksmiths, but not this many. How the hell do you have enough money to recruit all of them? Myriad Arrows was astonished. This is your first time here, right? I forgot I never brought you here. Well then, this place is the core of the guild. And don't worry, we have another forge just like this, but it's a little smaller, and only has like 50 blacksmiths in there. This one is the main forge. Jake smiled. You get the money eventually. I mean, these blacksmiths pay for themselves. For the single gold coin I am paying them per month, they will easily give me 2 gold coins of value in return, maybe even more. And how else am I going to be expected to outfit so many guild members? Jake asked. They kept moving in, and the forge was still ongoing. It looked endless. This was not a purchase that Jake made though. It was a merger. Many forges around here owned by blacksmiths that Jake hired offered to combine all of the forges together into one massive forge. That was how this behemoth of a forge was made. They made their way to the center of the forge, with a person working a piece of metal, his shirt taken off, and sweat building up on his eyebrows and rock-solid muscles. Isn't that your head of the blacksmith division? Myriad Arrows asked. Yup. That is him. Infinite Pines. I am here to talk to him. Jake nodded, saying with a low voice. There were blacksmiths everywhere, and even a small sound could distract them. With so many of them making weapons, them failing their forging process was only going to affect Jake, who would effectively lose money. They waited while Infinite Pines worked his wonder. Strike by strike, his hammer was singing. The iron beneath was singing. It was a harmony in the forge. Soon, the metal started glowing either because the charcoal beneath got to it, or because of the game's effect of blacksmiths. One final strike on the metal, and all of a sudden, it started to morph. That was all it took. Now, it was dependent on the luck of the blacksmith. The odds were clearly defined for every class. Rare grade blacksmiths were obviously going to be better than normal grade ones. As for epic grade blacksmiths, they were unheard of. Dang! The metal suddenly became a sword, which Infinite Pines took up and threw in a bucket of water, which sizzled with heat. He then looked up at his guests. Boss, I didn't see you there. How long have you been waiting? Infinite Pines quickly asked. This man had quite literally turned his life around, and he was willing to do anything he could for him. Well, we finished the raid. Your weapons did good. Now that we got better equipment, we can sell them as well, so that your work can become famous. But that is besides the point. I am here to reward you for your hard work. Jake smiled as he took out an item from his inventory. It was a hammer, but it was no ordinary hammer. This had an epic glow to it. This was an epic grade hammer, an epic item. Infinite Pine's eyes shone. They watered, actually. For me? Really? He asked, almost breaking down. Don't act like a baby. Here, take it. Jake pushed the hammer onto Infinite Pines and shook his head. For once, act like the exterior that you put on. Well then, now is the more important part. I need your forge to start working on this named set. Jake took out the blueprint as well. Infinite Pines stopped sniffing as he glared at the blue sheet of paper that Jake took out. You found a blueprint of a named set? A rare grade named set? He asked, not sure if what he heard was real or not. That's right. We found a named set. Do you want it or not? Rather, can you do it or not? Jake asked. Infinite Pines immediately took the blueprint and looked through it. Goblin Madness. Interesting. This is a pure attack type set, so the hardest part, the armor, shouldn't be that hard. I should be able to do it. So should everyone. But as for the success rate dash, don't worry about the success rate. As long as it is above 30%, this is worth manufacturing. Jake said. 30%? That's it? How is that worth it? You will lose 70% of the materials you put in. Myriad Arrows protested. The materials for a single set look to be about 5 silvers. If we look at 10 sets, 50 silvers to get the materials, and let us say that our success rate is horrible at 30%. Even then, we will be able to make 3 sets, each worth at least 50 silvers each. So even then, boss will be able to earn a 200% margin. Infinite Pines pointed out. Wait, named sets have margins like that? Then why isn't everyone trying to make these? A named set can only be made with a blueprint. Some stupid rule. We can share a blueprint amongst ourselves, but if we do not have the blueprint around us, the success rate of completing a named set is 0. Infinite Pines said. Good. Now that we have everything in place, I have to return to the store, where there are thousands of people waiting to join my guild, and thousands more trying to swallow it. Jake smiled. Chapter 76. Back to the store. As Jake and Myriad Arrows pushed their way through the crowd and into the store, they got many stares. Wait your turns, you bastards. We got here first. Shouts like these were common among everyone. The goal was simple. They wanted to be the first ones to get to the store and hopefully join the guild that was established here. But unbeknownst to them, they were actually cursing at the very guild leader that they wanted to kiss up to. I should really make my face public. First, some random girl uses my name against me, and then some random person who wants to be a part of my guild curses at me. This is too irritating. Jake shook his head as he forced himself inside the store. The moment that he got in, the guards noticed him, and they immediately made mincemeat of those around him. Move away. Make way for the Baron. They shouted as they used batons to hit those who refused to move. But hearing that the mysterious Baron, the guild leader of Bright Horizon, was here, everyone tried to squeeze back as they made a path for the person who arrived. Myriad Arrows and Jake were left in the center of the path, and the guards stopped in front of him. All right, just let everyone go as planned. Don't worry too much about it, Jake casually said as he started walking toward the stairs, with not a single guard stopping him. He is the guild leader. Jaws dropped and eyes popped. One of the players looked at the leaving figure with an ugly face. He just cursed at the guild leader of the guild that he wanted to join. A guild he wanted to join so badly that he even paid money to go through a portal to get here. Many of these people paid a lot of money to get here, hoping to cash in on the fame of the guild by being a part of what seemed to be the most promising guild of the world so far. This is just wonderful. I did not expect the results to be so good. Jake rubbed his hands as they went to the second floor, which was also crowded. Sure, everyone said that they wanted to get their own custom weapon, but who actually did? They obviously just came here to get a better chance at joining the guild. Jake sighed. He stopped in the staircase between the two floors and looked at his player options. Scrolling down, he went into building management. Players below the level of 15 will not be allowed into the guild. Registrations are open, and everyone will be accepted as a temporary unpaid member until he/she proves him/herself. Registrations will stay open for the rest of the week. A single message was shown as a hologram on both of the floors, shocking Myriad Arrows himself. What are you doing? I thought that you wanted to maintain the guild's quality, and that was why you interviewed all of them rigorously. And now, you are just letting them in without any parameters except for level. He was just confused at this point. When I started the guild, I wanted to grow slowly. But then, all of a sudden, the new update came, and that changed things significantly. We need to have a lot of people if we want to succeed in any of the expeditions that we want to take place. And also, I am not just bringing them into the guild. They will become temporary members. When you create a guild, you can create tiers of members. We have a guild leader, co-leader, elders, members, and temporary members for our own guild. You should look at the guild settings once in a while, Jake pointed out. At least, you are not paying the people that come in. I mean, that will just be crazy. I wonder how they'll make money though. Myriad Arrows wondered. They will siphon off loot to sell on the side. Well, I don't care about that at the beginning. In the level of battles that they will get into right now, any good loot that comes from it shouldn't be too precious, and if it is, then it is their luck that is godly. Jake shrugged as he continued walking up the stairs. Seeing that the guild was recruiting, but only those who were above level 15, many players started leaving. Another downer was that these new recruits weren't going to get paid. Who didn't want to get paid? And with Jake starting the trend, many corporations already started to do the same, matching what Jake matched. The only advantage that Jake had over every other guild was popularity. That, and Jake's incredible foundations within the game. Right now, his guild was the only guild that was capable of equipping their entire member base with rare-grade equipment. And the raid that they cleared was going to give them much more without a doubt. Now in the final stretch of stairs, he saw that there was a line that formed in front of the guard of the third floor. Because of Jake's orders, none of them were allowed into the floor, but they were all waiting for Jake to come here. Jake recognized almost every face here, and there was not a single friendly face here. Hey, right, one friendly face. I don't even know if this is considered a friendly face. Jake corrected his line of thought as he looked at the charming face of Phoenix, who was also standing there. She smiled at Jake. Looks like you have a ton of suitors. Surely you are going to see me first, right? After all, we are business partners. She smiled. I will not dare let all of these corporations wait for me. All of you can come in at the same time. It will be nice to hear what you all have to say. Chapter 77, Bonus Chapter, Vultures. Bonus chapter because of the castle that has been gifted by Jason_Thomes. Thank you for the gift. Words cannot describe how happy I am. Everyone looked at Jake with cold eyes. Behind him, Myriad Arrows, who was not used to having so many eyes on him, shuddered. He recognized some of these faces, and not because he met them before. These were faces that were on TV. Representatives of huge corporations, people with big positions, all of these men and women congregated here were strong. They had power, and they all came together for one reason: Bright Horizon. As they entered the top floor, which was quite spacious for the 10 or so people who came with Jake and Myriad Arrows, they saw that there was just a desk and 3 chairs. "Take a chair, Myriad Arrows, and sit beside me," Jake commanded as he took the head of the table and sat domineeringly in front of everyone. Looking at the one seat available, and then the 10 people in front of him, he smiled. "Please, have a seat." He gestured. All of the people there looked at each other, not making a move, afraid that they would offend someone that they couldn't afford to offend. After all, these were not the corporations themselves. They were not the owners. They were representatives, spokespeople, and they did not have real power. The people behind them did. "Ah, so uptight. I'll take the seat then," Phoenix said as she sat in front of everyone else, looking straight at Jake. "You should know what we are here for," she said swiftly. "I believe that I do not know what you are talking about. The people who are invited to the top floor, they are only allowed here if they are willing to discuss collaborations with Bright Horizon. If you wish to have an alliance with us, let us talk about it," Jake said. "Cut the pleasantries, boy. First, you don't give us a seat to sit on. Fine. I don't care about that. Do you know who I represent? I represent Ares. The company, Ares. You should know how big Ares is. We will give you $1 million. That must be more money than you have ever seen in your life. Leave the guild to us and leave." The man on the side stepped forward and said with a harsh voice, "So let me get this straight. You want to give me $1 million for a guild that I have built painstakingly, and not only that, it is also the most popular guild in the entire game. How funny. What is your head made of? Clay?" Jake chuckled. "Oh, and by the way, if you dare speak to me like that again, I will make sure that the guards here give you quite the lesson. Their batons actually hurt in the game," Jake said. The man's face changed, but he still stayed there. "Fine then. Forgive our colleague here for being hasty. How much do you want for Bright Horizon?" A man behind asked calmly. Finally, a level-headed person. "I have no interest in selling the guild itself. But if you want the guild name, which also happens to be the most popular guild in the world because of that message, then it is going to set you back," Jake said. $1 million for the name? Are you kidding me?" Phoenix coughed. "Oh, I think that you misunderstood me. I am not asking for $1 million. I am asking for 1 million gold coins." Jake smiled. "Pfft, you are out of your mind. Do you think that there are even 1 million gold coins in circulation right now? Just what do you think your paltry guild is worth? If I wanted to, then your entire guild would be useless in days," the man in the middle arrogantly said. Jake looked straight at him. "You are from Genji, right? The famous video game company? Sure. You can have your people try and attack me. You have thousands of members within your guild already. Your ranks have many established gamers within. And you definitely have one of the strongest guilds in the game right now. But do you really think that if this is an all-out war, with the numbers that you have seen below, and the pockets that I have not yet shown, you will actually win this battle? Think again." He twirled his fingers, pointing around him. "Look at the store around you. Look at the walls. All of the equipment you see here is useless to me. I have members stronger than yours already. I dare you to go into war with me. I will see how your company will ever get up again." Jake scowled back. The man did not respond, not able to find the right words. "Well then, Phoenix. I trust that my information did not have any problem. I am sure that you got what you went for," he asked. "Fine. You got it. I believe you. Veneer is willing to partner up with you. 2 guilds form an alliance. But we want guarantees that you can help us. We want a stake in your guild," Phoenix said. "There is no way that I am divesting the guild. 100% of the guild will stay with me unless I say otherwise. Selling even a part of the guild is a loss for me, because I know that it will grow much bigger in just a few months." Jake shook his head immediately. "You underestimate the power of Veneer, Shadow King. We have a lot of good stuff that we can offer. I know that all of these people will hold back on you, but I am willing to give you favors that only tens of millions of dollars will give you." She smiled. "If it is the list of rare classes and where to find them that Nova gave all of you, don't worry about it. I don't need it." Jake scoffed. Chapter 78, Bonus Chapter, Alliance. Bonus Chapter because of the castle that has been gifted by Jason_Thomes. Thank you for the gift. Words cannot describe how happy I am. Immediately, sharp eyes fell on Jake. "You know about this. Don't tell me. Is Bright Horizon one of the guilds of the inner circle? Which corporation do you represent? One man asked in a heartbeat. Jake smiled. Why do you want to know? I mean, it is clear that you guys didn't do your research before coming here. I mean, you should know that I am not that easily threatened. I even got this dear young lady to part with her wealth. Jake chuckled. I thought that he was a single player. Looks like he has backing. Fine. We are willing to enter an alliance with the corporation that backs you. But we are willing to pay cash. $10 million for 20% of your guild. You are going to be valued at $50 million from the get-go. The man in front said. I have no intention of earning more money in the real world. All of that is useless. You should know that. Why else would everyone in the world start liquidating assets and going all in on this game? I don't want cash. And like I said, I will never sell a stake in the guild until I want to. Jake said. Fine then. What do you mean by an alliance? Phoenix interrupted him. Simple. The new update that came out caught me by surprise. Expeditions to search for the Western world. If we do get to the Western world, and we are the first guild to do so, then surely, we will both be able to share the benefits from that. Jake smiled. How are you so confident that you are going to be the first guild to do that? There are so many more corporations with deeper pockets than yours. But who else has a stable foundation in this world? You guys forget. The amount of gold coins in circulation is almost nil. 30,000 went out and that is the only gold that is circulating right now. None of you have more money and more net worth in the game itself than I do. Jake said. Then how much are you worth? Someone asked. Why the hell would I reveal that to someone who is not even my ally? Forget that. Even an ally would have to prove their loyalty before I tell them what my cards are. But let me just give you a small example. See this? This store? I can do much better than this. Jake said. Huh. I know how much this little store of yours is worth, boy. Sure, you were first, but we have our own stores around Gaia as well now. Don't think that the store gives you anything at all. The man in front scoffed. Do you think that the store is a flex for me? Don't kid yourself. This is just a small-time establishment. Jake shook his head. Fine. Venur is still interested. What do you want in the alliance? Phoenix interrupted. I don't want anything. I just need Venur's guild to be ready at all times so that when we start going on expeditions, we will have someone to support us. Jake said. Fine. But we want something in return. Information. As long as Bright Horizon gives us enough benefits, and you know what we are talking about, then this deal is sealed in stone. She nodded. But I do not trust stone, young miss. I trust only paper and pen. Please, sign here. You have to be kidding me. You don't trust me even that much. She looked at him provocatively. The temperature of the place immediately rose as everyone looked at Phoenix with red faces. Shut up and sign. Jake rudely said. Is this how you treat a lady? Phoenix raised her eyebrows, but she still signed the virtual agreement. Good. Now that one thing is done, if you will please, there are 9 others that I need to talk terms with. Jake said. You are so ambitious? Even after getting an alliance with Venur, you are looking for someone else. She raised her eyebrows. Please, calm down. There are a lot of benefits. Imagine this, gentlemen. Right now, you can see that my words are law in this store. In the city, my reach spreads far. There isn't a person who knows me and doesn't want to curry favor with me. Imagine if we could do that for an entire kingdom, for an entire empire. Jake smiled. How ambitious. So you want to take over an entire empire with this alliance that you want us to create? Someone chuckled. As I thought. I knew that Horace would be interested in my offer. Jake smiled. The CEO has only one condition, and as long as you satisfy that, he will sign this agreement of yours and help with the expeditions that you are planning. This middle-aged man with glasses said. I wonder what that is. Jake smiled. The CEO wants to meet you. As long as he is impressed, the deal is set in stone. He said. And I wonder where the CEO is, currently. The Blackstone Kingdom, I presume. Jake said. You truly are the best at collecting information. The CEO will wait for you then. As long as you reveal your identity in the guild, they will let you in. I won't take any more of your time then. There are a few who will need some negotiation here, clearly. The man smiled as he left the room. What are you still doing here? I thought that the deal has been completed. Jake looked at Phoenix, who was now standing. I am going, all right? Geez. Such terrible hospitality. Chapter 79, Bonus Chapter, The Remaining Ones. Bonus chapter because of the castle that has been gifted by Jason_Thomes. Thank you for the gift. Words cannot describe how happy I am. As Phoenix and the man from Horus left, the remaining people in the room looked straight at Jake with calculating eyes. I won't feel offended if you guys attack your chat windows. This is a big matter, and I know that you don't have any authority with something so big. Jake smiled. Seeing him so nonchalant, the person who was so rude at the very beginning was about to go off again, but a single look from Jake shut him up. Immediately, everyone started typing furiously, trying to get an answer from their higher-ups. Just imagining an alliance like this, which had so many corporations together, it boiled their blood. An alliance that matched Jake's imagination wouldn't stop with one empire. It would be strong enough to go further. It could expand ruthlessly, and no one else in the entire world would be able to compete. Seng wants some time. How long are you willing to wait? Are you willing to give us a week so that we can give you an answer? A rat-faced man on the sidelines asked with a whisper. Seng? A big company like that and all they could send is this guy. Jake thought in his mind but didn't voice his complaints. I have only respect for Seng. I am a big fan of their pioneering tech in the kitchen spaces. Looks like this is a wonderful place to spend the troves that they earned. For you, I can make an exception. You have 3 days to come up with an answer. Jake said. 3 days is too little. We will have to discuss it with my boss. The rat-faced man said. This is already generous. I have to delay my plans with the guild. We were planning an expedition at the end of the week. And now, because of the new alliance, I will have to start preparing. Jake said. Your terms are too outrageous, Shadow King. We demand a stake in your guild if want to partner up with us. The rude man up front said. Jake lazily looked at him. You want me to give you a stake? Fine. For Ares, I will give you a stellar deal. One that you can actually afford. As long as you hand over 100,000 gold right now, I will give you a 5% stake. That is already undervaluing my guild a lot. So then, can you even afford to cough out 100,000 gold coins right now? Jake smiled. The representative's haughty smile froze. Do you think you're funny? Who in this world can actually afford to buy a stake in your guild then? What, do you want to make an enemy out of Ares, you bastard? He shouted. Fine. Let us say that I actually do make an enemy out of you. Do you know who I am? Do you know where I live? Leaving all that aside, do you even know what my real name is? I highly doubt that. But I am sure that Aiden Peters sure is famous. Look at that disparity. I know you, and yet you don't know me. Do you think that you can threaten me? Jake shrugged. Do you think that you can actually do anything in World Online if Ares wants you to die? I promise you boy, as long as we want to, we can make sure that your guild will never grow. We can all put bounties on your heads that will make you the public target of everyone in the world. He spat on the floor. Fine then. If you are willing to spend all the money that you have trying to get me to cave, then go on ahead. I don't know what idiot would do that instead of trying to grow in this world. Go ahead. Get the hell out of my store. Get him out of here. He waved his hand. Yes, Baron King. The guard nodded, and his baron glinted as he approached the representative. I know my way out. You don't need to force me. I will remember this, boy. I will make your life a living hell just for treating me like this. He spat out again. Truly, some people are so arrogant that it pisses me off. Pisses me off so much that I am willing to do this. Jake shook his head and moved his hand. He went to the forums. Guild leader of Bright Horizon posting a bounty, 10 silvers for every kill of the man, 1,000 slaughters. He is a representative of Ares, so you have been warned. He posted it, and immediately looked up. Well then, just for your attitude, I am going to go against this great Ares of yours. Do you really think that I will back down in front of someone like you? Jake scoffed at the leaving 1,000 slaughters. He then refocused his attention toward those who were still in front of him. Forgive me for showing you such an ugly display, but this has completely soured our mood, and distracted us too much. I am willing to show that the guild is worth this alliance, but a single way does not pop up in my mind. Jake smiled. We could do something though. We could wait till the expeditions, and see if the first guild to ever clear a raid is actually strong. Jake said. How did you find this raid that no one else found before, guild leader? Someone finally asked. There are way too many raids, and they are only available to guild leaders and co-leaders. That too, only for guilds that have more than 100 active players. We must sort through every single raid, the majority of which are too difficult and will need better levels. I understand that many are surprised that I have found a raid that the guild could complete. Jake nodded. I'll cut the crap. Only my allies will have access to the valuable information that I hold. Chapter 80 Blue Star Alliance. Everyone was lost in thought. They reported to their seniors already, and were waiting for an answer. Sure, they could also start searching for good raids, but it wasn't that easy. To test the difficulty of a raid, one needed to enter the raid. Even then, there could be hidden dangers that no one could see. Something like the Cyclops that suddenly appeared on the first raid. Seeing that he did not get any distress messages already, he had no doubt that the guild was doing fine, and that they were being able to complete the raid. Looking back at the people in front of him, he leaned back on his chair as he provocatively looked at them. He was waiting for an answer right now. As long as Bright Horizon will share a few secrets with us, Gemini is willing to join this alliance. Seeing that Veneer has already joined and that Horus has also shown particular interest, Gemini is sure that as long as we band together as one, we will be able to dominate the Loveal Empire and beyond. A bald man with glasses nodded. Good. Please, do sign this agreement. Or if you do not have enough authority, I can send the agreement to someone that does matter. Jake asked. I will be sufficient. I am still a legal representative to Gemini, and should be able to represent it in deals that do not have significant assets moving around. The bald man nodded. Once the agreement was signed virtually, he nodded toward Jake and turned around to leave. With that, now there were 7. The man with the rat-like face from Sengwa had already left, gone to discuss with his higher-ups. But the fact that 2 companies had signed, and another was on standby was enough to push some people to the brink. They were typing non-stop. Which company didn't want to suddenly jump on the hype train before it left the station? If a power was growing this fast, and had such backing from so many companies, then it would surely be able to dominate the part of the world that it was in. I will sign, but I wish to know, which company do you represent? You said that you had access to the core list. All of us do. But that is because we are part of few of the biggest corporations in the world. It was an expensive group to join. What do you bring to the table? A black-haired man in the back, clearly the youngest among them all, since Phoenix had left, asked. The company that I represent, well, that doesn't need to be revealed, right? I am not putting my company as the guarantee. The guild is the guarantee. You are not signing on because you believe in the company that I am a part of. Jake said. Then all that you will bring is information? Information that we can buy elsewhere? We are not easy to fool, unlike the ones before. This is a major deal that you are talking, and if such a group of powers congregate because of you, then surely you will demand to be the leader of this alliance. Jake nodded. Without a doubt, because the alliance exists because of us, the alliance head will be Bright Horizon. He said. What else does Bright Horizon bring to the alliance other than the information that you have? We have the resources to grow tens of thousands of people each. Together, we can create armies. What can you do? Haha. Sure, you can create armies. But do you think that I cannot? He suddenly opened his window and tapped on something, showing everyone a panel of information. Look at the number. Look at the crowd below. Do you think that all of them are here because this is a joke? I have 3,000 people signed in as temporary members. 3,000 people willing to take the risk of joining a guild without pay and being below everyone else, even though they are all leveled higher than level 15. Let me ask you, how many players do you have in your guild that are leveled higher than level 15? Jake reposed the question toward the black-haired man. The black-haired man stuttered. Now, he had no way to respond. He did not expect this sudden influx of players interested in the guild to actually convert into numbers. This was just hype. How much of it would actually be converted? But to think that this madman would start recruiting immediately. Which guild could handle such an influx of new members? They would need a proper infrastructure in place, something that many didn't have yet. This was still a new game, and there was still time for guilds to adjust. The corporations had an easy time handling the thousands of members that they had because they were employees. There were already communication standards in place. For Jake, it was going to be different, and so much harder. Fine then. I will take my chances and wait. I do not trust a new guild with so many new members. I guarantee you that your guild will collapse for taking in so many people. Sometimes, before trying to build such a huge building, you will need to have a foundation deep enough. You do not have that. The black-haired man said as he turned around to leave. Jake smiled and nodded, turning to the remaining people. Are you all of the same opinion? If so, then how about this? 1 week later, when we start going on our expeditions, and show our true power, I will obviously allow more into the alliance. But at that time, you will no longer be a part of the core. This is a chance for you to earn big without earning much. Jake said. This looks interesting, but we want a guarantee. And do not worry, we are not asking for a stake. The eldest looking among the remaining group of representatives finally spoke. Chapter 81 For Hire. What do you want then? Jake raised his eyebrows. I am afraid that this is something that we can only talk about in private. Can we have the room for ourselves? The old man asked. Jake looked around. Everyone looked at their chat boxes, trying to get an answer from their higher-ups. These were not people who had any authority. They just came here to throw their weight around. No one here could actually intimidate him. Jake chuckled as he nodded. I am afraid that I cannot just tell them to leave. Jake said. All right. But our offer will also not stand on the table for long. We also wish to have a quick decision. He said. Fine. Myriad arrows, please take care of these gentlemen. I will be inside with this gentleman from Sirius here. Jake smiled. Inside? What inside? Myriad arrows looked around. He spent a lot of his time here and he knew that there was no other room here. Sure, this floor looked small compared to the other two, but it was just his office, so he never cared about it. But now, there was apparently another whole room in this place? Haha. Jake chuckled as he got up and nodded toward the old man and walked a few steps to the edge of the wall. He then tapped the wall. Click. Suddenly, the wall popped out and slid to the side, revealing a surprisingly spacious room inside with a desk and a few chairs inside. You had another office here all this time and you didn't tell me. Veins started bulging out of Myriad Arrow's face. He had to stand here next to Jake all these days like an attendant because there was no other desk for him. He, the guild co-leader, had to act like an assistant. And there was an office all this time? You are more of a fighting person. Giving you a desk, forcing you into admin work, that is just a waste of your potential. Anyways, if any of these gentlemen have any questions, answer them to your best capability, and if they want to sign on the contract, message me. Jake said as he and the old man entered the room. The door slid close after them, and it was like there was no room anymore. The wall closed seamlessly, but they knew that there was a door and a room behind them. I should keep that in mind. If he is hiding in there for some mad reason, he can just sneak up on me when I am doing something. Myriad Arrows kept in mind as he looked at the representatives in front of them, expecting a barrage of questions. But they were all silent, all of them looking at their chat boxes with expecting looks. Looks like he left me here for a reason. He knew that they weren't going to do anything. Myriad Arrows shook his head and sighed. Inside the room. So then, what is the condition that you wanted to discuss in secret? They were both seated, locking eyes. Our guild has recently come across information that you are in possession of the largest stock of rare and common great items among any other player. By a mile. The old man started. I did hear that you are also getting new stock in consistently. Every single day, the store is being restocked. And there have been sightings which said that every single one of the guild member of Bright Horizon was decked in blue equipment. Rare grade equipment. For 300 people. It costs 30 silvers to deck a single person in rare grade equipment. And to do it for so many people, you need a source. You want to know where I got so much equipment for cheap? Jake asked. This is some valuable information that you are asking me. It is worth so much in the long run. Information like this isn't just handed to a person who just became an ally. Even Veneer had to pay for the information that they got from me. And it wasn't cheap. He said. We are willing to match your request for this, as well as become allies. The old man nodded without hesitation. I wonder, why is someone like you coming to a corner of Gaia? Someone with this much authority in Sirius. I know that the Heavenly Wolf Guild is certainly ambitious. Why would they send one of their biggest elders to a small guild like this? Could it be? You have ambitions similar to mine. Jake smiled. We are willing to pay for the information. How much do you want for it? The old man asked. 5,000 gold. No compromise. I am losing on this deal, not winning. Jake said. Done. He took out a card from his inventory and placed it on the desk. Jake's mouth curled up. You already knew what my asking price was, didn't you? I guess you had a talk with Veneer before this. He asked. Unlike those outside, I do not like coming here without knowing my opposition. Although I, unfortunately, do not know much about you in the real world, I did find all that I could. He nodded his head. Well then, the way to get equipment for cheap, pretty easy. You just need to make it yourself. Surely, you know that being a blacksmith is possible for players, right? Don't go back on your words. It will take a month before the blacksmiths can get to the level where they make equipment profitable. Until then, you have a source. Sirius wants in. The old man cut him short. There are more blacksmiths than just players. There are still NPCs. You do not understand yet, but they are also up for grabs. Jake said. Chapter 82 Trade Secrets. You can hire NPC blacksmiths? How is that possible? If that were so, then wouldn't everyone just do that instead? What is the use of having the class? The old man fell back with shock. This had shocked him to the extent that he was muttering his thoughts out so that Jake could hear him. Well, are you interested in being allies with us now? The contract is here to sign. Jake tapped a button, and a blue screen popped up in front of the old man. You held your side of the deal. It's our turn to hold our side. The gold is yours. And as for the alliance, I am sure that two promising guilds coming together will create a force that no one will be able to overcome. The old man nodded as he signed the agreement. Good. This is just a failsafe so that you guys can't betray me. Now that this is out of the way, I am going to tell you something as your ally. Something that can only help you and the alliance in the long run. Jake said. I wonder what that is. You have given me a lot. Could it be, you are also willing to divulge a few places where we can get karma? The old man asked expectantly. Jake shook his head. I gave Phoenix what I already had. And if I did have it, it would cost a pretty penny to acquire this information. It is very valuable after all. The benefits of being a noble are too many to discount. But where was I? Yes, the piece of advice. If you are planning on hiring hundreds and hundreds of NPC blacksmiths to start working on outfitting your entire guild for a month or two, that is fine. After all, as the level grows, you need better equipment. You will understand the level requirement tab once you are in level 30. But you also have to start investing in player blacksmiths. Although they are awfully dumb and pointless in the beginning, with terrible succeed rates, they have a much higher ceiling. If you want to even consider making epic equipment, then to use NPCs would be too astronomical. Jake said. Interesting. The advice that you have given is indeed helpful. Sirius is glad to be doing business with someone who actually looks out for his allies. The old man nodded. I wonder though. I have always wondered. Are you Kramer's father? I mean, there can only be one reason that you have the authority to deal with so many gold coins at once, and sign the agreement without even flinching. Until now, I thought that you were some high-level elder, but that still wouldn't make sense. Not just any high-level elder can bring out very coveted gold coins in a heartbeat. Only the CEO's father, maybe uncle, has this capability. Jake asked. Looks like all of this doesn't fool you. Well then, this is too pointless to continue. All you need to know is that Sirius will be backing you. I don't know how you know of the lists, but I do know that you are not a corporation. But for now, Sirius has your back. I like you, boy. The old man smiled. And it looks like you can see right through me. A little of your background research actually went through. Jake asked. I know things, boy. Experience tells a lot. Well then, you have a lot more people to please. Get them all into the alliance, I don't care. After all, once this alliance actually becomes a reality, well, that will be fun to watch. The old man laughed as he got up from his chair and started walking out. Jake was still sitting there, dazed for a few seconds. He then recovered and got up to come out of the room with a smile on his face as well. Myriad Arrows stepped up near him and whispered in his ear, what happened in there? That was quick. And it looks like the deal went through. Well, we just finished the deal in exchange for a little chit-chat. Now that this is over, we now have the remaining gentlemen to convince. Jake noticed that there were only 3 people left. It appeared that a few had already left. They were probably not given the go-ahead. Only those who had authority in the moment would actually understand how big a deal this was instead of someone in a chair somewhere else. The single chair for the guests remained empty. The 3 were lost in discussions in their chat windows to even care. Finally, the 3 of them looked at Jake at the exact same time. This is not something that we believe in. Genjin is absolutely sure that such responsibility in the hands of a brat will not work. Especially one that is so rude toward another company. One said. That is right. An impulsive brat like you will never steer an alliance in the right direction. To think that you would dare put a bounty on the representative of Ares? Do you think that you are invincible? Such a guild leader will only cause the downfall of a growing guild like this one. So this is why we are offering to buy the guild again. And let me remind you, this guild will soon collapse because you have just basically proclaimed that you are going into war with Ares. The second representative said. You did what? Myriad Arrows looked at Jake with shock. He was just looking at the representatives, hoping for an answer. He didn't have enough time to see that Jake actually delivered on his threat. Do you think that I am not a man of my words? If I say that I will make someone pay, I will make someone pay. Jake smiled. Chapter 83 to Blackstone. All three of the representatives left without a deal. At the end of the day, Bright Horizon was an ally with three companies, Gemini, Sirius, and Veneer, with Horus also interested. It was a good day, a bright day for the guild. Jake was also all grins as he looked at Myriad Arrows. Don't you think that it was worth it? Sure, we made one small enemy. But enemies come and go. These enemies will always stay. As a guild that wants to grow, we will always be facing those enemies. Ares was going to happen sooner or later. They wanted the guild. Don't be so downcast about it. Jake smiled. It's not just what I think about it though, is it? The guild members should also feel safe. Who would want to be a part of the guild that is going to be blacklisted by a corporation like Ares? No one. Myriad Arrows said. He had put in all of his cards into Bright Horizon, mostly because of Jake. He trusted in Jake, and Jake already delivered significantly. But the move of offending Ares came out of nowhere. We have a lot to take care of. Let us not worry about Ares at the moment. Now that we have so many allies, the biggest thing that we can do is flaunt. Jake smiled. Right. So are you going to announce the fact that you are partnering up with all these companies and their guilds to create a massive alliance? Myriad Arrows asked. We will have the press conference eventually. I want to see how many people will leave the guild. We have to thin the crowd a little. The main members might not leave, but so many temps will. I mean, their contract is not restrictive, and they will definitely get the jitters. Jake said. You want them to leave? What kind of guild leader are you? You bring them in and then try to think the crowd? Myriad Arrows shouted. I can't go through so many people. Now, all the cowards will leave the guild cause of the Ares fiasco. As for those willing to stay and take the risk, they will be rewarded because after I confirm the deal with Horus, I will announce the setting up of the alliance. Jake said. What are you going to call it though? No one asked about that. It was in the contract. Blue Star Alliance. Anyways, we have more things to do than just that. Let us go to the raid zone once more. Surely, our guild members must have finished at least a single run by now. Jake said. They went down the stairs, where they were still greeted by a large crowd of people. All of them were either talking, engaging in chit-chat, or registering for the guild, which was now made in open form. I am surprised. I thought that the news of the whole Ares thing was going to spread like wildfire. Jake frowned. Why are you so pessimistic? Can't you just hope that these people still stayed even though that whole incident came into play? Myriad Arrows asked. I am a realist. And I know that there aren't this many brave souls in Diffast right now. If I had this many, then why the hell would I need an alliance with so many others? You will see the chaos unfold once the message goes public properly. Jake said. They walked down to the floor below and forced their way out of the store so that they could finally breathe some fresh air outside. Although it was virtual, the feeling was authentic. Now to the portal. Can you go check on them, Myriad Arrows? You aren't coming with me. Myriad Arrows frowned this time. Two people going there to see the same result is kind of useless, don't you think? I need you to be my eyes and ears. If they are not able to clear the raid, then something is wrong. We need to fix that something before the expedition starts. Because once it does, the guild will be the main focal point. And if they did finish it, run it back once again. Today, we need to start working together as a guild. We need them to develop chemistry. Jake said. Alright, I got it. Where will you be going then? He asked. I am going to the Blackstone Kingdom. The capital of the Blackstone Kingdom to be precise. A small kingdom compared to the Loville Empire, but their capital city is miles better than Diffast. Jake said. To meet the CEO of Horus? I hope that goes well. Myriad Arrows said. So do I. Jake said as both of them stopped. They were in front of the blue swirling portal already. People were coming in, and few were going out. But this was the center of transport for the entire city. From this point, they could see most of the city. Looking at the crowds of people, Jake felt a little satisfied with what he had produced. Alright then. When I get back here, things might just be a little different. Myriad Arrows went in first. He stepped through the portal, with Jake already setting the destination for him. Only Jake knew where the raids were located. It all seemed too cryptic for Myriad Arrows to understand in the little time that he used the portal. Seeing Myriad Arrows go through, Jake nodded and he set his destination as well. Passing through the portal, he entered a different city altogether. Capital city, Blackstone Kingdom. The city that he entered was vast. It was much, much bigger than Diffast. But that was to be expected. Diffast was just the third biggest city in Laville, whereas the capital city of Blackstone was the biggest city in the kingdom. And it certainly lived up to its name. The entire city seemed to be made out of black stones. Jake's eyes slid to a corner of the city. He knew exactly where he needed to go. After all, he did this before. Don't leave, because the next part will surprise you. Chapter 84 Raid 3. The moment he passed through the portal, he could see a similar sight. He was greeted by the same sight he saw when he first came through the portal earlier in the day. Do you wish to continue raid with your guild? Y/N. Myriad arrows nodded and clicked on yes. But the surroundings did not change, and the guild did not appear. There was no one in the center, and clearly no one in the sides. Either they were all dead, or they went into the corridor already. That could mean that they were done cleaning up the surroundings. Honestly, cleaning up all of the goblins in the back is the more time-consuming part. If they are able to do that, then it is great. They should be able to clear the raid without any problem. He nodded. He looked up at his HP bar, or rather, his level above that. The EXP bar, a small, thin, white strip above his level, was slowly inching forward. It was slow, and didn't come close to filling up. But progress was still progress. And for someone in his levels, seeing that progress only confirmed that the guild was hard at work trying to clear this raid on their own. I should see how they are faring against the goblin chieftain though. That will be a problem. I wonder if any of these guild members are diamonds in the rough. At least one or two of them should be a good prospect. Myriad arrows thought as he walked inside the dark corridor. Unfortunately, he did not have a flare on him, so it was pitch dark when he entered. He could not see anything, and had to take out this bow and arrows, just hoping that when someone did attack him, the goblin's sound would give them away. But no sound came. No attack came. It was just barren. Either all of the goblins were at the center, battling the guild members, or, and this Myriad arrows hoped was true, the goblins were all vanquished, and the guild members were having an easy time cruising through the raid. After a minute of walking through the corridor, he could see light at the end. It was finally visible, and as he closed in on the light in the giant hall, he could hear the sound of battle. The sound of goblins and players clashing. Myriad arrows walked till the end of the corridor and stopped before he entered the hall. From where he was, he could see the fight in its fullest. The guild was going pretty fine for itself. By the time that he got here, most of the goblins were gone. Numbers-wise, the goblins still had more people than for the players here, but the goblin ranks were still dwindling. And when Myriad arrows glanced at the goblin chieftain, who was supposed to be attacking random hordes, he was a little shocked. The goblin chieftain had a black wood staff, but it did not have its iconic purple mana crystal. This wasn't the same goblin chieftain, that was for sure. This was a nerfed version. Looks like the first raid was so much harder than the other raids. No wonder the guild was featured through the entire world. The raid was hard with that goddamn Cyclops and the goblin chieftain having the irritating paralyzing ability. Myriad arrows cursed at their hard time. His smile froze for a moment as he quickly drew his bow and shot. A goblin that saw and approached him died before it could even react. Some loot fell down, but he did not bother to collect it. He was also here so that he could judge how the members were going to handle the loot. Hopefully, one epic grade item was going to fall. If it did, Myriad arrows wanted to see how the guild members would handle it. Personally, he liked what Jake did. Jake did not pocket the items. He gave them to guild members. He strengthened the guild itself by doing that. But if any of these guild members would start a fight and attempt to pocket the good drops all for himself, that would be a problem. For now, no one noticed him, and he intended to keep it that way. He took a few steps back, and completely disappeared into the shadows. The goblins are almost dealt with. We have to start taking care of the goblin guards now. Get a few groups to deal with a goblin guard each while long rangers can attack the goblin chieftain and attract the aggro a little. One of the players shouted. He was an elder of the guild, and sure, that didn't give him the power to lord over other groups according to Jake. But in a situation like this, someone needed to take command, and he was the one who had the right position to do that. Two groups each took the 3 remaining goblin guards, seeing that one was already taken. With 20 people trying to kill just the one oversized goblin, it wasn't even a fight anymore. All the goblin guards had was size and intimidation. In actual combat, sure, one player taking it on would suffer a little, but not when so many came together. One by one, each of these goblin guards fell down. Parallel to that, the last goblins were also falling. The raid was reaching completion, with only the goblin chieftain remaining. Remember what the guild leader did before. We must save our biggest attacks and release them when it enters its second form. Until then, use your normal attacks and drain its HP. The guild elder shouted. A barrage of arrows covered the light from the dome as they all flew toward the goblin chieftain. The chieftain used a few spells, none of them lightning-based, and none of them as strong as when the spells he used in the first raid. Ah, looks like this battle is in the bag for them. Myriad Arrows saw this and nodded with approval. Chapter 85 Finishing it up. The moment that the goblin was nearing the end of its first HP bar, everyone got ready. Having one fight before helped them a lot. They didn't need to go through this a second to know that there would be a special form for the goblin chieftain. And because this second form wouldn't even use a staff with the mana crystal inside, it would be just as powerful as in the first raid. And unlike in the first raid, they had none of the 3 pillars that the guild rested on. The main damage dealer, Jake, was not here. Myriad Arrows was here, but no one knew it, and Myriad Arrows wanted to keep it that way. And as for Kirch, no one except for Jake seemed to know who the hell he was and when he would come into the guild. The first HP bar was in the red zone, and quietly slid to 0. Immediately, everyone put some distance between themselves and the goblin chieftain, who clutched its face and started morphing. After a few seconds, it transformed into an Oni, glaring at the people in front of it. Attack. Use all of your special attacks. This is the time to do that. The guild elder who took charge shouted. Everyone's weapons shone. The entire room was lit up in colors as different types of attacks, each one of a different specialty, went striking towards the Oni. But the Oni wasn't held back like last time. All these attacks chipped away its smaller health bar, but it was still a strong beast, and there wasn't a big damage dealer here. It moved swiftly, appearing in front of the nearest player. It swept its hand forward, and in a single attack, the player, and the ones next to him, all crashed into one of the walls of the circular room. With a single attack, the Oni took out 90% of their health. They were lucky that they didn't die, or they would lose so many benefits that came with completing the raid. The Oni's attacks are so strong. Myriad Arrows was shocked. None of them faced one of these attacks because all of the big hits in the raid were taken by Jake. He seemed to have this insane defensive skill that negated all damage. Whatever it was, it managed to take away a bunch of the Oni's health as well. With this round of attacking though, the Oni's health only went into the yellow zone. There was still 30% of its health that needed to be taken care of, and now, the Oni was dashing towards players, attacking them. Every single attack that it landed was more dangerous than before. For the first time, the guild faced the possibility of losing. We are so many, that's just one Oni. As long as we attack together, we can easily overpower the goddamn Oni. Attack. Don't hesitate. The elder shouted. Myriad Arrows smiled at this. Looks like there is a good leader in that man. He took good control of this mess. He nodded with approval. The Oni roared as more spells and arrows hit it, chipping away at its health bar. Seeing so many people die in front of them, losing the hard-earned levels that they spent hours grinding on, it pained them. But it also reminded them that they were not invincible. They were just lucky that until now, they had insane help that carried them to where they were right now. Tanks, flank the Oni. Do not let it escape your confinement. The HP bar finally went into the red zone. We need to hit it with a round of attacks again and the battle will be won. The elders shouted. Seeing the chance that they could lose their levels, the tanks hesitated, which enraged both the leaders in the space. Myriad Arrows clenched his fists while the guild elder was not so silent. What the hell are you fools waiting for? We will lose the battle if you don't go in. If you want to survive, then the goddamn boss needs to die. Get there. It is what you cowards are paid to do. He shouted at them. Although the elder got so many dirty looks for that, many of the tanks surrounded the Oni. And at this time, the Oni's goblin nature of aggressiveness without any intelligence was shown. The Oni just wanted to battle the tanks that it could see. It didn't even bother with those who were actually shooting it. And since the Oni was a whole 2 meters taller than everyone else, and towered over the tanks, it was an easy target. Arrows flew towards the Oni as tanks crashed to the ground left and right. There was no skill or technique to the attacks, but they were effective and damage dealing. With each attack, most tanks lost more than half of their health. They clenched their teeth as they got up, preparing to gear up to absorb another set of blows. But at that time, a round of bright arrows flew toward the Oni and pierced its eye. Critical hit. Minus 358 HP. It wasn't a lot of health gone right there, but it was enough. The Oni started staggering around and fell on the ground. Its face changed to that of the goblin chieftain, and it pixelated to disappear. The raid was over. No one realized that the Oni had taken so much damage. They were just attacking, while the tanks were just hoping that they would survive, and in all that chaos, the boss died. The raid is over. Everyone cheered while the elder put his sword away and walked toward the circle of tanks surrounding the loot that was dropped. What are you doing? Move aside. He frowned as he was blocked by one of the big men. Chapter 86. A slight problem. The guild elder frowned. But the tank stood in front of him, tall as he was, blocking his path. And the other tanks were also confused, looking at this particular one. So it is finally happening. I wonder what dropped for him to go ahead and try to block someone higher up in the hierarchy. Myriad Arrows looked at the show, though he didn't like it one bit. Are you going to take the items for yourself? Just keep them instead of handing them over to the guild like we should? The elder asked the huge man in front of him. You are Faceless Darkness, right? The guild elder that is in charge of the administrative work of a third of the current guild. The tank asked. Yes, that is right. What do you want? Faceless Darkness had no clue where this was going. There was not a hint of anger or condescension in the tank's voice. He was talking politely. Right. There have been a few deaths in the raid so far, and although we haven't collected all of the loot yet, there are a lot of items that belong to them. And yet, I see so many pocketing these items up without any words. How are we sure that when these players return, they will get what they dropped? The tank asked. Faceless Darkness was flabbergasted. He was expecting a fight here. For someone to block him at this time, he thought that it will be a fight to see why the guild deserved the items instead of them. The tank seemed to read Faceless Darkness' mind. Haha, I do not want to bite the hand that feeds me. We got so many benefits from the guild already. With the equipment that we have, if we go outside, then everyone will think that we are truly rich, to have such expensive equipment. Why would I want to steal from a guild that gives me so much? The tank laughed. The tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared the moment that the tank said this. He voiced the thoughts of so many players here. I will make sure that the players will register all of the loot that they collected and will see to it that they will get what they dropped. Faceless Darkness nodded. Now then, I need to check what loot has dropped. It better be something good after all that we have done to beat the goddamn boss. It better have dropped an epic item. He said as the tank in front of him moved away. The circle of tanks also split up, and everyone could see the loot that dropped. Although the details remained opaque, everyone could see the hue on the items. It was only blue. There was not a single purple hue in all the items that dropped. An epic grade item did not drop, which was quite disappointing. It looks like we are not so lucky. Only rare grade items. Faceless Darkness sighed as he reached in to collect the items. Clap, clap. I am truly impressed with everything that you guys have done. Even though I couldn't be here for the whole fight, you have showed me enough. This guild is only bound to grow as long as we can keep this going. Myriad Arrows' voice rang through the room, echoing throughout. The guild co-leader. Someone realized. Now then, I hope that you don't resent me for coming out after all this time. Although I ached to try and win the fight, I just couldn't. Boss orders. I had to make sure that you guys could finish this on your own. Myriad Arrows chuckled. You can just take in all of the loot and we will store it in the guild once we are done with the raid. But do not worry, we are not done yet. As you guys have seen, the rare equipment that is sometimes dropped here is not normal equipment. It is part of a set. Although every raid will only give 9 or 10 pieces of rare items, as long as we can run this enough, we will be able to get enough to make this trip worth it. Myriad Arrows declared. As Faceless Darkness collected all of the loot, one of the guild members found the courage to approach Myriad Arrows. What do you mean, make this trip worth it, guild co-leader? We finished the raid, and we are even the first guild to ever do that. Isn't that enough? I mean, I am more than happy to go ahead and start another raid, but this was a good trip, right? The member asked. A good raid, yes. A good trip, not yet. Do you think that you guys earned a lot of money on this trip? Let me tell you what the true picture is. It wasn't cheap getting you to the raid here. And earning money isn't as easy as when you grinded in the silver sword fields. Just like the price of the beaks dropped so hard that what got you 30 silvers then will only get you 5, maybe 6 silvers now, the grinding that you did now will only come to around 10 silvers, maybe 20 per person. And do you even know how much it cost to send all of you here? It was expensive, that was what. You have to earn back at least twice, maybe thrice that considering we have to go back home. It dawned on them at that moment. It cost 10 silvers to come to the raid, and another 10 silvers is to go back. That wasn't cheap at all. It would cost a lot. And that was all money that the guild was spending on them once again. This was just a charity toward them. Good then. So you guys understood? Then why don't all of you collect the loot so that we can run this back? I will be with you again, but I won't be helping you one bit. Chapter 87 Meeting the CEO. Blackstone Kingdom, capital city. Jake was in front of a normal-sized building that had a ton of guards in front. And these guards were not NPCs who could actively harm players. They were players themselves. The only reason that they existed here was that not everyone could get their hands on NPC guards. To think that they could actually afford one of these buildings. Looks like Horace might have bought so many coins and traded them at a bank at an unfavorable rate just so that they could have an advantage. Well, these companies are willing to do anything to get an advantage, aren't they? Jake chuckled. He glanced at the players who were walking around, checking each and every person who was entering the place. Such an extravagance. They should know that having players as guards is such a stupid move. After all, the players will be jailed the moment that they harm another player in a city. Jake thought to himself as he was stopped by one of these players. What are you here for? Who are you looking for? One of the guards stopped Jake as he was walking into the building. Ugh. Why the hell would anyone want to break into this place? It has nothing of value, don't worry about that. I am here to meet the CEO. I was called here. Shadow King of Bright Horizon. Jake told the guard. Who now? The guard was visibly confused, but someone next to him stepped in. Forgive us for our terrible service. The CEO is expecting you. Please, come in. One of the other guards, someone who was clearly higher up since he was privy to more information than the former guard, beckoned at Jake as he opened the door of the small building. Jake could see the hall that he was entering. The hustle of hundreds, nay, thousands of people talking, windows everywhere. This was like walking into an office more than some guild headquarters. To think that a huge company like Horace would have such a terrible headquarters. I would think that they would have a much, much better building. I mean, sure, the land costs a lot, but having a proper 5-story building would be so much better. Jake commented as he walked in. And the place that he walked in was no sparse hall. It was packed, and the moment that he walked in saying these words, everyone heard them. Jake could feel the angry glares at him. If stares could kill, then he would die of these piercing ones in an instant. Who the hell is that? Why does he have an escort? Someone whispered on the side. But with Jake's remarks, everyone grew silent, staring at Jake. And so, even a whisper was like someone shouted, and everyone could hear the person who just spoke. Jake smiled as he embraced the attention. Seeing a whole hall of people quiet down just because he said something rude was interesting to watch. This is just a temporary fixture. I am sure that you are aware of that. Now then, please follow us. The guard said. Yes, temporary indeed. I cannot afford to have an ally of mine having such a shabby place that they call their headquarters. I mean, Horace is Horace. One of the biggest companies in all of Britain. Jake remarked. Looking around, Jake could see that the building was nothing compared to Jake's own, but it was built on land that was much larger than the one that Jake's store was on. And it was simple why. Even though the capital city of the Blackstone Kingdom was bigger than Diffast, it was still not the same as Diffast, a city in the Loville Empire. Land was going to cost more in the central street of Diffast than this normal street of the capital of Blackstone. The benefits that having a piece of land in an empire would show itself in the long term, and not now. But looking at such a nice piece of land being wasted, it pained Jake's heart. Maybe I should get a large land in a normal kingdom, and get a huge mansion built. It might be a good resting spot for the guild members. He wondered. Still, he continued to walk forward, unfazed by all of the people staring at him. As they kept walking into this endless hall that they were in, Jake realized that there was not a single room here. It was all just a giant lobby. Truly, such a terribly guild headquarters. Why wouldn't you prepare for rooms? You should have rooms for your higher UPS, your elders, and for admin work. You know that for a little extra, you can get a proper building layout, right? Jake shook his head. That little extra is a lot here. We are here. Please, go in. The guard stopped in front of a wall, with a single door. Beyond this wall was a single office, none of which could be seen from outside. Whoever was within the office clearly wanted privacy over everything else. Knock, knock. Jake knocked on the door. Behind him, the guard was long gone, walking back to the place where he was supposed to. Well, guard, come in. An old voice came from the other end of the door. When the hell are these old fogies going to finally retire and let the young handle things? I am sick of working with people 3 times as old as I am. Jake cursed to himself, but he quickly relaxed his facial muscles and turned that whining mouth into a smile. He then twisted the doorknob, and hearing the click, went straight into the bright room that lay ahead. Mr. Grant, I am glad that we could finally meet. Wait, I thought that I was meeting the CEO. Who are you? 076205. Chapter 88. Horace, Nolan. Who are you? Jake's voice echoed through the room. Ah, Shadow King, the guild master of the Prodigal Guild. Please, take a seat. The calm, experienced voice from inside the room said. Jake nodded and took a seat opposite to the head of the table. I thought that I would be meeting with the Mr. Grant, the CEO of Horace. But it seems like you are not him. Who are you? Jake asked as he took a seat fearlessly. He knew that nothing was going to happen to him. They were still in a safe zone where killing was forbidden. Jake would not face a penalty if he was attacked, and he wouldn't drop anything, while the person who did kill him would go to jail for a long time. Ah, yes, John was supposed to meet you, but I told him that I wanted to meet you myself. After all, this is far too important to be leaving in the hands of others. I can't exactly be letting others handle the future of where the company and this guild will go now, can I? The old man chuckled. Jake took the moment to study the person that was in front of him. A well-tanned face, wrinkles all over it like contours on a map. This was the man who just came from a vacation, not someone who worked day in and day out. And the way that he addressed the CEO of the company without any regard, the way he sat as if he was the lord of the place, and the fact that not a single person outside would do anything about it only meant that he was someone that I have never heard about or seen as the true controller of Horace. That is interesting. But then again, I was just a low-life rat back then. I wasn't exactly privy to the best information, was I? Jake chuckled as he thought to himself. Is there anything funny, boy? Perhaps I have dressed a little too shabbily for the meeting. The old man chuckled as he asked. No, nothing of the sort. Forgive me if I may seem so rude, but who are you? I mean, your player name is seen and such, but to act like the cover of a big corporation like Horace, who are you? Jake asked. Ah, that is nothing, boy. What is rude in that? I am some guy that you have never seen before until now. Of course you will be suspicious of me. The old man chuckled. The bright green player name of his hovered right over him, spelling out the name Roma Feller. An interesting name, no doubt, but it was one that Jake had never heard in his life. You see, I am just a part of the board that controls Horace. The CEO, he is just a replaceable face. Someone who can be changed whenever the board feels like it. But the board, it is permanent. And we only want what is good for the company. The old man, Roma Feller for now, said. But that still doesn't explain who you are. The board members of Horace are private, and I am sure that your signature has the power to bind Horace to our agreement. But I still need to know who you are. I mean, I came here all the way from Loville just for a gesture. Surely, I need to know who I am talking to. Jake asked. That is true. True indeed. You can call me Nolan Horace. From Horace. Nolan Horace? Horace as in the company. Your family owns a majority stake? Jake raised his eyebrows. That is indeed the case. My great-great-great-grandfather founded the company. Or maybe someone older than that. It was all the way back in the dawn of the 21st century. Well, that was a while ago, wasn't it? Nolan nodded. An inheritor, I see. Well, I doubt it was the CEO who even called me here. I think it was you that the representative was talking to. You were the one who intended to speak with me in the first place. I think that the CEO isn't even aware of the meeting. Jake asked. You are a bright one, boy. No wonder you are the guild master of such a budding guild. And the one who is clearly taking the front end of this alliance. Nolan nodded. Then, Mr. Horace, why is it that you have called me here? Why is it that you wanted to meet with me when the contract that I put forward was pretty simple and very unintrusive? There is just a single binding clause in there. No other. Jake said. Just the one? You and I have different definitions of the word single, don't we, Shadow King? Nolan chuckled. Not the word single, Mr. Horace. Maybe the word binding. Everything that you might think is binding, I see as simple contingencies that you do not need to worry about one single bit. Now then, there are other things that we need to over as well, now that you have been here face to face. Jake said. Just a moment there, boy. You have demanded to know my name, and yet it seems odd that we are continuing while your identity still remains an identity. I am trusting the future of Horus on your hands. The hands of a reckless boy who just started a war with Ares. Nolan said. Could it be, you are actually afraid of Ares? If that is the issue, and that Horus is afraid of offending a company like Ares, then I don't think that you are the right match to make an alliance. Jake got up, about to leave when Nolan interrupted him. Wait, boy, sit down and stop taunting me. You and I both know that Ares is not an issue. You are. A boy who is not level-headed is not suited to lead an alliance. How can I be so sure to leave the alliance to you, when you lose your temper to the smallest bark? Nolan said. Do not worry about that, Mr. Horus. I never do anything if I am not level-headed. And as for the attack on Ares, that has not yet proven to be a war, and if it does, that will only benefit the alliance, not weaken it. Jake smiled. A smile that gave shivers to the very man who maintained an iron fist through a company that employed thousands. This was the smile of the devil. Chapter 89 Plan. Go on with it then. Spill the beans. What are you talking about? How will this alliance be strengthened? Nolan asked. I thought that you were under the impression that I was just a hot-blooded youth who would go crazy with the power that I had and drive the alliance to the ground. Jake smiled. Not exactly the words that I used, but fair enough. Nolan smiled and nodded. That will be information privy to insiders, Chairman. Well, I can only presume that you are the chairman of Horus. I mean, your family probably owns the majority stake. Jake presumed. Your guess is right, again. But a gamble, you ask me to take. And this is a big one. Nolan sighed. This is not a gamble, Chairman. You have been talking to me for a while now. And someone like you, who has been on the opposite end for so many years, looking at people and judging their potential before they can enter the field, you must know that I am not bluffing right now. Jake said. Honestly, I couldn't care enough. You have me interested enough. Give me the contract. I will sign it, and then you can go on storytelling. Nolan said. As you wish, Chairman. This will be a move that you will not regret. In fact, you are going to look back and rejoice every time you think of this moment. Jake chuckled as his fingers flew on the virtual panel in front of him. After a few seconds, a blue panel appeared in front of Nolan, and a bunch of text was on it. This was the contract. Nolan didn't even go through the contract. He just scrolled all through to the bottom and initialed, signing it with his finger. The moment his finger skid to a halt, the blue panel disappeared, and the contract was signed. Wonderful. Now, Horus is finally the ally of Bright Horizon. Isn't this a cause to celebrate? Jake beamed as he took a small bottle from his inventory. A little something I grabbed on my way here. Celebration for completing this wonderful contract. Jake said. Although I am tempted, something else is more important to my ears. Tell me, how will the war against Ares help us? You know that now that we are allies, Horus will not sit back and watch as you get destroyed by their numbers. We will have to intervene. Nolan said. Firstly, we have numbers in our cadre as well. We are not going to lose to Ares even if we didn't have help. But that isn't that important. The alliance is what you are probably interested in. So you actually thought that you could take on a whole corporation on your own? $100 million corporation on your own? What are you, stupid? Nolan shook his head, half regretting that he signed the contract in such a hurry. Do not think of the real world anymore, Chairman. Do not think that the boost that you get will last long if you don't capitalize on it. The only thing that you have are numbers and gold coins. But what good are they in the hands of an idiot? Why, take another example. We have this place. You probably used more money investing on good equipment rather than on a good guild headquarters. Or else, a corporation like yours would not take this place to be their base of operations, would it? Jake smiled. And your point being? Ares is a guild that is still stuck in the past. They still think that the real world matters more than the virtual one. They refuse to fully embrace the virtual world. They did exchange a lot of money for gold, I am sure, but they probably hesitated in spending it, and maybe even put it safe in their own headquarters instead of a bank. Jake smiled, shaking his head. A bank? One of these banks? Operated by NPCs? Do you think that I would do that? Tens of millions of dollars into a goddamn NPC bank that can be ruined by a glitch? Nolan also seemed to be of the former line of thought. That is where you are so desperately wrong, Chairman. You must think that the virtual world is the real world. Or else, you are going to face quite the struggle adapting. Anyways, when the time comes, and Blue Star Alliance does battle with Ares, and whoever their allies are at that time, it will be the one thing that everyone will tune in to watch. It is a simple move. All or nothing. One move to become the greatest power that all of the Eastern Hemisphere has ever seen. Jake rubbed his hands. What do you mean, for everyone to tune it? Wait a minute. You want to live stream the battle that is going to happen? For the whole world to see? One wrong move, one loss, and we will be done for. Nolan said, his eyes wide open. I do not expect your guild to join us, Chairman. And I certainly do not expect this war to happen anytime in the next month or two. It will take time for both sides to prepare. It has just been a few weeks since the game has started after all. All of us are adjusting. But when the time comes, I am sure that you will understand why I have done this. Jake chuckled. You are a madman, boy. To think that you want to go all in on this new lease of life. You do realize that this is not a game. We went through this. One loss, and it is all over. Your entire life, poof. Nolan said. Don't worry. One win, and all that awaits us is the world itself. Don't leave, because the next part will surprise you. Chapter 90 Secret Hall. Walk with me. I am not done with our little discussion. Nolan smiled as he got up. Indeed. I was wondering what the whole discussion would be, but so far, we haven't talked about anything at all. Jake chuckled. Nolan got up with some effort, veins on his arms bulging as he strained them trying to stand. How could someone be so weak even in the game? Looks like this man is much weaker in real life. Or else, he would easily have enough willpower to just stand up and walk. Jake thought to himself. Nolan tidied up the suit that he donned as he nodded at Jake. But instead of walking toward the door that Jake had come through, he turned around to look at the bookshelves behind him. I hear that you also have a secret compartment. I mean, I don't dare say that this is as good as yours. I just put a few bookshelves here to hide this entrance, unlike you, who actually paid for this feature. Nolan chuckled as he tapped one of the bookshelves. Suddenly, the bookshelf started moving slightly. It started moving toward Nolan, who had to move aside to let the bookshelf come into 90-degree position with the one adjacent to it. So that is where the space went. I was wondering why the office wasn't as wide as the hall outside. Looks like he put in a lot of money covering up the secret operation that he is running here. Jake finally realized as he walked past the desk, keeping up with a moving Nolan. Nolan was limping forward. Even though he did not have a cane, he looked like he needed one. The way that he looked, and this current situation, for a second there, Jake felt like he was not in the virtual world, but rather the real one. With an old man who seemed so close to death that he couldn't even walk. That was most old men in the real world. At that age, they needed a cane to walk. But in the virtual world, that was unheard of. As long as your mind was strong enough, it could easily support the thought of you walking around. And the secret door that led to a long hall inside? This was no secret room. It was a secret building in and of itself. And looking at it, Jake felt like he was in those drug rings that old movies from the century before showed him, where the hero was supposed to go into this secret place, and there were enemies waiting for him. I wonder what you have in there, Chairman, for such secrecy. And to think that you would show me this even though it looks like your guild members are unaware of this space. I am truly honored. Jake bowed slightly, his right arm on his heart. Good gesture, that. Don't waste it on useless things. You and I are equals now. Nay, you forced yourself a superior to me. No need for the false pretenses then. Now that you are the leader of the alliance that my guild is a part of, maybe I should show you my guild's true strength. Nolan smiled. They were walking into this giant hall of its own. It was very similar to the hall outside, and yet it was not. The hall itself was an identical one. It looked like Horace bought more land than Jake expected. And in this hall, rows of players were just striking wooden dolls. Training dummies, to be precise. And why the players were striking dummies would probably elude many. But it didn't elude Jake's experienced eyes. It looks like Horace really knows its stuff. To think that you are getting your people to start grinding skill points even before they became relevant. You are a genius. No wonder. I mean, there is no doubt that you are going to be one of the biggest guilds in the game soon enough. Jake smiled. Ah, so you know of this technique as well. I thought that for once, we had something over you. For some reason, it feels like you are Nova's prodigal son, just here to taunt us, and see how we are doing. Nolan shook his head and sighed. If I was from Nova, and I had some power in the company, trust me, I would not be walking around trying to beg people to join my side. The representative of Aries would be sacked for daring to be rude to me, and the entire world would know that Bright Horizon was untouchable. If Nova actually entered the market, then all of this would not be a dream. It would be reality. And that is why the countries all made sure that Nova would be a bystander. They would not touch the game once it was complete. Jake said. So they are not even allowed to play the game. What a wonderful life they must live. They are excused from this game. Nolan sighed as they kept walking through the corridor, walking past many more players. Indeed. I am also interested in seeing what life Nova employees and higher-ups lead. I don't think that I have ever seen one before. A Nova employee, or even someone related to the company. Jake said. They are the most mysterious corporation in the world. Nolan nodded. That is true. But still, just how mysterious can a company get? They shot up to fame in a few years, and suddenly dominated every market. Well, if I have to sit here and ramble on and on about the grievances that I have with the company, then the day will pass and we will not get anything done. Now then, there has to be something else that you want to show me. These are just your normal guild members. I mean, the normal ones among your trusted core. Where are your elites? Jake asked. You are a sharp one. Nolan's mouth widened. Chapter 91 Nolan's Problem. They continued walking down the hall, which was wide enough as it was. The width and length shocked Jake. As it was right now, this seemed bigger than the hall that welcomed Jake. That was terrifying. It could only mean that the guild spent so much into the headquarters. Much more than anyone, possibly. These were thousands of gold coins of investment into something that did not seem to bring in any return on investment just yet. Anyone looking at this would think that this was all so stupid. But Jake knew better than that. And as he saw so many of these people training their skills on dummies, increasing their proficiency of skills, and even increasing the locked stats that couldn't be increased normally, he could only nod in appreciation. It looks like you are one of the few that approve of what we are doing here. Every time I bring someone that I know through these doors, they only shake their head in disappointment that I spent so much money on something like this. Nolan chuckled. And all of those people do not have the hindsight that you have, Chairman. I mean, what you are doing here is simply genius. I totally understand what you are doing. In the future, the skill points that they rack up, the extra stats that they rack up, all of these are going to help in a way that nothing else would. And I am shocked that someone from such a traditional company is willing to take such a big step. I am shocked, Jake smiled and said. Well, these are just the people that I trust. But these are not the only ones that are in here. As you have pointed, these are our elites, indeed. I mean, the elites compared to the players outside. But we still have somewhere else to go. After all, I will be needing your help to consult with something, Nolan said. They stopped at the end of the hall that they were walking in. And only the wall stood in front of them. If he has another hall behind this one, then I am just going to flip. How much money can someone spend on a goddamn headquarters? I can't believe this. I had to curse the place when I came in, and it came to bite me back in the ass, didn't it? Jake cursed inside as he looked at Nolan, waiting to see what he would do. But Nolan just stood there, looking at the wall, as if nothing was happening. He was just still, with not a single movement. His eyes were not blinking, and he wasn't saying anything. Jake didn't want to disturb the old man who had trouble even walking. So, he waited as well, hoping that Nolan would fall out of his stupor. But nothing was happening. A minute passed by, and then a few. Jake was getting a little concerned now. This man didn't move even a little. And in his field in the past, he had seen that only a few times. And every single one of these times, it was nothing good. It was the exact opposite. Panicking, Jake looked around. But everyone was just going about their normal life. They didn't seem to notice that their boss was just blank screening. He wasn't moving. Could it be? Yes, that is possible. I mean, Horus does have a few enemies, doesn't it? Surely, this old man would be a target. Jake thought to himself. How long was I out? You are alive. Thank God for that. Jake was relieved. He had only been thinking the worst, and looking at how Nolan was still alive, he was just glad that nothing bad had happened. What do you mean, you are glad that I am okay? You thought that I died? Nolan asked, chuckling. You froze all of a sudden. That can only happen when your brain suddenly goes dead, and it stops working. You freeze in the game, and then after a few hours, you are logged out due to inactivity. Jake said. That is, very interesting. You have researched this pretty extensively. How did you know all of this? Did you happen to come across a death already? Or perhaps you caused one? Nolan asked, raising his eyebrows. Do not worry, Chairman. I am just a man who has done all the research he could about the game. I mean, this is life now. I have to be prepared, right? Jake smiled. That is indeed the case. Now then, I can only hope that I was not gone for long. I wish I haven't inconvenienced you. Nolan asked. Oh please, do not worry about it. But this only raises more question than it answers. You just froze for a few minutes and then returned. That gives me a frightening picture. You also struggle to walk. That is rare. I hate to ask, but are you okay? Do you suffer from any problems, specifically mental? I do not mean any offense. I mean to ask, are you dash? Ha ha ha. Do not worry. If the question was posed to someone else, you would be quite beaten up though. But you are very special, boy. To think that you figured this one out as well. I cannot tell you the details though. It is quite confidential. Now then, we still haven't gotten to where we were supposed to, did we? Nolan said, changing the topic immediately. And this change did not elude Jake one bit. The moment that he changed the discussion, Jake knew that he touched an untouchable situation. So he smiled in return and nodded back. This was a person that he needed for now. This man was going to be a valuable ally, one that he had to milk for everything until he was here. Chapter 92 Horace's True Secret, Nolan. Nolan coughed and started walking to the right, along the wall of the giant wall. Now that they were walking toward another direction, with the practicing men to the right of them, and now that they were directly visible to the men, each and every one stopped what they were doing and looked at Nolan with a reverence. This was a reverence that did not come with spending money. This was a reverence that could not be bought. It was one of true respect. These people looked at Nolan like he was a god. And that confused Jake. He was wondering who this mysterious man was, who he never heard of in the 10 years that Horace dominated a part of the world. These people, they look at you with such respect. When others look at their boss, they look at them with fear, not respect. I wonder what you did to them. Did you save every single one of their lives? Jake asked. There wasn't a hint of amusement in his face though. This was a genuine question that he wants to ask this man. He was mysterious enough, having so much power, and yet was so weak in truth. Jake had an inkling of what was going to happen with Horace in the future. Its future was already decided because Nolan gave it such a wonderful foundation. But he did not seem to have the best health. Jake presumed that Nolan did everything. But the reason that Jake and no one else heard of this man was because he had passed away right before he came to the limelight. Jake shook his head though, and returned his gaze at the old man in front of him. Just 5 feet off the ground, with a hunched back taking away much of the height he had, this old man no longer seemed like the old fogey that was supposed to give way to the new generation. This man was the person who would make new things possible. He was the innovator, and he was a precious addition to the world. Looking at him, it felt like he was looking at a giant now, not a normal person. He was going to be very, very important. The little time that Jake spent with Nolan, he was supposed to impress Nolan so that Nolan would be impressed enough to sign that contract. But the exact opposite happened. Jake was starstruck in front of Nolan. Seeing the eyes of respect of the men he towered above, and making such controversial investment that Jake just knew would give such a wonderful return, Jake was the one impressed here, not the other way around. They reached the very end of the hallway that they walked to, the second corner of the hall. Only the hundreds of players were visible, and nothing else. Jake didn't know what Nolan brought him here to do, and the only thing that he could do was ask, "What are we here for, Chairman? Why are we here? You showed me your elite guard, but I canvassed your place outside. You don't have enough to get another whole hall in this place. There is no way that you have more place here." Jake asked. There is nothing good in learning something without a little fun, is there? Why don't we have a little suspense? Don't worry, I will to disappoint you. Nolan chuckled. Jake froze for a moment. He knew these words. After all, once upon a time, they came out of his own mouth. And now, he was hearing them right now? It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? But for a split second there, he understood what Myriad Arrows was feeling. Not being in the know sucked, and Jake understood that finally. Still, Jake couldn't leave the matter for later. He stopped, thinking back. He knew what Myriad Arrows would do in the future if Jake didn't intervene one bit. Myriad Arrows would juggle around a few small groups, making a name for himself, before finally settling down in the Roman kingdom, the Guild of Horus. It was a nerdy name, but it only meant dominance in the future that Jake lived. It was easy, connecting the dots from there. The reason that the chairman made an exception to come out specifically and to talk to him. He had to have some connection with myriad arrows. But Jake decided against asking Nolan just yet. He wanted to wait it out. It was always better having the advantage of knowing more than the other person. You are absolutely right, Chairman. I completely agree with you. I shouldn't have been such a hypocrite when I believe in that philosophy myself. Please, lead the way. I am too curious to see what you have ready for me. Jake shook his head and bowed it down slightly, showing his defeat. You are humble as well. The more time I spend with you, the more I like you. If only you were one of my children. Then this whole place would be yours in a few years. But it is too bad. Whoever birthed you must be so proud. Nolan warmly smiled. But the chit-chat was over now. Nolan's smile faded away as he looked at the wall and then at the men behind him. Many of them stopped their practice and looked at the people that had arrived. It was the chairman, someone who almost never came out. Who wouldn't want to see what this was about? And the chairman was actually accompanying someone? What are all of you looking at, you lazy buffoons? What do you think I feed you for? Get to work right now. Nolan suddenly shouted, his voice as hoarse as it could get by the end of the sentence. He struggled a little, slumping down. But with no support to stand on, he was going down. Jake moved like a flash, standing in front of the old man, and letting Nolan use his left shoulder as a support to stay standing. Good. I should stop shouting at these stupid people, don't know how to do what is done. That is why this is not the main force of the guild, young guild leader. If this was what the guild was going to rely on, then all of us would be absolutely screwed. Nolan laughed as he turned around looking back at the wall. It was just bricks there, and sure, bricks could mean that maybe one of them was a key to a secret entrance somewhere, but Jake highly doubted that. He didn't just walk into the guild hoping that everything would work out for the best. He needed to study who he was walking into, so he cased the joint. This was a big building, but its boundaries ended where Jake and Nolan were standing right now. There was absolutely no way that there was a secret entrance. Tap, tap, tap. Nolan tapped on a few bricks on the wall in a seemingly random manner. But those bricks all caved inward, with a Harry Potter-esque feeling to it. But they didn't rotate like in the magical world to create a nice portal to another street out of nowhere. Instead, it started moving the floor beneath them. The very floor began to tremble. Jake looked at the elite players behind him, but they didn't seem to be facing this problem. It was just him and Nolan. He looked down to see that the floor was distinctly cut into a single square that he and Nolan were on, and the rest of the hall behind him. This was a different segment of the hall. Click. He could hear the sound of something clicking, and then, the ground started moving. Nolan was there, smiling straight at him, as the floor that he was on started descending slowly. I have to ask you now, how did you afford all of this? How did you find the gold coins you need to buy all of this? Jake asked Nolan. There are ways to get gold coins within the game without some player selling them, Shadow King. You can trade silver coins for gold, or do you not know that? Nolan asked, chuckling. But that would mean that you would take a loss. You would lose money in the process. Who would ask for less than $1 per silver coin? Jake pointed out. If I kept waiting and didn't take this step, then with each succeeding day, the price of the gold coin would increase. I know that I need to put in everything that I have into the game, so I did. Nothing wrong in that. Nolan chuckled. Jake was shocked still. What kind of intelligent monster am I standing next to? He saw through so many patterns with ease. Jake gasped as he thought to himself. Chapter 93 Basement. Thud. The floor, or rather this hidden elevator, hit the bottom of the floor below. Jake trembled a little, but he quickly stabilized himself. Nolan held Jake's hand subconsciously, but the moment he could stand on his own, he left it. Forgive me. These days, I am getting weaker and weaker. I need to take care of myself better, or else, I won't be able to stand on my own 2 feet. Nolan smiled, but Jake only felt it a pity. If someone like this dies, then Horus will lose their best trump card. With leadership like this, a guild like the Roman Empire will only grow. Jake thought to himself. So then, let us keep going. I have not showed much to you yet. This is the exciting stuff after all. Nolan grinned, his perfectly white teeth showing. And you said that you couldn't afford a hidden door. I would have to sell everything that I own to try to get something like this. Jake shook his head. He had 30 gold coins at his peak. Maybe, if he put all of that 30,000 into this one place, it would be possible. But who would want to do that? Who would want to spend all of that money immediately? Only someone with a vision like Nolan could. Well, Jake would also invest all of the money he had in hand, but since he was in the outer districts, many of which were in danger of being swallowed by food shortages and zombies, he had to focus on that problem first. I said that I couldn't afford a hidden door indeed. It is an addition that costs way too much. After I finished all of this, why would I have any money left to do something like that? I had manual guards do that work. Nolan smiled. Well then, you are the boss, so I am not going to dare presume to know that I know more than you about how to spend money to make money. What do you want to show me? After all that you have showed me, I am way too curious as to what it is. Jake said. I will not disappoint. You have come a long way to see this, and I do not want to give you nothing but the best. But for this, it will take a little audience participation. Nolan said, his eyes glinting. What does he have planning? Jake felt a chilling wind blow on his back. His hair stood on its end as they got off the slightly raised elevator step and onto the floor below them. They were in a dungeon-like corridor. It was lit up by torches, their flame giving off light but no heat. Another feature of World Online. It wasn't a great feature in Jake's opinion, but he wasn't the man in charge. The whole basement gave Jake a creepy vibe. It felt like he was being taken to a place for sacrifice. Walking forward slowly, it was absolutely silent. None of them spoke. They didn't have anything to say to each other, and this wasn't the time for idle chit-chat. The corridor was long, but Jake didn't dare say anything about it. He wanted to make a comment about how it was a waste of space, but was it? What else could they use the space for? This was extravagance to the peak. Without a doubt, Horus had the largest guild headquarters in the entire world at the moment. No one else had the guts to use all that money to invest into a headquarters instead of good equipment. That reminds me. If you spent all of your money on the guild headquarters, then how are you going to afford rare equipment? And if your guild leader is decked in anything below the epic grade, that would be quite ironic and funny to look at, won't it? Jake smiled as he asked. He wanted to know what Nolan's plan was regarding equipment. A player was only half his talent. A good weapon would increase his strength by so much that the two players compared to each other were the difference between night and day. That is a good question. I am going to do what you did for your equipment. Nolan smiled and said. And what do you think that I did for my equipment? Jake raised his eyebrows. Do you think that this took all of Horus's money? You are underestimating the power of big corporations then. We have much more where this came from, and we can use that to grow faster than any of your guilds as long as we put that money in the right places. Nolan chuckled. I am well aware of your expert use of blacksmiths. Although I think that using NPC blacksmiths is ingenious, I would think that having player blacksmiths is a much better choice. They do much better work, and as long as they level up, and they have a good class, they can make much better equipment. Nolan said. You got your hands on a blueprint already? Jake asked, surprised. He only got the blueprint that he did because he used the necklace of that priest, and his luck increased. The loot that fell down was the loot of the first clear, and it was supposed to be better because of the item's effect. And still, all Jake got was one blueprint. The set was valuable, but it would only match one type of player. It couldn't just fit everyone. To outfit every single member in a guild and get them all custom made by in-house blacksmiths, Horus would need at least a few dozen blueprints, all of the rare rank, and all of them valued at hundreds of gold coins. The named sets were worth much, much more. We did buy a few. People seem to underestimate their value. Nolan nodded. Chapter 94 Fight. Jake was stunned, speechless. This was something that completely eluded him. There were people out there who happened to come across these blueprints and didn't know their value. Sure, after a few weeks, they would catch on pretty well, but it would still take a few weeks. And Jake had to capitalize on that. No wonder the Roman Empire was so dominant back in the day. They knew how to act before it even happened. The blacksmith revolution is bound to happen a few months from now, but Horus jumped on the train so early. Jake was shocked. And the thing was, if he wasn't here, and if he didn't hear what Nolan said, maybe he wouldn't have thought of the fact that a few auction houses were going to have a few of these blueprints and each one was going to sell for an undervalued price. This is a very good piece of information, Chairman. It will help us quite significantly. I wonder how it is that you came to know of this. If I didn't know any better, I would think that you were someone from Nova posing as a separate guild. Jake smiled as politely as he could. When you come to my position, the only thing that you can do is think. I have nothing else to do. All I do is spend time in these VR MMORPGs, and I think that at this point, even though I am still not an exceptional gamer, I know how they work. Nolan said. Experience really is the king of all. I will be in you care, and so will the Alliance. With someone like you in the Alliance, it will only prosper. Jake said. Don't suck up to me just yet. All you have seen are empty promises. Now, what you are going to see is the true product. Nolan stopped walking as they reached the end of the corridor. There was a hall to the left and a hall to the right. Both of these merged at one point. This was just one big hall beneath the entire headquarters. It was a secretive hall within the secretive hall that was already behind the CEO's office. No one would expect that a guild would take so much effort into hiding their secret trump cards. This giant hall was filled to the brim with players. Players of every single size, shape, and age. Jake could see that some of them were even less than 18 years old, because of the slight blue mark to the right of their player names. Horace was trying to look at the long term, nurturing even the young ones at such an early stage of the game. This was none other than a declaration that they were going all in into this game. This was the confidence that they had in the game, and in the fact that the game was going to replace the real world. Since it had been just a week or two since this information came to light that every country suddenly decided to force everyone into the game, everyone was skeptical. Maybe the countries took a hasty step because the situation in the world outside the protective bubbles of the rich districts was getting worse and worse. But Jake knew. Jake knew that there was no doubt countries were absolutely serious about this. And clearly, Nolan did as well. Horace is based in Greece, is it not? The one company that has been driving the Greek economy since their collapse a century and a half ago. Looks like you are getting a few things in return. Jake tested the waters. Getting something in return? Do not joke around. Those are some wild accusations. Now then, why think about all of that when we can talk about the children that we have before us? So many that are stronger than any of your guild members. But Jake shook his head. You may have spent a lot on your men, but I can guarantee that none of your men can even remotely try and defeat me, my right hand, and my second core member. Jake said. You are so confident in your men. Myriad arrows, I have heard of. But you have a second core member. I wonder who he is. Nolan asked. Since you have shown me all of this, trusting me as an ally, I will do the same to you as well. The second core member is a man named Kirch. You may have never heard of him. Jake said. Kirch? You mean the mercenary, Kirch? You actually got him to join your guild? Interesting. I never thought that the mercenary would be interested in joining a guild that would tie him down. Nolan raised his eyebrows. For a second there, Jake had a terrifying thought. For Nolan to have so much information about the game, about World Online, and even about Kirch, it could only mean one thing, right? That Nolan had reincarnated, the same as Jake. But Nolan dispelled Jake's concerns, maybe for the moment. He was such a good player in the last few AAA Vermopaired titles. I am sure that he will be the same here as well. You are lucky to have him as a part of your guild. Nolan nodded. So you know him from another game. Jake sighed with relief. He would rather not be in a competitive world where there were others who had knowledge of the past. Then I am sure that you understand. No matter how well you have nurtured your players here, it will be difficult to go against outcore. Jake said, trying to maintain a calm face. That is true. But my men are hot-blooded. So if they want to try and fight with the one who led a guild to the first raid completion in the game, then please do forgive them for their hastiness. Nolan said. Respectfully, you can cut the act, Chairman. You want me to battle them, don't you? Chapter 95 Elite of the Elite. It will be a good help to everyone. Who wouldn't want to see the guild master of Bright Horizon, and who wouldn't want to learn from him? Nolan nodded. This was a test, for all intents and purposes. A test that Nolan was putting Jake through so that he could gauge Jake's power in the game. Players that were practically rankers were valuable. Valuable enough that even though Horace put in millions of dollars into the cream of the crop here, they would trade all of them in a heartbeat just to obtain 10 ranker level players. Each one of them was equal to 1,000 normal players. The value that they brought to each guild was too much. The publicity, the increase in team power, and so many other factors meant that everyone wanted a ranker. And Nolan didn't think that Jake was one just yet. But he hoped. And that was why he asked Jake to participate a little here with these people. Fine then. You showed me so much, I guess I will have to just please you for once. Who do you want me to battle? Jake looked at the many people here, some sparring against each other, while others were just practicing on dummies. Why they needed a separate place for them, Jake understood. He understood Nolan's intention of keeping them all private. Who didn't want a secretive battalion of the strongest players that any guild had to offer? And Jake even knew what this battalion was called, because they had surfaced just once in his previous life, and that one time caused a storm in the virtual one so big that Nova had to step in and act as a mediator. The name? The Praetorian Guard. A name that didn't come off the mouth that well, and yet everyone knew once they came out. A terrifying group with power enough to rival whole guilds in just the small package that they were. And Jake was able to look at them before they were going to bud to their truest potential. Jake couldn't wait. Who am I going up against first? Jake asked, rubbing his hands. It looks like you are quite eager as well. Nolan smiled, his voice getting hoarser by the minute. Jake didn't want to ask about it though. Surely, someone like Nolan would know to take care of his health, and would know when to stop what he was doing. So then, let us get your first opponent ready. He raised his hands, and the moment he did, every single player seemed to gain a pair of eyes on the back of their head. All of them turned around to look at their superior, and then bowed toward him. One of them stepped forward. Yes, Chairman. Is there anything you need? He asked. Create a nice circle in the center of the hall. The guild leader of Bright Horizon here has kindly accepted my offer. Nolan said softly. There was absolutely no way that those in the other end of the hall could hear him. And yet the moment that Nolan said this, all the players here dropped what they were doing and started gathering near the entrance of the corridor and created a gigantic circle with a path to enter from the corridor that Jake was still standing in. It looks like you had them prepare this from the very beginning. To think that you were so ready for this. Jake shook his head and started walking through the path that was put forward for him. He could feel the watchful eyes of all of those players who wanted to battle him. All of these people were the elite among the elite. They had the arrogance of someone so strong. And who could stand it when someone wearing equipment that looked rusty and useless was the one who racked up the biggest achievement in the game to date? Who will be first? Jake asked as he stood on one of the corners of the circle, looking around at the different players who looked expectantly, but none of them moved. They couldn't afford to be the first fighter. The first fighter was practically the representative to the power of the Praetorian Guard. One who was not the strongest, but was still strong enough to put this foreigner in his place. I will be your opponent. A sweet voice came from one side. Jake raised his eyebrows with surprise. He didn't expect that that person was going to be a woman. In his patriarchal society, women weren't given such power. A petite-looking woman walked into the circle, with all of the players giving her way. She had a staff in her hands, indicating that she was a mage. Jake made a few calculations in his mind. There was no way that he could show his skill to this crowd. Nolan was strong enough to understand the implications of that equipment, and the fact that he had legendary equipment or a legendary class could come into light. That was the last thing that Jake wanted right now. Well then, are you going to ask me for an official duel? Jake asked. Ping. White Jade has requested a duel with you. Jake accepted the duel, and a green circle, the exact perimeter of the circle these elites created, appeared. It was exact. Jake had to appreciate their precision even in standing around him. These were soldiers, not rankers. They were trained perfectly. The green circle meant only one thing though. No one would die within this circle, and there would be no problem if one person attacked the other. It was one type of dueling where the players would not die. The two other modes of duels allowed players to kill each other, and obviously, as this was a simple show of strength and not a rivalry, neither party wanted to lose their precious levels. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 96 White Jade. What are you waiting for? Why don't you attack me? Jake asked, smiling. The match had started, but his opponent, White Jade, still hadn't made a single move. Her staff was held tight by both her hands, and a green stone at the top of it shone with a bright brilliance. She was a mage of the wind attribute, and certainly one of the rare class considering that she was representing the Praetorian Guard. I am never the one to make the first move. As a mage, making the first move will take some casting time, and I will be rendered defenseless. I would rather you make the first move and then I will adapt accordingly. She shook her head. I don't know what all of you were thinking, sending a mage here instead of a swordsman. A swordsman can show his true power only against a swordsman. Everyone knows that. Jake shook his head. This is my decision. Please then, make the first move. White Jade gestured. Jake did not move immediately though. He waited. This was going to be an important match for him as well, and he needed to win this match convincingly. And to do that, he needed to make all the right moves. A swordsman could only defeat a mage as long as he kept in close quarters. He needed to stay right near the opponent, and within a sword's distance so that he could interrupt her casting. But surely, they wouldn't send someone with a long casting time. The longer the casting time, the more powerful the spell, but the more vulnerable the mage during the casting. For a duel like this, Horus would definitely have its pick of mages, and they would definitely pick a mage with short casting times, and quick, short burst spells that wouldn't take out the entire health bar, but do significant damage. And this was not just going to be a battle of the classes. Jake's opponent was an expert, no doubt. To become a part of the Praetorian Guard, she probably proved herself in many VR MMORPGs before. So she was definitely going to be prepared for the tactics that Jake was going to use. Jake was going to have to improvise. Alright, you have to be quick and evasive, Jake told himself as he made the first move. He dashed toward White Jade, the most common move that anyone could use against a mage. But White Jade's mouth curled with disappointment. She was expecting more from this guild leader, and he was only using the most common play in the book. She waved her staff, and all of a sudden, a small circle of runes appeared a few inches in front of her, pointed toward Jake. The circle lit up in a few seconds, and a blast of wind rushed toward Jake. But the wind didn't connect. For Jake was no longer in front of the spell that was cast. Did you really think that I was unprepared for a quick caster? What? Do you think that you were the first quick caster I went up against in the game? Jake's voice came from the side. He was dashing toward White Jade, who retreated trying to create some space between her and Jake. But the agility of a swordsman was a lot more than that of a mage. Mages sacrificed every single one of their stats for just the one attack. Jake appeared in front of her in a few seconds, his sword raised about to slash down, when she leaped to the side. She raised her staff and pointed the mana crystal end toward Jake. Wind blade. A sharp gust of wind shaped like a blade with a green tint dashed toward Jake, who was ready for this. He raised his sword and quickly blocked the attack, recovering as fast as he could. But there were still a few meters between him and White Jade. He covered a lot of the ground, but he needed to get closer to her before he could launch an attack. So he moved. And he started running toward a retreating White Jade in a zigzag motion so that he wasn't an easy target. But she was still a strong mage. She had a few wind blades up her sleeve. Mages of each attribute had one attack that needed no casting time at all. That upgraded with each class upgrade, but this was a mage's last option. So that when the time came, a mage wouldn't be a lamb ready for slaughter. These attacks took a little more mana than usual, and a mage would run out of mana if he or she used this attack again and again. And the attack did a little damage, but it wouldn't be threatening. All it would do was slow down the opponent. For White Jade, this attack was the wind blade. And one of them hit Jake, pushing him back with a gust of wind. And now that she made a little distance between her and Jake, her staff's crystal shone with a bright light and her mouth moved slightly. She was chanting, and not seeing a rune circle appear just yet, Jake knew that the attack that was coming was a big one this time. He had to move fast to avoid whatever was coming. He ran toward the mage in front of him, because he didn't know what was coming. If this was an area attack, then he would take damage no matter what. He needed to stop her from chanting. Her eyes were glued to where Jake was as a rune formed in front of her. And then another. Each one felt like a timer. It was a timer for when the spell would go off. And for Jake, who was now a few feet away, the timer was about to go off. Despairing strike. Chapter 97 Victory. The runes around White Jade were about to make a full circle, but the sword was faster than her mouth. And the sword hit the mage. Critical hit. Minus 1,367 HP. Almost immediately, the HP bar of White Jade dropped down to yellow. One attack did so much damage, considering that she was a mage with terrible defense and worse health. She flew back, and the runes all disappeared. While she was on the ground, Jake jumped forward and his sword was pointed at her neck. Just a second late and I would have taken considerable damage. You are much stronger than I expected. I am surprised at your skill. Jake nodded with respect. For a mage to land a few hits on him, and almost cast a big spell which would have activated if Jake was just a sliver slower, was a big deal. Sure, Jake could use the reflect skill, but that was because of his legendary equipment. He knew that the skills and maneuvers that White Jade used were not possible by just anyone. So while White Jade had an ashamed look on her face, Jake was satisfied with his performance and his opponents. Your people are really talented, Chairman. I wonder what this elite group of players is called. Jake asked, chuckling. The Praetorian Guard. It is something that means a lot to me. Nolan said. The Praetorian Guard. The guards of the King of Rome. You must really like the kingdom, to be basing this whole guild after it. Jake laughed. Nolan was surprised though. You know of the Praetorian Guard? That is interesting. I didn't think that a young man would brush up on his history when the only thing that is expected of you is work and menial labor. He said. That is true. But I did read a few books in my meantime. Jake nodded. Well then, I saw what I needed to see. You do not disappoint at all. Let us look at something else then. Nolan smiled and said. You have something other than this that you want to show me? Something more interesting than a group full of elite players, all of them excellent prospects for a guild? You must be joking, Chairman. Jake looked at him with shock. I may have misspoken. This is our trump card. This is our true strength. This is what we are giving to the Alliance. But there is something else that I will need your opinion on. And it is somewhere else. Nolan said. He then waved his hand. Go back to work, he said. The circle of players disbanded, and everyone went to the exact position that they were in a few minutes ago. It was like Jake was looking at an army battalion. For everyone to be so perfectly disciplined. White Jade also disappeared unknowingly, and Jake didn't have the chance to commend her on her fighting. But Jake didn't care enough. Well then, what did you want to show me that is good enough for you to take away the chance to humiliate me with your excellent elites? Jake joked. There is a room here that would quite interest you, I suppose. A room that you might want to pay to take something away from. Nolan said. Don't tell me. Do you want me to give you a little cash so that you can finally have some in hand? I mean, you probably spent all that you have on his headquarters you have here. Jake said. Then what is it that is here, Chairman? My curiosity is killing me. Jake asked again. Someone told me that you like to drag out the suspense in things. Nolan raised his eyebrows. It looks like that someone is very close to me though, since I only do those to the people next to me. Jake looked straight at Nolan. They turned their backs to the hall as they walked along the corridor, Nolan leading. I do have a few spies everywhere, tailing those who interest me. That is why you are in my radar, Shadow King. Of course, that and the raid notification that the entire world has looked at. Nolan nodded. It looks like there is a side to you that I do not like. Jake didn't like the fact that there was someone tailing him, and that he couldn't even sense that. Do not worry. What you are going to see here won't disappoint you at all. Nolan smiled. I wonder about that. You have raised my expectations too high. And why are we going back to the elevator that you hid? Wait a minute. Where is the elevator? Jake realized that the elevator that descended to the basement was gone, and instead, there was an endless corridor that he didn't notice till now. You are truly too extravagant. This much space. This would cost you tens of millions of dollars to pull of. You would have lost a few millions just for the conversion. Jake exclaimed. That is true. Now then, when you fought that woman, White Jade, did you feel like they were lacking something? Anything that could make them stronger? Nolan asked. Jake paused for a second. Equipment. Without a doubt. In her hands, she has a good magic staff, but that is all that she has. She needs a good mage robe that can increase her defense and decrease her casting time by just a little. For mages, one-on-one is too disadvantageous. If she has tanks around her, then she can excel. He said. That is true. I need to raise them as a group and send them out. But I don't have the luck that you do, finding a raid that they can actually finish. Nolan expectantly looked at Jake. If you want me to give you a raid that your Praetorian Guard can complete, you can just ask for it. Jake sighed. Chapter 98 Treasury. Yes, Shadow King. That would be a big help. Nolan nodded. Well, that clears the line of thought that he also reincarnated. No one who reincarnated would need someone else to tell him which raids are the best to clear. Jake thought to himself. He then nodded back at Nolan. A raid that the Praetorian Guard can complete. Looking at the people there, and seeing that White Jade should be on the higher end of the spectrum, you can complete the Ogre Village encampment raid. Jake said. So if I go to a portal and type this out, I can choose this raid? Nolan asked. Only a guild leader of co-leader can do it. And for your guild, with a few hundred people here, it will cost around 10 silvers each to send these people there. Jake said. That is quite expensive. Nolan nodded. Pfft. You spent what? Tens of thousands of gold coins on this headquarters and you call a measly 50 or 60 gold coins expensive? He retorted. Money is still money, Shadow King. You should know that. You should know the value of saving a few gold coins here and there. All of that will accumulate and will become a larger whole in the future. Nolan pointed out. You will only profit in sending your people to the raid. I mean, the rewards of completing a raid are just too high to skimp on the little that you have to spend in sending them there, Jake said. May I ask what kind of gains you have observed from the raid that you have completed? What was the first clear reward? Nolan asked. You must have your spies, right? Why don't you ask them? Surely they will know. I think that since I have interested you, my guild has quite a few members from Horus, Jake said. Nolan did not respond to that. Instead, he stayed quiet, continuing to walk down this incredible long corridor. The silence was deafening, and Jake only took it as confirmation. There was someone by his side that he couldn't trust completely, and that person was definitely close to him. For Nolan to know of his tendencies so well, Jake could only think of one person that fit the bill, and it pained him to even think that. So he looked forward instead, hoping it would distract him from his painful thoughts. And it seemed like it came to the rescue. The corridor was coming to an end, and Jake could see that it took a sharp turn to the right. Nolan walked slowly toward the end, but he didn't take the turn like Jake expected him to. Then, he tapped the wall in front of him in a few places. Click! Something inside suddenly clicked, and the wall started moving. The bricks that made the wall started moving aside, and this time, Jake was reminded of the classic scene he had seen in the age-old movie of those wizards who ran around as kids. The wall moved to the sides, and a door was created. Just how many fake doorways do you have in this place? What is so precious that you would need this many precautions for it? Jake asked. There are people that I don't trust with this information, Nolan said. And you would trust me? That concerns me. Why would you trust a stranger more than you would trust someone in your own guild? Jake asked. I trust everyone who is on the floor right now. Everyone here knows exactly what this is, and will know better than to steal from me. And as for those above, the ones in the secret hall that you saw are also quite respectable people. They are good seeds. But at the end of the day, there are only so many people that I can trust with this information. And you give me a good feeling. You are someone that I can invest in, Nolan said. I think I made this clear before. I am not going to sell even a fraction of Bright Horizon until I want to. Selling a part of it now will only give me a loss, Jake said. I do not want a part of Bright Horizon, boy. It is a very special guild, and I do not see any value in a guild like that. After all, I have seen many companies like that. Companies that only exist because of a certain person who holds it all together. In my eyes, the value of that company is not the value of the employees that work there. It is the value of the person holding it together. That person is worth even more than the company itself, Nolan said. And you are someone like that. Someone I see immense potential in. I have seen your face twitch many times on the way here, and I guess you would have figured it out even if I didn't clue you in until now. But what you are thinking is about half right. The person that told me about you, and the reason that I wanted to meet you is him. Nolan nodded. So Myriad Arrows is a spy for Horus. I guess I shouldn't have given that much to him. Jake sighed. Do not get the poor boy wrong. He did nothing wrong. In fact, he is not coming to the Roman Empire at all. He is going to stay in Bright Horizon. And that was his decision, not mine. He wants to stay in Bright Horizon, and I cannot stop him. So I can only hope that you will help him out. I can only hope that the environment that he is in will be the best possible. And that is why I am showing you this. Horus's Treasury. Chapter 99 Trust. Jake's eyes shone as he entered the room that was shown to him. It wasn't big. It wasn't an insanely big hall like the hall on the floor above, or the one that was just shown to him. But what was in it was something that interested Jake a lot. A decently sized room on its own right, and was only considered small because of the expectations that were raised with the prior two of Jake's tour of the quarters. There were shelves everywhere, and on these shelves, items. Looking at these items, Jake was honestly shocked. There were materials here. Tons and tons of materials. Not items, but materials. Items weren't going to be that interesting to Jake, who had his own store. He had an abundance of them. He also had a few epic items, as he got a few from the raid. But materials were a different story. To get good materials to work with, there were two ways. One was to buy them. It cost more, and shipped away at profits. And the other was to complete missions, and grind in certain places. But to do that, one needed numbers. Numbers that Jake didn't have until recently, and numbers that Horus had since the beginning. And it looked like Horus put those numbers to very good use. No wonder you are so sure that you can grow your blacksmith division so well. You are very confident about this. But why are you showing this to me? I still don't understand. The Praetorian Guard was enough. You have convinced me that you will be an indispensable ally in the future. So why are you showing me cards that you are not supposed to show any outsider? Jake asked. Cough. Nolan coughed as he smiled bitterly. You have seen me weak, frozen, and barely able to walk even though this is the virtual world. Nolan started. Well, what you thought was right. I have a little problem over here. He tapped his head. And it isn't going to go away. Not even with the way the world has progressed with medical advancements. 200 years they have been touting that a cure for cancer was on the horizon, and for 10 years, I waited. He sighed. You have a tumor in your brain. Jake was shocked. The future of Horace lies in you, little friend. For that boy to follow you, it means that the future of Horace is following you, riding on your coattails. That only means that what you do will affect how this company will turn out. He said. What is the true identity of Myriad Arrows? Why did you call him the future of Horace? Jake frowned, confused at what was going on. Why not? He is my grandson after all. The one who was supposed to become the guild master of this place until you showed up and stole him away from me. Nolan chuckled. You want me to help Horace stay afloat? No, little boy. You aren't understanding me. I have a few months to live. And for the next few months, it will be my task to make Horace one of the best guilds in the world. But after that, it will need a good leader to lead it. Kyle was supposed to be that leader. But then, he didn't listen to me and went off to Loveil for some reason, and joined another guild, because someone helped him get an epic class no less. I was interested, so I had to put a few tails on you, send a few people into your guild to see what was going on, and I am not going to lie, I was blown away. You are one of the few who has truly understood what to do with the game, and how to grow in it. He said. And that is why, when I go, Kyle may stay with you, but I want Horace to still be a part of the alliance, and I want you to help them with any difficulty that may arise. Nolan said. Jake was shocked still for words. He didn't know what to say. Nolan wanted to put the future of Horace in his hands? $1 billion corporation and he was supposed to be the safeguard? This is going to be a tough sell for me, to convince you to take up such responsibility. So I will give you time. But before that, I want you to just take a look at one other thing and maybe it will help expedite your answer. Nolan smiled. You will take me to the smithies, and I will be utterly flabbergasted. I know how this is going to end. You have given me enough surprises for the day. I understand. You have made this guild a unicorn, one that can grow as long as someone as good a leader as you steps up after you are gone. Jake nodded. And who doesn't want to be the leader of a unicorn guild, right? Nolan looked expectantly at Jake. I am going to have to refuse. I cannot do this. Jake shook his head though. Nolan's face fell. He was crestfallen. I wonder why. I thought that anyone would be thrilled at the fact that they would be leading one of the biggest companies in the world. I mean, Horace is no joke of a company. We have been pioneering innovation for decades, and our guild is bound to be huge. Nolan said. I understand where you are coming from, but what you want from me, it isn't going to come. You need a leader to replace you, but I cannot be that person. And Myriad Arrows is not someone that I can afford to lose, not after I have invested so much in him. Jake said. Then what do you want to do? Nolan asked. Are you willing to take a disciple? Someone that you want to nurture? Jake's mouth curled up into a smile as he thought of something truly interesting. Chapter 100 Disciple. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound of the clock ticking was the only thing that was constant in the house that seemed dead. It was dark, all the lights turned off even though it was the middle of the day. The curtains were all drawn up, and there was only one person who was up in the entire house of 4 people. Jake took a glass of juice, downing it in one go, and went up the stairs. Looking at the nearest room to the stairs, he shook his head. His parents were in there, and he had no idea where they were right now. It was a little different than last time, because they were in a different place, and too many things had happened that changed everything. Jake had no idea what his parents were up to right now, but he did have some control on what was happening in the next room. He stopped at Michael's room. A wooden placard, hand-carved and roughly decorated, was the only sign that this was Michael's room. The one thing that he brought here along with his clothes was this placard, something that had donned his room's entrance for most of his short life. Jake did not even bother knocking, because his brother was definitely in the game at this time. His mother made sure that Michael was getting all the schooling he needed virtually. The room was a little different than Jake's. It was smaller, but that was not Jake's decision. It was Michael's own. Michael chose this room. Michael was nowhere to be seen though. His pod was in the center of the room, and it was opened. There was no one in it, and Jake already knew that there was no one in the bathroom outside. Michael seemed to have disappeared. Jake took a step forward. He knew the dimensions of the house when he bought it. Every room was supposed to be around the same size. But Jake knew that the room wasn't supposed to be this small. He looked around and saw a few chips on the wall. It looked like someone forced the closet doors off and had moved the bookshelves there, covering the closet space up. The things that this boy does. He shook his head and stepped to the bookshelves. He looked down at the skid marks. If he asked me, I could have arranged for a slightly better secret door. He tries to hide too much these days. Jake sighed and pulled on the bookshelf. Brother, what are you doing? A scream came from inside. What do you think that you are doing? Jake chided. But this is the only thing that I can do here. Everyone is in that game, and I don't know anyone here. Mom said that I am not allowed to go outside. Michael's face was crestfallen. Don't worry. I am not going to tell Mom. What did I tell you always? Snitches. Get stitches. Good. You remember. So then, I am sure that school is becoming a little boring, right? Jake smiled. Yes. I don't understand. We are supposed to play a game, not go to school. Michael said. That's right. So then, do you want to go play a game? Jake smiled. Yes. Michael nodded fervently. The chance of playing instead of studying was something that he was willing to take in a heartbeat. Then how about this? You are still a boy, so you need supervision, or you might say something wrong in front of someone that will get angered too easily. I will send you to someone I know. Jake smiled. What? I escape one teacher and run into someone else supervising me? How is that fair? Michael whined. Remember, this is a very important person, and I am risking a lot sending you there. So if you want to have fun, you have to follow some ground rules. And you should never follow any ground rules or I will tell Mom that you are skipping school. Jake said. But you dash. Remember, snitches get stitches. You don't tell Mom and I won't as well. This will be our little secret. Jake said. Fine. What are the rules you want me to follow? Michael asked. First, no matter how many times people ask you, even if it is the person that I am sending you to, do not tell him who you are in real life. Details of the real life are out of bounds. Use your in-game name. What is your game name, by the way? King Holton. Sounds good, right? Michael smiled. Jake slapped his own forehead with frustration. How can you be so stupid as to put your real name as a part of your game name? You stupid. Fine. I will give you the money to change it to something else. Jake sighed. Why? It sounds good. Michael protested. Because it is not safe. Do you really want to tell random people your name? Remember, everyone in the world can see your username. Jake reminded. Fine. Michael said. But isn't that going to cost 1 gold coin? That is $100. I think it is going to cost even more because they are so rare. Mom really is going to kill me. Right when the going is tough, a few tears appeared in Michael's eyes. What do you think I am here for? Remember, don't tell Mom and I won't. Don't worry too much. Once you do what I tell you to, and you are done with the apprenticeship below the person that I am sending you to, you are going to have a good time in the future. Jake smiled. Now then, on to the second rule. Whatever you do, when you are next to me, you will address me as Shadow King. You will not tell anyone my real name. The third rule. You will never tell Mom what is happening. If she finds you skipping school, you will tell her that you bunked class and went out with your friends. I will take care of the aftermath. But the teacher shouldn't be a problem. I will take care of the teacher after all. The fourth rule. Chapter 101 Disciple, Part 2. Blackstone Kingdom, Capital City. Brother, where are we going? And why did you give teacher so many coins? Those coins are worth money, you know. Michael's high-pitched whines were all that Jake could hear. Trust me, paying her was the better alternative. Now that we paid her, she can't exactly tell Mom where you are and that you are not in class. Jake explained. But where is this? I don't like this place. It feels so weird to me. Michael said. He was 2 heads shorter than Jake, and everyone could see that a child was walking the main streets of the capital. It was rare to see children walking around. They were usually in a few schools that were set up all over the kingdoms, and parents paid a few coins to keep the kids there. Michael was definitely out of place in this giant city. They halted in front of the guild headquarters of the Roman Empire. The guards there looked at Jake and recognized him. The CEO will see you. He said that he is ready to meet you. The guard on the left nodded. Why the charade? Jake sighed and took Michael in, holding his hands. As he walked in, this time, he didn't make any outrageous statements. The last time he said anything, it hit him right back. And the hall was as busy as it could get, so no one cared about the two people who had just arrived at their guild headquarters. Where is this place, brother? There are so many people. Michael's fearful face turned into that of sparkling curiosity. In the situation that the world landed itself in, going outside was almost impossible in the danger districts. So when Jake and Michael grew up, they couldn't go to the malls and shopping centers that so many movies showed. And in the virtual world, Michael was once again forced into some school, with maybe 40 or 50 students his age. This was the first time that he laid his eyes on such a big gathering of people under a single roof. And it truly blew him away. You could actually spend your free time here, but all of that is for later. Right now, you have to blow him away. Jake said, I get it. Be respectful, always do what he tells me to do. I don't know why you are doing this. You wanted me to escape school, and you are literally sending me to another one. Michael sighed. Trust me on this. You will only appreciate me in the future for doing this. Jake smiled. Both of them stopped as they reached the room where Nolan first met Jake the day before. Jake knocked on the door, the present sound of wood meeting knuckle echoing inside. Jake could hear heavy breathing inside. Enter. Jake opened the door before giving one final glance toward Michael. Behave. The door opened, and the familiar room inside revealed itself. Jake and Michael walked in, and the door closed behind them. Jake looked at the person sitting on the chair this time. It wasn't Nolan. It was a middle-aged man, bordering on the term old, looking at the two who just entered with interest. Where is the chairman? Jake asked. Jake stopped him before he said anything. You must be Mr. Grant, the CEO of Horus. I was supposed to meet you and instead, I met the chairman last time. Jake went closer to John Grant, and shook his hands, before leaning closer. One word about who I am and what I do, and I will make sure that you will have it. Jake gave John the death stare. He would rather make an enemy out of the CEO of Horus before telling any of his family members what he did in the game. The thing he did were of such a big scale that it was best if his family was nowhere near it. As for Michael, Jake brought him here because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Michael. Sure, Jake could find a good epic class for him, but Michael wasn't strong enough to pass the trials that it would need. Instead, entering the tutelage of one of the most brilliant geniuses in the world right now, and gunning to succeed the Roman Empire, now that was something that Jake couldn't let go of, even though he didn't want to do it himself. Ah. John leaned back and nodded. Forgive me then, it was my mistake. He said. Where is the chairman? Is he in? Jake asked. He is inside He isn't available right now. John said. Where are you? I brought you your disciple, he sent a chat. Then, he waited, looking at what Michael was doing. It was the first time that Michael had been in a private office this big. And being the child that he was up and running, looking at every small decoration of the place. But it didn't take long for Jake to get a reply back. I will be with you in a few minutes. Please, enter the secret hall. Jake smiled and held his hand out. We have to go, Michael. We do not want to keep the good sir waiting, do we? He said. Come on, brother. Look at all these books. Michael looked at the two bookshelves opposite the ones behind the CEO's desk. Looking at all the selections, he was just mind blown. Come on. I will give you a few later. They are dirt cheap in the virtual world. Now then, we have to get going. Mr. Grant, can you please knock on the bookshelves there? Apparently, the chairman will meet us there. Jake gestured at John. Repeat after me, Panda sucks. Now then, those who know, will know. As for you, the ones behind Panda, shame on you. 076205. Chapter 102. Michael meets his master. Rumble. Before John could even react, the bookshelves behind him started to move. Wow. A secret door. At that level. Michael said with shock. Be silent. You shouldn't say these things out loud. Jake smiled, but his words were in no way harsh. This was just an older brother making sure that his younger one wouldn't be frowned upon in the public later on. Right. Michael nodded as he stayed close to Jake. The duo walked toward the opening of the bookshelves, while John was just struck shocked. Jake walked into the giant secret hall number 1, and Michael's mouth was agape looking at the hidden real estate that no one outside knew existed. How did they hide so much place? This is so crazy. Michael said with shock and curiosity. Ah, so this is the person that you want me to mentor for a while, is it, Shadow King? Nolan's voice came from the side of the entrance that they just walked through. Jake looked at the old man, who had a cane this time, and was looking at him, or rather, at Michael, with interest. That is right. A bright child, and I am sure that you would rather have someone like this by your side and at the helm because he is my brother. I will not hesitate to help him out when the time comes after all. Jake said. Now then, when you said that you would bring me a promising disciple, I thought that you had a bright friend in mind. I didn't think that you would bring your brother here. Nolan had a faint smile on his face. Well, isn't this only fair? I have my brother at your place, and Myriad Arrows stays next to me. It will be quite the alliance that will be forged between us. Jake smiled. Ah, and the rules that we have discussed will be implemented to perfection. That is my guarantee. Nolan nodded. This is my baby brother, Chairman. If anything happens to him, even though this is a game, I will not forgive you. For a second there, Jake's face became the face of the Lord of Hell, before it returned back to normal. It will be his absolute honor to be learning from a legend like you. I can only hope that he will learn to use his instincts as you do. Jake said, changing the tone in an instant. Haha. Nolan nervously laughed. When it came to protectiveness, it was clear that Jake wouldn't let anything happen to Michael. The pain of losing him once was enough for Jake. He would not let anything happen to Michael again. Can we have a talk in private though, Shadow King? I wanted to discuss a little thing about the deal we had. Nolan said, glancing at Michael for a second. Sure, Jake nodded and then bent down to Michael. Look around. This is where you will be for a while. If you do not like it, then tell me immediately, and I will take you back to school. But if you do like it, then this will be a great place for you to stay. He said. Once they were clear of anyone else, Nolan looked at Jake with a weird face. You want me to mentor your little brother? Do you understand how stupid this seems? Nolan said, his voice getting hoarser by the minute. I have little time left. That was why I was willing to let the future of the guild rest in the hands of a foreigner. And now, you are telling me that you want your brother, what? A kid so young. What is the point? He asked. I understand your anger, Chairman. But there is a method to this madness. Jake tried to calm the chairman down. I understand that you are low on time, but what you do not understand is that I am not asking you to make Michael the guild master once you are gone. In fact, I would want nothing more than for you to stay here forever. But as we all know, humans cannot live forever, and that is why I am asking you to give me a favor and pass on your invaluable knowledge to my brother, just as I pass on mine to your grandson. It will be a win-win situation. Jake said. I should have never revealed the fact that Kyle was my grandson to you. To think that you would leverage it in such a way, Nolan jokingly said. Well then, you want me to teach my ways to your brother. What do I call him again? He expectantly looked at Jake. 9-star Celestial Phoenix, Jake said. It was a long name, longer than what Jake wanted. But unfortunately, he didn't have override functions on Michael's screen, and this was the name that he chose, as childish and long as it was. So you insist on keeping your identities private once more. Nolan sighed. This is only for our safety. As you have long suspected, we are not like you. We do not have the deep pockets that we do, so we cannot just reveal our identities on a whim. Jake said. Fine. I will teach your brother, 9-star. This is too long. I will just call him Star, for now, it will be easier. And in return, whenever the guild needs Bright Horizon, it will help us out. And that includes priority of the expeditions. We want to be above everyone else in this alliance of yours. Nolan said. That was already set in stone. The moment that you agreed to take in a disciple, I will suggest you. Jake smiled. Fine. I will take over this boy now. I don't even know what to do, teaching him. How do I teach him of my ways? Nolan shook his head. Just let him go through your everyday stuff, and in the middle, throw him a few scraps and let him increase his level. He is still in level 1 after all. Jake said, chuckling. Ah, so an overglorified assistant that I just can't overwork. That is much better. Nolan chuckled. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 103. Michael. What is brother thinking? What is this weird place? Michael mused as he dragged himself behind Nolan. For the entire day, Jake left him in this strange place, completely foreign to him, and the only thing that he had to do was listen to Nolan's orders. This old man? All he was doing was talk to people and sign things. All day, it was getting boring. The reason that he skipped school for this was that this was supposed to be interesting, and the frustration on his face was showing. Nolan noticed this and sighed, shaking his head. Fine. I will entertain you for a little while. He said as he beckoned Michael to come a little closer. Star. So then, you have seen me do things all day. What did you see me do, and what do you think will happen because of the things that I did? Nolan asked. Well, sir, you went to this hot place where you make the equipment for the players to use, so you can sell them for hire, right? Michael said. Well, it isn't as simple as that. Let us talk about how the guild that you see here works. Nolan started walking, and Michael closely followed. They were in the basement at that particular moment, and they had passed the forge and were going toward the training hall of the Praetorian Guard. For all of these people, you need good items, and to buy that equipment will be very expensive on the long run, so we can just make our own equipment instead. Nolan said. But why in the long run? You can just buy the equipment, use it, and after you are done with it, or if you want to use something better, you can just sell it, right? Michael pointed out. Even though he was young, he wasn't dumb, and the last few years, he tinkered around with his older brother's headset that was lying around, and he had his own time with games online. Haha, looks like that Shadow King didn't send me a complete buffoon. Nolan chuckled. Any other game and we could try what you were talking about. But that is not the same here in World Online. In World Online, once you use some equipment, it will start showing some wear. And once a piece of equipment has some wear and tear, it drops in value by way too much. Nolan said. Then you can just repair it, right? Those blacksmiths that you hire can fix the items. There should be someone with that skill. Michael said. And you are right. There is. One person among the hundreds that we told to take the blacksmith class, and even then, this one person chanced upon a rare class one day. It is not easy to repair items. We can't just waste his time on some random item. Only the best will be put into the K. Nolan said. Wow. So that means that if you can get the most number of repairers, then won't that mean that you can buy the items for cheap, repair it, and then flip them for a profit? Michael pointed out. Wait, what? Nolan stopped dead in his tracks and looked back at Michael. He then bent down with some effort, leaning down on his cane, and looked closely at the much shorter Michael. What are you? Are you really just 10 years old? Or perhaps you are actually older and you just look like this? No, I am 11. Stop staring at me like that. Michael stepped back. Around him, the players from the Praetorian Guard looked at the young boy that was accompanying the chairman with interest. This was a new face, a face that they had never seen before. He was definitely not the chairman's grandson. That man was older, but not too old as to have a son this young. So who was he? Get back to work. What are you doing, staring at someone else? Nolan looked at them with a fearful glare on his eyes. Sorry, Chairman. The Praetorian Guard apologized in unison as they all went back into swinging their swords, or their weapon of choices, again. What you said, boy, it is going to be really interesting if we can pull it off. But it is hard to find so many repairers. Nolan said. Yeah, rare classes are hard to find. Brother said that as well. He told me that if I found a rare class, I should tell him immediately so that he can help me prepare for it. Michael said. Interesting. Do you know what class your big brother is in? Nolan leaned in, curious to know more about this Shadow King that he knew nothing about, other than the fact that he was the guild master of Bright Horizon. Brother told me not to tell you anything about him or me. He told me that the only reason that I am here is to learn. Michael stuck his tongue out playfully. That is too bad. Well then, you will open up sooner or later, I am sure of that. So then, let us look at something else then, and see what you think about it. Nolan nodded and they turned back to walk to the center of the corridor so that they could go back up. I wonder, sir, if you have so many people who are ready and so skilled, why don't you send them to the grinding zones? It is much more efficient than just putting them here and making them swing their swords. Michael asked. If you send them to the monster hunting zones, then they can swing the same sword, and they can get whatever skill points you want there as well, right? Why make them do this here? Michael asked. Because the stats that they get here are bonus stats. Stats that will be added on top of their regular ones. Now that you think about it, won't it help me if I just make you train with the Praetorian Guard when I can't have you tag along? Nolan smiled. Michael looked up to see his mentor smiling, and he felt a chill behind his back. Surely, this was going to work out fine, right? Right, brother. He thought to himself. Chapter 104 Shadow King. Jake paused as he stopped in front of the store. He didn't know what he wanted to do with myriad arrows. For a second there, he regretted finding out about him. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. It was just terrible finding out that his right-hand man was actually the grandson of the chairman of another company. Sure, Nolan tried to convince Jake that Myriad Arrows really did want to stay in Bright Horizon, but what could Jake think anymore? He gave Myriad Arrows an epic class, but in return, he couldn't even tell Jake the truth. Jake was truly disappointed in Myriad Arrows, but he put all of that to rest as he walked into the store. It was jam-packed still, with people coming in, some of them for the items, but many more interested in joining the guild. Its popularity was still the highest ever, and there were a lot of people coming into the city just to take a look at the most popular guild in the world. Jake walked up the stairs, and as he did, players around him started quieting down, and looking at the man of the hour, or rather, the last day. That's the guild leader. He is the one who found the raid that the guild could complete. A few whispers on either side found their way to Jake's ears. He walked up the stairs, and soon came to the second, and then the third floor. There was one person waiting right in front of the guard, at the edge of the third floor. He was a middle-aged man, no one that Jake recognized, which meant that he was either someone that didn't have any significance, or was someone with too much significance for the previous week Jake to know about. "You are?" Jake asked as he gestured at the guard, telling him to move out of the way. "You must be the guild leader of this wonderful guild. I have been trying to meet you for a while, but you weren't here," he said. "You are?" Jake asked again. He didn't respond to any questions until he knew that this was someone that he could waste his time on. For now, he just wanted to confront Myriad Arrows and ask him what his future plans on the guild were. "Ah, I am the guild elder of the guild, Shadow King Guild. I wasn't aware of the fact that someone had actually used our guild name as a username. We were wondering who it was, but to think that it was a guild leader himself." The man smiled. Jake's irritated expression disappeared. He felt a surge of energy to deal with the person that was in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. This was humoring. Someone from the Shadow King Guild actually appeared in front of him. "So you guys are named the Shadow King Guild. But surely you should have known that the name was taken because you couldn't choose it in the username check?" Jake asked. "Well, the guild name was decided after the CEO of our corporation had decided it. We had intense debates about it. So is there any way that you can change your name?" This man asked. "Sure, I can absolutely change my name." Jake nodded. They walked into the floor now, where Myriad Arrows was sitting in Jake's spot, his eyes clearly on a chat window. He got up immediately after seeing that Jake had entered. "Shadow Key Dash. You are willing to change your name? That is so great. We will be honored." The guild elder from Shadow King smiled. "But there are a few things that I want in exchange for the name." Jake smiled once more. "What do you want? As long as we can satisfy those conditions, we will do it." The elder nodded as fast as he could. This was a priority task for his guild right now. The shame that someone else had the name that was their guild's name was too much. They couldn't allow it. Jake, though, was as nonchalant as one could be. "I don't get why they want to get the name so much. I mean, even if someone had the username, Bright Horizon, I couldn't care less. I would laugh at that person though, for using it as a username." He thought to himself as he readied the demands that he wanted. Demands would be an understatement. What he was asking for was a king's ransom. "I want 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins worth of land in any kingdom of your choice, not an empire though, and 10 blueprints, all of the rare grade, 10 epic items, and, yeah, this seems enough." Jake nodded. Although Myriad Arrows didn't know what was going on completely, he did know that for the things that Jake just asked for, there was no one in the world that would give him that much. The elder stuttered. "What is this? I thought that you wanted to give us the name. Are you trying to mess with us?" The elder stuttered. But he wasn't talking to a lower guild like he was used to. Talk around the street was that Bright Horizon was in collaboration with Veneer, Horus, and so many other companies, all of them bigger than the corporation that was backing the Shadow King Guild. Gritting his teeth, he turned around, but Jake stopped him. "I wanted to tell you, please send that guy, Killian, my respect. I want him to know that he has a fan in the Bright Horizon Guild." Jake smiled. The elder turned around and looked at Jake weirdly, before he started bolting out of the staircase. "Yeah, I expected him to do that. That was quick though. To think that I would come across someone from the Shadow King Guild so fast." Jake thought to himself as he turned around, and faced Myriad Arrows. "Right, I forgot about you." Chapter 105 Confronting Myriad Arrows. "Wow, what was that?" Myriad Arrows asked, chuckling. "What did he do to you?" Jake did not answer Myriad Arrows. He silently came up to him, who was standing and to the side of Jake's chair now. Take a seat. Jake gestured to the opposite chair and sat in his spot. What's wrong with you today? Why are you so gloomy? Myriad Arrows asked, confused, as he took the seat that was given to him. I just talked with the chairman of Horus. Nice old chap, about to die. He started. Don't you think that you should give him a little more respect than the dash? Shut up for a moment, will ya? Jake shouted. The floor went completely silent as Myriad Arrows was completely blown away. He didn't know what had just happened. This was the first time that he saw Jake like this. Now then, I spoke with Nolan Horus, and we had an interesting discussion. We spoke about the future of the Roman Empire, and then he spoke about his grandson, Kyle. The moment his name was uttered, Myriad Arrows quivered. So you found out, huh? Myriad Arrows sighed. I found out. What do you think I am running, a charity? The question shouldn't be whether I found out or not. It should be why you didn't tell me. Jake stood up with anger. This is why I didn't tell you. Who would want to put me in their guild if they knew that my grandfather was the chairman of Horus? Would you? Would you let me be the first guild member of your guild if you knew? Myriad Arrows shouted back. I would have. I would have. I don't care if you are the goddamn son of Nova's CEO, but you didn't tell me. So how do you expect me to trust you in the future? When I saw you, I trusted you enough to usher you into a goddamn epic class. You would think that telling me the truth would be a simple thing. Jake shouted again. This was turning into quite the shouting match now, and both sides were standing up, heated. Jake took a deep breath first. Fine. Tell me your story, and I will listen to it. I won't be unreasonable. Jake said, sitting back down. He had to be the bigger person now. At this crucial point for the guild, it was better to make some compromises than to leave his second best player just like that without knowing his side of the story. Thank you. Myriad Arrows stressed as he sat back down as well. I was never spying on you or anything. I was just a part of your guild like a normal person. I just wanted to be a normal person for once. Without 1,000 people around me or something. Everyone thinks that being the grandson of the chairman is awesome, but it has so many more problems. Myriad Arrows said with a low tone. So when I had a chance to do whatever I wanted to do in this online world where I wouldn't die, I went to an empire that was nowhere near where grandfather put up shop. And that was where I met you. I couldn't have you run away because you were afraid of Horus, so I shut my mouth. I guess grandfather spilled the beans. Myriad Arrows asked. Yes. Now he tells me that you talked to him a lot about me. Of course I would. Wouldn't you tell your brother or father about some legend that you met and helped give you an epic class? Don't tell me? Did he tail you with a spy because of that? Myriad Arrows asked. Now, World Online was a little different from other VR MMORPGs. Well, in this particular case, if we look at other cases, it is way too different, in that it displays emotion from the brain in facial expressions. And Jake could see the concern and worry on Myriad Arrow's face. This was not the face of a spy for sure. Jake knew the face of a spy. There was a short stretch where he was forced to be one. Jake raised his eyebrows. He did this before. So he actually set spies on you? Myriad Arrows sighed. No wonder you are so mad at me. I was shocked at why you were furious to this extent. Looks like he spied on you. Myriad Arrows slumped to his chair. Jake didn't know what to say anymore. His anger in Myriad Arrows was gone now, but now that this confrontation happened, things were going to be odd for a while. Jake hated that things progressed to this point, but what could he do though? This was beyond his control. Damn it. If only we have something to do at this point. Jake thought to himself, and then he realized something. He did. Fine. Myriad Arrows. Looks like we have some talking to do before the guild can see a cohesive front at the top. So we have to go take a small break outside the guild. How about I take you somewhere interesting? Jake asked, smiling. Myriad Arrows was confused. Looking up innocently, he asked, where are we going? It is a Serperia. I guess you won't like it when I say it like that, will you? You hate these suspenses. Jake stopped himself at the last moment and smiled bitterly. Follow me. We will be going to the ancient kingdom of Croatia. Croatia? What is that? I have only heard of the country, never the kingdom. Myriad Arrows asked. Yeah, that makes about enough sense. Who will possibly know every single kingdom out there? I mean, there are like hundreds of them. It will take time for you to remember every single one of them. Jake chuckled. And yet you seem to know every single one of them. Myriad Arrows laughed back as both of them walked through the doors that led out of the third floor. They entered screaming, and they left laughing. Chapter 106 Spies. Jake and Myriad Arrows stopped in front of the portal of Difast, ready to move to the ancient kingdom of Croatia. Jake paid the fees to enter and stopped for a moment. Remember, what you are going to see once I take you to this place will be absolutely mind-blowing, so I don't want you to lose it. Jake said. Think of it as a treat. Now then, let us get going. Jake said as he took the first step forward, entering the giant portal. Behind him, Myriad Arrows took a deep breath as he also entered the portal. And then there was silence. The city was crowded, but the people at the portal came into the city, and weren't leaving it. But there was one person closely watching the duo who just left the city and the kingdom. Yes, boss. Both of them left. That's right. It looks like they seem fine together. A sweet voice said into a walkie-talkie of sorts. Good. Did you happen to see where they went? A hoarse voice came from the other side. No, boss. That Shadow King covered his selection such that no one could see what he was putting in. The woman trailing Jake and Myriad Arrows said. That is unfortunate. Why don't you leave for now? You can tail him later. The voice on the monitor said. Yes, boss. The woman nodded, and she put the device down, turning around leave the area. Don't you think that you have some explaining to do? I wanted to have a nice discussion with the one who was trailing me for quite some time now. A crisp, loud voice stopped her in her tracks. To think that the chairman would use someone from the Praetorian Guard for this meaningless task. Jake shook his head as he walked toward the woman from the side. Ho how? I saw you walking through the portal. She stuttered. Well, it's easy enough to come back as well. And there are two sides to the portal. One for entering, one for leaving. Jake chuckled as he closed in. 100 Flower Rain. I think you are a part of my guild, actually. Jake paused for a moment as he looked at his guild list. Indeed, this woman was a part of his guild, but he was absolutely sure that he saw her in the training of the Praetorian Guard. To think that he would let someone like you bind yourself by contract to my guild. Truly interesting choice. Jake commented. Where is the young master? 100 Flower Rain looked around, trying to find Myriad Arrows, but he was nowhere to be found. Don't worry. That's a relief though. I was worried that he would be in on it, but clearly, he doesn't know that you were here, spying on me. Or else, I would be quite disappointed in him. Jake smiled. Now then, can you please connect your walkie with your boss please? And why should I do that? Do you think that I work for you? She snarled at him. Yeah, that is fair enough. Jake nodded. But now that you think about it, you actually do work for me. In fact, you are among the actual members of the guild, not the temps. That means that you have signed a proper contract with us. Did you happen to read its contents thoroughly? Jake asked. Of course I have. Do you think that I am stupid, signing something that I haven't even read? She asked. Good. Now that you have those snarky comments ready, then why don't you answer this? Article 7, if I am not wrong. If you are a spy from another guild, you will have to pay a penalty of 1,000 gold coins. Quite a wonderful clause actually raises no eyebrows because those who are spies never think that they will get caught. Jake smiled. Do you have any proof that I am a spy? You just caught me here standing where you were. 100 Flower Rain said. That is also true. But then again, Horus is a new ally, so it was never my intention of milking them for a measly 1,000 gold coins. What I do want to do, though, is milk them for all the spies that they can give me. Jake smiled as he looked up. Right. So do you know a wonderful feature of World Online? It emulates the real world so well that power here is truly absolute. It means that there is a way for me to take you captive in the truest sense. Jake said as he clapped his hands. 100 Flower Rain. You are now being detained in the city jail for 1 day because of your offense of stalking and threatening the life of a Baron of Loviel. A voice came from behind her. Sigh. If I was a Viscount, that would have been so much higher. I need to work on increasing my noble ranking a little. Jake made a note as he walked back toward the portal. He did open his chats though. Chairman, I have forgiven Myriad Arrows for withholding the truth from me as a favor because you are doing me a favor and mentoring my brother. But that doesn't mean that you can still have someone tail me. Please make sure that all of your spies leave my guild, he typed out. Immediately after he sent the message though, Jake could see that it was read. And a second later, Nolan was typing something back. Ping. I do not know what you are talking about, Shadow King. But if you are insinuating that Horus sent another spy at you, then you are deeply mistaken. Wait, what? Chapter 107. Who was that? Jake froze. Who was that person then? Someone who knew that Myriad Arrows was the grandson of the chairman of Horus. and someone who knew that Jake was being spied on by Horace. This person either has to be an insider of Horace, or has to be someone who knows way too much. Jake was lost in thought when a message pulled him out. Ping. What happened? Are you coming? It was a message from Myriad Arrows. He was still waiting at Croatia, and was confused why Jake was taking so long. He didn't know that Jake left because he was tracking a person. He thought that Jake went back because he forgot something. Huh? It hasn't been that low wait, it has already been 5 minutes. What the hell? Jake was shocked. Time just passed in an instant, and 5 minutes was lost in Jake's thinking. I should do this later. This is also a little important. Jake thought to himself as he walked through the portal again, paying the fee again. Soon, he was gone, and for real this time. The moment he passed through the portal, he arrived in a green place. This was not the lush green and blue that greeted him when he arrived at Diffast. This was a different place. It was a jungle green, and everywhere he looked, he felt like he was in the middle of the jungle, even though he was in the second biggest city of Croatia. This is pretty small. Looks like the kingdoms don't have many cities, and their biggest is the capital city. Myriad Arrows commented as he looked at the entire city in front of him in a glimpse. Empires are different. They have big cities, and the capital city of the empires are of an entire league of their own. But kingdoms are different. Even among kingdoms, there are tiers. Blackstone is a tier 1 kingdom, while this one is a tier 2 kingdom. Jake explained. So there are smaller kingdoms? Myriad Arrows asked. Much smaller. And those are the kingdoms that guilds usually occupy. Guilds aren't capable of getting a bigger kingdom this early. I mean, even now, not a single guild is capable of getting their own kingdom. Maybe after a few months, after the general level of the guilds increase, and they can actually go against the guards and the protectors of the kingdoms, maybe we will see a few guilds taking over their own kingdom. Jake said. I see. Is Bright Horizon going to take over a kingdom then? Anytime soon? I mean, every other thing, you have been able to achieve much faster than other guilds. Myriad Arrows asked. Why the hell would we do something like that? Getting our own kingdom? It is way too expensive to pull off, and the benefits that you get are not even that much. And you will only get more work because of this. The admin work that kingdoms face, it is just monstrous. It is much easier to just go to a kingdom, become the most powerful guild there so that the kingdom will recognize the guild as the kingdom's main guild. There are a few benefits that come with that, and those benefits are almost as good as taking over the kingdom itself. Jake said. Really? You can do that? Then why don't you do that instead? We should try doing that. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Do you think that just about anyone could do that? You had to go through some screening process to get into a street that happens to have the house of a duke of all people. And now, you want to go convincing the king that you want to become the main guild of the kingdom. Jake chuckled. Everything will take time to achieve. And we have to build foundations. That is why we need a strong core. Why do you think I was pissed at you? The core needs to be strong and completely dedicated to my guild if we will be able to pull this off. Jake said. Myriad Arrows shied away from the topic of the fight immediately, and Jake noticed that. Speaking of the core, where is that other person that you gave an epic item to that day? That KIR something. I can't seem to remember. Myriad Arrows asked. Kirch. He is a loner. I don't want to tie him down. He will grow faster going on his own than with us holding him down. Jake shook his head. Then you don't have much of a core then, do you? It's just 2 people. You and me. Myriad Arrows pointed out. The goal is to get that number up. Jake nodded as they started walking. Even thought this was an entirely new kingdom. Jake knew his way around like the front of his palm. Not a typo. Actual front. I mean, do you know the back of your palm that well? He turned to small streets and traveled through the white sparse roads as if he grew up in these streets. I did find someone that was interesting during that raid. The goblin raid. You left them alone and this guy took leadership and completely surprised me. Myriad Arrows said. Is it? Jake raised his eyebrows. That is interesting. Tell me more about him. For him to interest you, I am sure that he must be a talent that we can nurture. Jake nodded. He is not like an insane fighting talent, but he has good leadership. I think that the guild could use someone like that, especially if you are going to be busy taking care of the future of the guild. Someone needs to be here running the present like you planned it. Myriad Arrows said. You have me interested. Keep talking. Jake said as they kept walking. Chapter 108 Goblins in Croatia. His name is Faceless Darkness, an elder out of the 3 that you appointed. Myriad Arrows said. As they were talking, they reached the gates of the city. I'll take a look at him when I am done with what I have planned for now. Jake nodded as they walked out of the city gates. The moment that they did, a small blue indicator on their HP bars vanished. It was the mark that meant that they were in a safe zone. And now, they were no longer in one. What they saw in front of them though, stole all of their attention. In this ancient kingdom of Croatia, outside the second largest city, was a jungle. That was all there was. A giant forest that spanned miles around the city. It was why the kingdom was such a terrible option as a starting destination. Who would want to start somewhere where the training grounds were so terrible? Fighting in a jungle was just impossibly hard. And for newbies who were trying to increase their level, trying to defeat just one or two monsters was hard enough. One could forget about grinding altogether. It was just impossible. We came here to hunt in a jungle? Every jungle terrain is too disadvantageous, right? Myriad Arrows asked. We are not here to grind though. We already have good levels between both of us. What we need to do right now is focus on getting better equipment and a solid foundation for the guild. And that is what we will be working on today. Jake said. The guild? How are both of us going to be able to do that? You have way too many people in your guild now. Myriad Arrows asked. Remember the blueprint that you saw last time? It turns out that this is a good place to get a few of them. Jake acted like this was someplace that he had heard about. Of course, that was not true. He knew where he was going, and it was a part of his plan a long time ago. He was just waiting for the right time, because not just anyone could finish what lay ahead. He would need to be a little strong to pull it off. Alright, let us get ready. The moment that you enter the jungle, it's the survival of the strongest. You need to be on high alert. Jake alerted. And monsters aren't the only ones that you have to be careful about. Sometimes, the players are a bigger problem. Jake said. We have pikers here. I should have known. A jungle-type terrain is best for sneak attacks from peers. Myriad Arrows nodded. That's right. Since you are ready, let's go in. Jake nodded back as the duo walked into the jungle as carefree as could be. Jake did have his rusty sword in his hands, a slender sword that would surely look beautiful if he had somehow gotten rid of the rust that surrounded. But that was something that he just couldn't do. Something about the rusty look of the sword, his armor, and the boots that he could buy that day, it all just felt a little special. Someone that he had to ready for. That was why he intended to get as many of these types of equipment as he could, probably only epic class and above. Kyro. Jake stopped as he could hear a familiar sound from the side. A sound that even Myriad Arrows recognized. A goblin. I should have guessed it. Goblins thrive in jungles. Myriad Arrows said as he put one of his arrows on his bow, drawing it and pointing toward the source of the sound. Wait. Attacking might not be a good idea at this point. Jake stopped Myriad Arrows by hiding his bow and forcing it down. We don't want to agitate the goblin, he said as he looked closely at the goblin that had appeared among the trees around them. The thicket was, well, thick, not much could be seen, but the green of the goblin was slightly off, and although it offered a little camouflage, looking closely gave the goblin away. And this goblin looked different. It didn't bare its teeth the moment it laid its eyes on an opponent, and it looked different. It was smaller than normal goblins, which were already like dwarves compared to humans. And this goblin wasn't dressed like a hillbilly. It was dressed much better. It had a coarse rag covering its whole body, and it gave a much better impression than the aggressive goblins that Bright Horizon faced the day before. This is a little different from the goblins that we faced that day. Those goblins were adapted for the raid. This one is a forest goblin though, and they are an autonomous species. We will need their help if we want to get to where we want to go. Jake said. And where exactly is that? Myriad Arrows asked. The center of the forest. So that we can go hunting. The center of the forest has much better prey, and the loot that we can get is just too good. Jake smiled as he slowly put his sword away, raising his hands. We are not here to fight. We come in peace. Can you understand me? Jake asked the goblin, speaking slowly and as clearly as he could. The goblin was still, and did not make a sound, nor move. It was like that for a few seconds, before it suddenly shuddered. Then, it nodded fervently as it took a step back. That was when Myriad Arrows could see that the goblin was also armed, with a bow. It could have attacked them before they could notice, and instead, it made itself visible to its opponents. This goblin was certainly different from the ones that they faced before. Chapter 109 The Goblin Village. He could attack us all this time and chose not to. Myriad Arrows was pleasantly surprised. Like I said, The forest goblins are different. They are complete different from the raid goblins that we have faced off against. The raid goblins will only attack people they see, but the forest goblins, they will act like any other intelligent species, and they will try diplomation before fighting. Jake said. The goblin led the way. If it weren't for the goblin, then even though this was not the first time Jake was here, he still would have absolutely no idea where to go. Everywhere seemed to be the same to Jake. Every direction was the same, and he wasn't privy to the exact location of the secret place that he was trying to get to. To say that they were going to the center of the forest was a small misdirection. They were going to the center of the jungle, but they weren't going to stay there. Their final destination would be a little elsewhere. As they kept walking, Myriad Arrows noticed that the trees were getting taller, and the branches more wide apart. Sunlight was passing through a little more, and they could see a lot more than before. And the goblin was now completely visible with all of his features. And that was when the tattoos on the goblin were more prominently displayed. The tattoos were inked with a green ink that was way too similar to the skin color of the goblin to be visible without good lighting. And now that Myriad Arrows could see it, he was quite intrigued, to say the least. Is it possible that there is a hidden Easter egg in this tattoo pattern? Maybe it will give us a good item. Myriad Arrows suggested. That is completely viable. But I think that now is not the time to be wasting a lot of effort trying to find some hidden pattern. We can do that once we are done settling down in the world and when Bright Horizon is stable and struggling to grow a little further. At that point, these are the things that we will need. Jake said. Oh. Myriad Arrows was disappointed. Hey, I am not saying that you can't do this on your own time. If you are doing this outside guild hours, then what you get is yours. I am not going to stop you one bit. Jake raised his hands and said. Myriad Arrows nodded, but the moment he looked up, he forgot everything about the tattoos. Now this was something that he had to focus his attention on. Sometime, he didn't know when, goblins had swarmed every entrance of theirs. They were completely blocked on every side. There were goblins everywhere. Do not get nervous. And whatever you do, do not reach for your weapon. The moment that you do, we are dead. No matter how strong we get, there is no way that we can match the numbers that have swarmed around us. Jake warned Myriad Arrows. Fine. What are we even doing here though? Why will the goblins talk to us? We have to have something that they want for them to take us to the center of the forest, right? Myriad Arrows asked. You are a smart one. You are absolutely right. We need something. But you forget one sin that the goblins are most susceptible to. At this moment, they were in the center of thousands of goblins, while the small one in front of them happily strolled forward until it stopped. There was a goblin blocking their path. Holding a stick and looking at them wearily was a wrinkly old goblin, looking at them with its wise eyes. For what reason do we have travelers among us? The goblin spoke in the common tongue of man with much difficulty. It easily gave away the fact that English wasn't its natural language. You are clearly the goblin elder here. We wish to avail your vast knowledge. Jake said. And why would you think that we would do that? Why would we help the bastard humans that kill our kin without a second thought? In fact, what stops us from doing the same to you? The elder asked. As it said this, the goblins from the trees above them started shouting, their foreign cries filling the forest. Because we have for you a wealth that has taken us so much time to accumulate. Jake took out a large bag. A large bag that rattled as it shook. There were clearly a lot of coins in this bag. And then, Jake just let the bag go, and the bag split open as it fell on the ground. Coins overflowed from the bag, and the contents showed itself. The coins were deceiving without a doubt. There were hundreds of silver coins, but 1 or 2 gold ones glinted in the sunlight, and they were obviously the attraction for the goblins. Gold. The elder looked at the gold with shock and greed. The greed was apparent in the elder's eyes, and its mouth salivated just looking at it. But Jake took one step forward, covering the coins for all to see. All of this can be yours for just a simple price. Take us to the center of the forest. It will not take long. And you know that killing us for this money will be meaningless. You do not want to start a war that you will not win against a human. Jake said. Your deal is one that we are willing to accept, human. The coins to show you the way. The goblin nodded. Wait. I want you to swear upon your god before we proceed. I want you to swear this deal upon Kubera. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 110. The Center of the Forest. The goblin elder froze. You are thorough, human. The elder said. This is a lot of silver and gold that we are talking about. I'd rather not take any risk. Jake said. Fine then. As you wish, I will take an oath in the name of our God. The elder nodded and raised his cane that he used to walk with. He started talking, but the words that came out weren't of English origin. They were another language. A language that did not seem human. Then, above, in the skies, thunder crackled and lightning was visible. They could see the sky a little from where they were in the jungle, but what they saw and heard was enough to tell them that a serious oath was indeed made. Fine then. A deal is a deal. The bag is yours. Let us go then. Please, guide us to the center of the forest. I am too interested in seeing what lies there. Jake nodded. You will be following your guide for the forest that has been with you all this time. Small Horikairo. He has been guiding you since the beginning, and will guide you to the center of the forest like you asked for. The elder said as he glanced at the small goblin that Jake and Myriad Arrows first met when they entered the forest. All right. Show us the way, Jake nodded. The goblin, Small Horikairo, jumped to get in front of them from the side that he was sitting on. He had a radiant smile on his face as he nodded. Without saying a word, the goblin turned around and started walking beyond the elder and into the depths of the forest. We have to follow. This might be a long journey. Jake said. I was prepared for that. Myriad Arrows nodded. The trees turned short soon after. It was like only the small stretch that the goblin inhibited had a lot of tall trees with sparse bushes. Now that they were in this intense thicket, the light that shone through these thick and clustered branches above was minimal. Almost none passed through, and only shadows existed in this stretch that they were walking through. Myriad Arrows was in the middle, his hand constantly going to his bow as he heard even the simplest noises. Do not worry. We are close to the goblin territory. No one dares to go against the goblins. They are a united species, even though they are individually not that strong. No species here faces a chance against them. Jake put his shoulder in Myriad Arrows, trying to calm him down. For some reason, I feel like whatever is coming, it is going to be way too terrifying for us to go against. Myriad Arrows said. You are absolutely right. What we are going to see is something that is too terrifying for us to try and take care of. Maybe if we grinned together for a year, and we completed the tier completion quests, we would have a chance to clear the boss in the middle of the forest. Then why the hell did you bring us here? Why would you take us to our deathbed? Myriad Arrows couldn't believe his ears when Jake said this. Jake was admitting that he was taking them to a monster that they couldn't beat. We will not stand a chance even if we tried out best to try to defeat the boss of this jungle. I mean, this is the boss of the entire kingdom of Croatia. It will take way too long to defeat it, and it is an unkillable creature. It can only be put to sleep. Jake said. Ah, please tell me that you have a way to put it to sleep then. Myriad Arrows looked at Jake expectantly. No, I am not omnipotent, but we are not going to face the king of the forest. That is not our goal. We want to go somewhere else. Jake said, smiling. He glanced at his notification bar, or rather, the time. It was approaching the late day, and in a few hours, the sun was going to set. Myriad Arrows noticed what Jake was doing. So are you going to attack it when it is actually sleeping in the night? He asked. What? No, absolutely not. Jake shook his head. One attack and you will raise it from its sleep, and it will swat you away to death in one move. Why would you want to wake the monster up by attacking it in its sleep? Even if you use your best attack, and the attack becomes a critical attack, you still will not be able to dent the HP bar of the king of the forest. Jake shook his head. The goblin stopped for a moment and looked at Jake. It tilted its head, looking closely at Jake. Then, it shook its head. A small smile appeared in its face as it turned back around and continued walking. See, even the goblin agrees with me on this. Jake chuckled. All right, be honest with me then. What are we going to do? Coming all the way here? Myriad Arrows asked. I even brought my precious gloves. This is the best equipment that I could find, and even though I went back to the flying pavilion, every single weapon there is hundreds of gold coins for some reason. This is the only epic item that I can find for myself. Myriad Arrows said. So you are afraid that you might drop the bow. Don't worry too much about it then. It will take a while for us to get to the center of the forest, but when we do get there, we will not be fighting the boss or anything. We will be looking for something. Jake chuckled. Chapter 111 Center of the Forest, Part 2. Cairo. The goblin stopped and made a weird sound. Then, it pointed toward one of the bushes, and looked at Jake. Jake nodded back and flicked something at the goblin. It was a silver coin. The moment that the goblin caught the silver coin, it jumped up and down with such joy. It was like this silver coin was the greatest treasure that it had. Come on. It's getting dark. Now is the right time to go in. Jake said. The goblin isn't going in. Is the goblin also afraid of what is going to be inside? Myriad Arrows asked. That's right. You are getting accustomed to this world very well. Monsters will be afraid of other monsters in this world. At least that's what I observed until now. Jake nodded as they walked toward the bushes. The moment they reached the bushes, they saw that in front of them was a clearing. It was a singular clearing in the entire forest. The eye of the swirling hurricane of trees that surrounded this eye. And opposite to where Jake and Myriad Arrows were hunched, there was a cliff. Below the rocky cliff, there was a cave. This cave was probably where the king of the forest stayed. Please do not tell me we have to go inside that cave. Myriad Arrows looked at Jake with some hope that he would survive the day. Don't worry. I don't have a death wish either. We grinded pretty hard to get where we are right now. I am not going to throw it all away right now. Jake smiled and looked around. There was not a single monster in sight, and what was probably the boss of this area was definitely sleeping. They could hear snoring from some place, in the cave mostly. Let's start then. We have a few hours before we find the place that we need to go to. Jake said as he stood upright once more and crossed the bushes to enter the clearing. Warning. You have entered the boss area. A warning appeared the moment that Jake entered the clearing. Myriad Arrows got it as well, and he looked at Jake with horror. What is going to happen now? Is the boss going to wake up? He asked. No, not really, unless you want it to. Jake smiled and walked closer to the cave. But Myriad Arrows didn't dare shout at him, as he was afraid that he would wake up this boss that he could not see. Jake reached the entrance of the cave, but he didn't go inside. Instead, he turned left and started walking slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it should be around here. Jake murmured. Then, he looked up. The cliff was pretty high up, and there was no way that he would be able to climb it in one stretch. It would take way too much stamina, and Jake didn't even have to go all the way up to the top. He grabbed one of the protruding rocks and started climbing. 3, 4, 5. Yes, this is the right space. Jake looked around where he was hanging. There was nothing out of space. But he was looking for the right rock. What are you doing? A whisper came from beside him. The whisper broke Jake's concentration, and he almost slipped, but a slender hand caught him before he fell. When the hell did you come up here? Jake asked Myriad Arrows. You don't expect me to stand here, doing nothing, do you? Fine then. Around here, there should be a secret key that will allow us to enter the secret dungeon that we will be clearing today. It is a pretty easy secret dungeon, so we should be able to clear it with ease. Jake said. You mean this one? Myriad Arrows appeared above Jake, and pointed toward a rock with a green tint. Ah, every time I need to find something, I will definitely bring you along. Jake smiled as he climbed a few steps above, and reached Myriad Arrows' height. All right, get yourself ready. Jake said as he clicked on the small, greenish rock. The rock dug into the rocky cliff, and a small sick could be heard. The moment that the click was heard, they suddenly lost their foothold. Even the rocks around them started digging inside, and the entire cliff was changing shape. Myriad Arrows and Jake fell on the ground with a loud thud. They weren't high up though, so they didn't face any damage. Still, the fall that they had was large enough the snoring to suddenly change. The snoring changed to loud breathing, and the sound of whatever was inside the cave waking up. Quick! Let us get out of here. Jake's eyes widened as he suddenly jumped on the last remaining rock on the ground and reached a pretty staggering height. He then clicked on the green rock again. Then, something interesting happened. Below them, the flat cliff now started changing. There was a greenish portal there now. Jake landed back next to Myriad Arrows. But they froze. They could not hear anything now. No breathing. No snoring. Nothing. It was awake. Whatever it was awake. Jake and Myriad Arrows only hesitated for a second before they bolted toward the green portal. And as they entered the portal, they could hear the sound. The sound of something large, something ferocious roaring. As they entered the portal, Myriad Arrows finally heaved a sigh of relief and fell on the ground because of the momentum that they used to run forward. On the ground now, he turned around to lie down, looking up at the sky. But what he saw just felt like he returned to the forest. He got up and looked at Jake. What are we doing here, Shadow? I mean, I don't get it. This place doesn't look like a secret dungeon at all. He asked. But Jake was still looking forward, his arms shaking. Yeah, I messed up this time. This isn't the secret dungeon. This is a goddamn secret realm. one that no one found back then as well. He murmured. Chapter 112 Secret Realm. Jake still couldn't believe what had happened. He was sure that everything was done right. He remembered everything about the instructions to the secret dungeon. After all, it was said to be a treasure trove that could only be accessed once. One guild would be the lucky ones to get all of the treasure that was inside this secret realm. But that was not where they were right now. A secret dungeon was not like this. When a player enters a dungeon, secret or not, they would be greeted by a simple message that would detail what they would need to do for that time. But that was not what Jake was looking at. In fact, Jake couldn't see anything at all. That could only mean one thing: they weren't in a secret dungeon. And the only other secret classification was given to the secret realm. And Jake was absolutely positive that there was no secret realm that was found in the forest that they just left. It wasn't supposed to be there. And when he turned around, he saw that the portal that they entered through had vanished completely. They were stranded here until they could find another way out of the secret realm. That was the terrible part of secret realms. One would be stranded in secret realms until they died. And even after they died, they would revive within the secret realm, forming a closed loop until 7 days passed. And for these 7 days, a player was not even allowed to exit the game. Logging out was not an option. No other game could afford to have such a human rights violation that forced someone where they didn't want to be. But of course, World Online was different. And Jake knew at the moment he realized that they were in a secret realm. So when Myriad Arrows asked him where they were, and why this place did not look like a dungeon at all, Jake didn't know how to answer him. But he gathers the courage. "We are trapped here for a while, Myriad. Looks like I messed up. My information was a little off. I thought that there was a secret dungeon here, but we entered a secret realm instead." Jake sighed and said, "A secret realm? That sounds interesting. What does that mean? Good rewards?" Myriad Arrows asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It means that we entered a place that we cannot possibly afford to stay at. Monsters that are almost definitely stronger than us, and a place that we cannot leave until we clear the boss monster of." Jake said, "So we entered a secret dungeon basically, one that we cannot beat?" Myriad Arrows asked. "No, you do not understand. We cannot log out for the next 7 days, or until we leave the secret realm. And to do that, we need to either beat the boss, or we need to find the secret exit of this place." Jake said, "I see." Myriad Arrow's face fell for a few minutes before it went back to optimistic again. "We should try and see if the monsters are monsters that we can beat. I mean, if we are able to beat a few of these monsters, then we will get EXP. We have nothing else to do for the next 7 days after all." Myriad Arrows said, "I don't know what we will be facing. Monsters that I probably have never seen. You better be ready for anything to come." Jake said as he brandished his sword, looking around carefully. He was just itching let the string twang and for heads to fall. "We need to do some good recon as well." "You are right. We need to know what we will be facing in this place." Jake nodded. This was a new experience for him since he returned from the future. For the first time in this new life, he had no idea what was going to come for him, and he had no idea what he would do next. This was an event that didn't occur in the last life, and that put things into perspective for Jake. Things were changing, and the effects of Jake's return were becoming bigger and more visible. First, they showed in the update, which was sudden and maybe not completely dependent on Jake. But this was different. This was weird. A secret realm that no one found the last time? No. After the secret dungeon was found, people scored this wall. Dozens looked through this area, and they found nothing. There was no way there was a secret realm here that no one knew about. Maybe this is a one-time clear secret realm. But to find all of this out, we need to clear the goddamn thing. But I don't know what to even expect. Jake cursed as his eye scanned the treetops. Enemies could come from anywhere and he needed to be prepared. "We need to get to the top. An archer, look, you will have an advantage getting higher ground, while I think it is better for me as well if I can have a good look at what I will be going against." Jake said, "Yeah, we should get up on one of these trees." Myriad Arrows nodded. So while Jake stood guard, Myriad Arrows struggled with all of his equipment in his inventory, climbing up the tree that they found the easiest to climb, and yet had a good view. Luckily for them, they had a very abundant selection. Soon enough, Jake was also on top of the tree, and from the very peak of the tree, they were just barely able to see through the canopy. And that was when they saw them. Dinosaurs. Chapter 113 Jurassic World. In the vast forest that lay beyond them, vast enough that there was no end even to the horizon. They could see heads pop out in random places of the forest. Random long necks, necks that were too familiar for everyone to see. This was iconic. Everyone knew which kind of monster this was. This was a dinosaur without a doubt. A brachiosaurus. One of the few dinosaurs known to be herbivores. But that was beside the point. The point being, dinosaurs existed. And Jake was just shocked still, his mouth as agape as Myriad Arrows was. Did you know? This is the first time that I saw you shocked like this. Myriad Arrows said from the side. But this comment was not important enough to cause Jake to turn his head. There was just too much. There were dinosaurs in this world. That was a truth that he just couldn't accept. If he knew of this truth in the last time, in the last life, he would be here, in this spot, looking at the species that was supposed to be extinct years ago. And what was special was that it wasn't just any Vimmer page that implemented this. It was World Online, the only game in the world that could make the experience feel like it was reality. And Jake certainly felt like it. He could feel the breeze on his face, and he could see these dinosaurs as if they really existed in the real world. I am shocked. To think that Nova would take a step this far. To think that they would make a secret realm with dinosaurs in it. And they didn't tell anyone on that. Jake murmured. Wow, this really is someplace that everyone should visit. Secret realm or not, imagine seeing dinosaurs. The only time that I had seen them was in the museum. Myriad Arrows said with wonder. Jake raised an eyebrow that quickly disappeared. Right. He is actually rich enough to go to the library and come back uncontaminated. They must have libraries within the star districts, or wherever he lives. Jake thought to himself. He didn't concern himself with what just transpired, because something bigger was happening. There were few things that could surprise Jake, because he saw them already a first time. But this was a first for him, a first that he didn't expect. I thought that our luck was terrible, but I guess that the one thing that we can take from this secret realm is that we actually saw dinosaurs. Jake said, sighing. I wonder, will we ever be able to defeat one? Myriad Arrows chuckled just thinking of the possibility. It was within the realm of possibility. But for a player to defeat a dinosaur, a monster of that size and clearly having insane stats, he would need to be a tier 4 or tier 5 character, with hundreds of levels and the best equipment. Out of all of these requirements, Jake and Myriad Arrows met only one of them. Well, Jake met one of them, which was the equipment part. But even that wasn't going to help him as much as it should. They were too strong for him to try to battle. He knew that. Just looking at a brachiosaurus, he knew that there was no way that he would be able to defeat that huge thing right now. But do you know what we could do? Jake suddenly paused for a second. What are you cooking up? Myriad Arrows turned to look at Jake. He had been with this person long enough to know that whenever he gave a nice pause, he was thinking of something psychotic that was going to get them killed. Why don't we start working to help the guild regardless? If I am not wrong, we are short of a good helper for the guild. We need good defense to prepare for the Ares attack that will only come sooner or later. Jake said. You can find something to help with that here, in this forest? I am aware that only forest items will drop here even after you kill monsters. And, like you said, can we even defeat these dinosaurs? You were right. This secret realm is impossible to beat. Myriad Arrows sighed and said. I am not going to ask you to attack the dinosaurs. That would be stupid. Once we get the ego of a dinosaur, then what? To defeat a bigger monster than us, we will need a whole party unless it is easy to deal with. And do you think that dinosaurs are easy to deal with? Jake shook his head, sighing. But what we can do, actually, is target the resources that are just lying around. Jake said. Secret realms have treasures just lying around. Myriad Arrows was pleasantly confused. He didn't think that World Online would have a mode where treasures were just kept in the open to be taken by just about anyone. And he was absolutely right, World Online wasn't a game like that. Treasures had to be earned. But what was a treasure though? That was something that the brain had to understand. The mind had to decide whether something was a treasure or not. We will be stealing this time. Stealing from the dinosaurs. Jake smiled. He rubbed his hands just thinking about it. What are you high on today? You want to steal from the dinosaurs? And what the hell do they even have that can possibly want you to risk your life and your equipment for? Myriad Arrows raged. He was still trying his best to save his dear bow that he could lose if he wasn't careful. Ah, there are bigger things than just equipment and money, Myriad Arrows. And one of them is a nice little thing that I saw in an auction from the Flying Pavilion. It is called pets. So then, Why don't we try and catch ourselves a few for the guild? Jake smiled. Chapter 114 Monster Hunting. You want to capture the young of the dinosaurs? You want to tame freaking dinosaurs? Myriad Arrows was shocked. No, don't be ridiculous. Getting the dinosaurs young and then trying to tame it, making it follow us, all of that can be done only if we have the rare beast tamer class. And that is rarer than the epic class that you got your hands on. Jake shook his head. We will be taking their eggs. Once they hatch, it's much easier to tame them. And it's easier to store eggs, cause we can just put them in our inventory as we go outside the realm. Jake said. So we can put the eggs inside our inventories and leave the secret realm with those eggs. Isn't that genius? We can actually pull this off. Myriad Arrows nodded. In retrospect, this is much better than the secret dungeon. This might be a much better reward. Getting even one proper dinosaur egg will give us a bigger profit than what you may lose when you die here. Just hope that when you do die, the egg will not drop from your inventory. Jake said. Myriad Arrows nodded. I know. Random items get dropped, and if we are lucky, nothing will get dropped. I know how games work. He said. Good then. Let us look around and see if we can get the eggs of a good attacking type monster. Jake said. He tapped on the priest's necklace that he had bought in the auction a few days ago. It was a pity that he brought it with him. He brought it because he thought that he would be entering the secret dungeon, a place that he was absolutely sure that he would clear without a problem. Let us get going then. We have 7 days to gather as many eggs as we can. And whatever you do, do not touch or go near any of the bigger monsters until the last day. Jake said. The last day? The 7th day. After which we will be kicked out of the secret realm regardless of whether we find the exit or not. You remember, we are not allowed to exit the game as well, right? We are not allowed to log out of this place. The moment we leave the secret realm, the realm will disappear and we will never know where it will appear again. Jake said. So why not try and take the big monster's eggs? They are going to help us a little more, right? Myriad Arrows asked. Because once we take the eggs of, say, a T-Rex, it is going to hunt us down until we drop that egg. These monsters are sentient for all purposes. We have to look at them like we look at normal people. They have vengeances, and it is better to offend the smaller monsters first and then slowly graduate to the bigger ones. Jake said. That makes sense. But is there a single dinosaur here that we could possibly defeat on our own? Is there a single monster here in our level? Myriad Arrows asked. And Jake's response was silence. Why? Because Jake was trying to get used to this new feeling that he had since coming to this world. Ignorance. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a low-pitched swoosh came out of nowhere. And then, the sound of something growling, or rather, cooing, could be heard. This was a sound that no monster that they ever knew or faced made. This was something new to them. They looked down from the trees and saw that at the bottom of the trees, their arrival and already brought a few interested species. There were razor-like dinosaurs at the bottom. They were not normal dinosaurs though. It seems like the developers of the game added a nice twist to the game. The dinosaurs had steel-colored stripes all over their bodies. Stripes that no normal dinosaur would ever have. Most interesting was their size. They were the size of a normal human, not that big, and certainly not too small. But Jake was more interested in the HP bars next to the 4 dinosaurs waiting for both of them down there. They were not that big. With 20,000 HP points between all of them together, these dinosaurs weren't unbeatable. Looks like your words have been answered, Myriad Arrows. It looks like we have a chance to beat these dinosaurs here. Use your arrows and deal some damage while they still can't reach us. Jake said as he jumped off the branch. He fell down straight on one of the dinosaurs, his sword cleanly striking its hide. There was a giant clang, the clang of metal, but he could also feel the texture of a leathery skin. This was a combination of both. 596 HP. It dealt a lot of damage, but damage had a cost. Jumping from such a high height took a little health out of Jake's own HP bar. I just hope that they are not cyborgs of some crazy NPC scientists or something. I want a good pet out of this for the guild. Jake hoped inside as he swung his sword once more. All of the dinosaurs growled at him, looking at him with furious eyes. And at this moment, Myriad Arrows came to his rescue. Arrows came hailing down from above, trying to strike down the dinosaurs. And although these were just normal arrows, they dealt damage enough. The dinosaurs were conflicted. Myriad Arrows was drawing their aggro now, and he was on top of the trees, where they couldn't reach. Meanwhile, Jake took this wonderful opportunity to strike down these unsuspecting dinosaurs. Despairing strike. Slash of hunger. Despairing strike. He attacked the dinosaurs in succession, each of them pushed away by his attacks. Critical hit. Minus 1498 HP. Dash 489 HP. Dash 456 HP. Chapter 115 First Kills. Jake jumped up again, grabbing a low-flying vine, and he used it to climb a little, evading the razor-like teeth of the dinosaurs by just a few inches. From above, flaming arrows went down to hit the 4 dinosaurs, and the arrows suddenly burst like grenades, pushing the monsters away. Jake took this opportunity to run toward the dinosaurs and he slashed forward. The HP bars of the dinosaurs were slowly decreasing, inching closer toward the red zone. And at this moment, Jake's sword shone. Slash of hunger. He used the attack once more almost immediately after the countdown expired, and the sword hit 2 of the 4 dinosaurs. Critical hit. Minus 1724 HP. Dash 798 HP. Unfortunately, only one of these dinosaurs was hit by a critical hit, and it wailed as it fell on the ground, pixelating into nothingness. But the other 3 dinosaurs were ready to tear apart the one who killed their companion. Swish! One arrow flew straight to the eye of the dinosaur with the least HP, the dinosaur which didn't receive a critical hit. Its growl was high-pitched this time, and it fell on the ground as well, the dregs of the HP bar disappearing as it died. 2 more to go. Jake nodded. He continued to run toward the dinosaurs that were trying to put a distance between them and Jake. Myriad. Start changing your position. Travel through the trees. I need you keep your eyes out for any other dinosaur that might come here. Jake shouted as he kept giving chase. But the dinosaurs suddenly stopped moving, and they looked up at the trees. Then, they looked back at Jake, growling at him. Oh, you clever girls. You wanted to lose myriad arrows. Damn, I never expected that monsters this week would be this clever. Jake said as he took a step back. The dinosaurs weren't going to leave him though. Not when they had this wonderful opportunity. Their mouths were wide open and jumped at Jake, trying to tear him apart. Reflect. Jake grit his teeth and activated his final card in the bag. The dinosaurs flew back the moment that their mouths touched Jake's armor. Critical hit. Minus 2003 HP. Critical hit. Minus 2105 HP. 2 critical hits landed both of these monsters in the red zones. And at this critical moment, 2 arrows whooshed by Jake's head and landed on both of the dinosaurs. They seemed like ordinary arrows, but the moment that the arrows dug into the dinosaurs, the arrow bottoms suddenly lit up. Boom! Both of the dinosaurs suddenly blew up. This was a critical hit for sure, and the Archer of Doom finally shows his advantages. I did the right thing giving Myriad arrows this epic class. He is really the right one to use this class. Jake smiled. Myriad arrows appeared next to him soon enough. We got them all, huh? What about the loot? Let us hope that they drop some good loot. Myriad arrows said as he walked toward one of the dinosaurs, looking at what it dropped. There was just 1 silver coin, a few common items, and a few teeth from the dinosaurs. Rare grade materials that could be used in item making. Grab whatever you can, honestly. These dinosaurs are pretty good materials. Once they die, their entire body can be used as material. Jake said. But these 2 dropped barely anything. Myriad arrows said. Because you blasted the whole thing to bits, probably. We should look at the ones that we killed at first. Jake said. Myriad arrows and Jake walked to the tree that they first climbed. A few items were on the ground, but the quality of these items was much better than the ones that Myriad arrows killed. Or rather, the quality of the items of the dinosaur that Jake killed was better. This was the effect the priest's necklace. Check status. Jake said as he looked through his stats to see if he had any attribute points to assign. At this point, he wanted to max his stats so that he would have a better chance of surviving. Character, Shadow King. Title, None. Job, Knight of Sin. Class, Legendary. Level, 30. Physical attack power, 23. Defense, 14, plus 30. Attack speed, 9. Movement speed, 10. Strength 51, plus 20. Agility 16, plus 10. Endurance 5. Intelligence 3. Vitality 2, plus 10. Free attribute points, 45. Skill points, 2. Skills. Chop active skill. Requirement, sword. Whirlwind/active skill. Requirement, sword. Despairing strike, class exclusive, active skill. Requirement, sword. Equipment. Sword of Misery, level 1, legendary, no level requirement. Plus 10 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 10 vitality. Special Skill 1, Slash of Hunger, cooldown, 3 minutes. Special Skill 2, locked. Special Skill 3, locked. Armor of Despair, Level 1, Legendary, no level requirement. Plus 30 defense, plus 10 strength. Special Skill 1, Reflect, cooldown, 5 minutes. Special Skill 2, locked. Special Skill 3, locked. Boots of Gondor, Level 1, Epic, no level requirement. Plus 10 agility. Special Skill 1, locked. Priest's Necklace, Level 1, Epic, no level requirement. Plus 20 luck. Special effect, increases the quality of loot dropped by a monster. Jake rubbed his hands as he looked at his stats. He had a good number of stats that he could assign, but he knew exactly which one that he needed to focus on. He put 30 points into agility, changing it to 46, and saved the remaining 15. He never would know which stat would be more important at what time. These free attribute points would come in handy when the time came. But his eyes couldn't help but go to the skill points. He had a staggering total of 2. That was pitiful. Anyone who had played this much, used the class exclusive skills this much, would have at least 10 to 12 skill points. And that was a bare minimum. But he had just 2. This was the problem of the legendary class, but when the time came, these 2 skill points were definitely going to help and make the difference worth it. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 116, Tarzan Mode. As Jake sorted out his stats, Myriad Arrows was taking care of the loot that was on the ground. Once everything was taken care of, Jake looked back up. All right. With this, we know that we are not exactly in the bottom of the food chain. But that doesn't mean that we can just act like we own the place. If we aren't at the bottom, then we are maybe a tier above that. Let us try hunting a few more of these and try leveling up. That should help us out. Jake said. First, we need to do a clear canvas of the place, should we not? We need to know what we have around here. I am not sure we have a good idea of what this place is. Myriad Arrows said. You are right. I was too hasty. We need to take a good sweep of this place. Jake nodded. The both of them looked up at the trees. Maybe we should ask the trees for transport? I think the ground is way too dangerous. Myriad Arrows suggested. You read my mind. It is way too dangerous on the ground, with a lot of dinosaurs probably roaming around. I just hope that none of the bigger dinosaurs will be able to see us in these thick trees. Jake nodded. They climbed the trees, both of their weapons in their inventory, and started barely crossing trees, sometimes jumping to the nearest branch, and sometimes using high-hanging vines to swing from tree to tree. They had embraced the Tarzan within them, but that was much safer than traveling by foot. And they saw the fruits of their hard work in just a few minutes. Just as Myriad Arrows was about to swing to another tree, Jake held his sleeve and tugged him back, putting his index finger on his mouth, shushing him. Then, he slowly pointed to the ground. On the ground, there were 10 dinosaurs. Small, agile, raptors. They were a little shorter than humans, but at this many numbers, they were a deadly force that Jake did not dare mess with. If they wanted to fell one tree, they could do that with ease. And he wasn't willing to go to a fight at this moment. If he descended against all those raptors, he would be ripped apart to shreds in moments and would definitely lose 1 or 2 items that he couldn't afford to just throw away. Myriad Arrows nodded, understanding what was happening. Without saying anything, the duo looked down and tried to see what was happening. The raptors stopped exactly below them and looked around them. They knew that something was here, something tasty, but they just couldn't find it. One of them even looked up, and Jake's heart skipped a beat. But then, the raptor looked back down, and didn't do anything. After a few moments, the raptors just left, unable to find anything. Even beasts like these only had so much patience. Once they were gone, Jake heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God they are gone. Well then, let us get going. We know that there are raptors here now, but we have to see which places we definitely have to avoid. There have to be a few zones where the big monsters have their nests. Jake said. Are we sure that dinosaurs are the only monsters in here? It could be a collection of all the monsters that used to exist in the Jurassic era. Myriad Arrows postulated. That would be something interesting to see, don't you think? Jake smiled. They continued moving through the trees. It was a slow and arduous process, as walking would definitely be much easier. They had to move slowly, careful not to make too much sound, and they had to try not to fall down on every jump. If only World Online was like a normal game, we would be able to cruise through these trees with such ease. They just had to make things so realistic. Myriad Arrows cursed as he scratched his hands landing on a branch. Sure, the cut healed itself in a few instants, as any normal game wound would. The higher the level, the faster the healing for any player. They continued jumping through the trees, until they stopped. And this time, it wasn't because there was a monster that was about to spot them. This time, it was because they were running out of trees. I didn't see this spot of barrenness when I looked at the entire canvas from high up. Looks like the rendering of the scene was a little inaccurate when we first viewed it. Myriad Arrows said. We should go higher and try to take a closer look at here everything is. In hindsight, we should have moved toward the long-necked dinosaurs. They are supposed to be vegetarian, right? I hope that they are. If we go toward them, then even if there are strong monsters around us, they will target these big monsters instead of us. Jake suggested. We can let another monster get the aggro? That is interesting. If we can successfully pull that off, then as long as we find and note down exactly every single strong monster, every time we find a huge predator that we cannot handle, we lead them to the giant monster that is also a predator. Myriad Arrows said. We should try it first. I am not sure if we can actually do it. Jake said. But he knew that he could. It was supposed to work. But no one actually tried it this early into the game. He wanted to try it once with a smaller monster and see if he could do it. And if that worked, then he would definitely put all of his remaining stats in agility so that he could try this out. Chapter 117 Bait and Switch. 2 days later, a shadow appeared in the tall grass. 2 white dots among the shadow, the 2 eyes of them, looking closely at something else. Something big, and something ferocious. The size of the shadow was pitiful compared to the one that it was surveilling. The dinosaur that was the surveillee in question was drinking water from a large lake, completely oblivious to what it would only consider a mere pest. But it just could not resist some scent that was coming from around. The scent of prey. And prey didn't usually come about this part of the large forest that it was considered a behemoth of. The large dinosaur went upright, looking around. As a monster of such size, it wasn't the most agile of creatures. It could only slowly turn its head and look around. As for the scent, it was coming from the direction of the shadow that was surveilling it. Or rather, Ti was coming from the shadow itself. The shadow suddenly moved. Its human figure suddenly came to the light, and its hands suddenly started typing mid-air. It took the bait. Looking at the small pest that suddenly appeared in its territory, and unable to resist the smell that the human gave, the large dinosaur roared as it started running toward the human. But it wasn't agile, and it could barely chase after the surprisingly slow human. A few times, the dinosaur almost caught up to the man, but just when it was about to reach him, he went a little faster, and went out of reach. This game of cat and mouse continued, but the dinosaur just couldn't take the fact that some pest was in its space, and was hiding from it. And for the thing to be so enticing, the smell to be so delicious, it just knew that it had to get hold of this prey. But after a few minutes of running, knocking down so many trees on the way, it started to slow down. And the reason, it understood that it was bordering the territory of another monster. A monster that it could go against, but it would rather. The man smiled, as he continued running as well, and then stood at the very edge, glaring at the large monster in front of him. With his hands crossed, he smugly looked at the monster. As if taunting the monster, telling it that it wouldn't dare touch him, he leaned on a tree nearby. The dinosaur roared with this. The prey was resting, while it was right front of him. This was a clear provocation that it just couldn't take. It took the last few steps and then tried to grab the man. Good girl, you took the bait. The man smiled and suddenly dashed. He disappeared completely, nowhere to be found. The dinosaur looked around, and it could only use its sense of smell, but it was gone. The enticing smell disappeared for some reason. Roaring with anger, it raged. It hit the trees around, uprooting many of them, hoping that its prey was behind one of them. The man was not. Thud! A loud noise came from in front of the monster. The ground was shaking, and the dinosaur could see a similar-shaped figure of the man that it was chasing. And this time, the prey was running toward it? Or rather, the prey was running away from something. Behind this man, different from the other one, a large shadow appeared. This manifested into something terrifying. With the same height as the dinosaur that the first shadow was running away from, and just as strong, the dinosaur that ran all the way here, chasing after its prey, locked eyes with the other behemoth in front of it. 2 monsters chasing after what they assumed was the same prey? 2 monsters that considered themselves kings couldn't take this insult. Both of them roared as they dashed toward each other, completely ignoring the prey that they were fighting over. And the shadow disappeared, appearing a few meters away, in one of the bushes. This worked like a charm. You were right. They did fight each other. One of the shadows nodded. What do you think? If it worked with the smaller dinosaurs, it should work with the bigger ones as well. The game gave these monsters an ego. And the ego of Practical King of Hills would be nothing short of astronomical. Jake chuckled as he nodded. Look at them. Equally matched. And each of them battling with such strength. A single attack from them and we would have died. Myriad arrows shuddered. We are playing with high risks, high rewards. Jake smiled. Well then, now that both of them are way too preoccupied with what they are doing here, we can do what we wanted to. Remember, do not leave a single trace, and throw the piece of cooked meat in there. It will come in handy. Jake reminded. Got it. At this rate, the battle will probably last around half an hour. These monsters have way too big HP bars. Myriad arrows said. Either way, we cannot waste any more time. Go there and get whatever you see. Pick them both clean. Jake said. Saying this, both of them disappeared. One went the side of the first dinosaur, while the other went to the side of the second. Meanwhile, in the middle of the two territories, the two dinosaurs that were the kings of the two territories, beasts that no one else in the forest would dare mess with, were battling it out because of their ego. Two tigers couldn't coexist in one mountain. That was why each of them found their own mountain. But now, Jake and Myriad arrows forced them both into one mountain to have them battle it out, and this was the result. Utter destruction of the forest. Chapter 118 Incredible Haul. Jake arrived in front of a cave. The lake that was next to the cave was where he just hid a few minutes ago. This was a very good place, and any monster would want to fight for it. So it made all the more sense that a terrifying monster like the dinosaur that Jake just baited into fighting was the one that occupied this place. After a whole 2 days of trial and error, mapping and selection, they chose these two monsters that happened to be right next to each other, and made them duel it out. So now, with the cave completely free, Jake could just walk in. He calculated for hours to get the timing right. Because even though he was banking on the fact that the dinosaurs in the middle of battle were going to die, there were two that he needed to fear. The partners of these dinosaurs. And after observing, they saw that they went out during this time to get the food for the female dinosaurs and presumably for the children. Jake had to ready himself to battle with these smaller dinosaurs, but most importantly, he was going to try and get the eggs if there were any. And he didn't know if there were any eggs inside. He couldn't go inside the cave until now. Without stalling, he ran into the cave. The moment he did, he saw that even though there was no natural light source, it was still well lit. And the reason, a bunch of crystals on the cave's walls. They were clearly not put there by the dinosaurs. This was truly a wonderful cave. And deep inside the cave, Jake could hear rustling. These were probably the children dinosaurs. Taking out his sword, he continued proceeding, as careful as he could be. But when he got there, his smile widened. He saw the children of the dinosaurs. All of them were asleep, and all of them had a HP bar above them. What made Jake smile was the size of the HP bar. The number there made him chuckle. It was a measly 1,000 for both the small dinosaurs there. Jake rushed in, his sword high as he dug it in. Despairing strike. The moment his sword went through, he knew he lucked out. Critical hit. Minus 1,256 HP. Level up. But this sound was about to wake the other dinosaur. And before it even opened its eyes, Jake's sword dug into it. Slash of hunger. Critical hit. Minus 1,789 HP. This time, he didn't level up, but he certainly did get a lot of EXP. Enough to fill 3/4 of the bar. And the loot that dropped almost made him salivate. Because the moment the dinosaurs disappeared, purple items fell down. Epic grade items. He took all of them without even checking what they were. He was too pressed for time, and he needed to look at the center of attraction that he had putting off for too long now. The nest that was at the center of the cave. A nest made of hay, and on it, 3 eggs with purple dots on all of them. He walked up to them and touched the egg. Take into inventory? A message came. Jake smiled as he clicked on the obvious answer. The egg disappeared, and soon enough, the other two did as well. After this was over, Jake took out something from his inventory. Something that smelled wonderful. It was a piece of meat. Cooked meat. One of the features of the game, where once you put something like meat, which dropped sometimes after a monster was killed, over fire, it would be cooked to some extent. And the smell that it gave was too much for the monsters to ignore. He dropped it in the middle of the nest, and turned around. There was nothing else in this nest that was worth taking. The only good things that were remaining were probably the dinosaurs itself, and they would only drop if they died. Jake was not strong enough to kill them. He wasn't even close. He knew that he had to be in Tier 4 to do that. He wasn't even in Tier 2. He got to the right level, but he needed to leave the secret realm to try and get the tier upgrade quest. But that was beside the point. Right now, he had the biggest haul that he ever had in the game, except for when he received the Sword of Misery and the Armor of Despair. He left the cave now, and noticed that the ground was shaking. His face changed as he ran to one of the trees that he could see near. He climbed the tree, hoping that the tree was thick enough to cover him up. Once he was up there, he looked through the slight opening of the leaves to see that a dinosaur that looked similar to the one that he led to the fight had arrived. But this was not the same one. Firstly, it was spotless. There was no way that it would come spotless after a huge battle like that. And secondly, it looked slightly different in the crown and in the arms. This dinosaur had longer arms and had a slightly longer tail. It entered the cave, and when it did, Jake started moving away from the cave. He knew that the moment that the dinosaur there would witness the massacre that was inside, which was the disappearance of its young, it would go on a rampage. Thank God I prepared a contingency plan. Jake thought to himself as he ran from tree to tree. But even though he got a few hundred meters away in the next minute, he could hear the roar of pain and anger that came from inside the cave with clarity. The father dinosaur number 1 was angry all right. Chapter 119 Hindsight. When Jake knew that there was another one in the nest, he immediately had an idea. What if he could use the remaining dinosaur with a definite vengeance as a sword? A sword that they could use against many, many enemies in the vast jungle. So they started with a plan in place. The scent that they decided would be the one to take the blame was one that could be easily replicated only by humans, who were non-existent in this secret realm. It was meat that was properly cooked. A good meal for sure, but not a meal that anyone here could make. This meat was in the cave, fueling the father dinosaur's rage, and it was also creating a path. A path away from the direction that Jake was running toward. There was no way that someone as stupid as the dinosaur would understand that it was a diversion it was following. And it would follow the scent as much as it could, until it would mysteriously vanish. Surely, it would travel far and wide to look for the ones who dared to steal their young, but it wouldn't find them, because the meat itself was in Jake's inventory. So whenever he needed a sword to deliver punishment, the meat could return, and it would mysteriously lead a trail to the nest of that monster that Jake wanted to vanquish. This was a plan that was put in place after a lot of brainstorming, and they knew that too many things could go wrong. But now that it was in play, everything was going right. While Jake was running as fast as he could, he knew that the fading thuds could only mean one thing. The dinosaur took the bait, and it was gone now. It came faster than I expected. I thought that it would come just a little late. Jake thought to himself as he opened his chats. I am done here. What about you? He started moving toward the area of the fight. The fight between the two dinosaurs that are pitted against each other. By now, a lot of damage would have been done on both ends, and Jake was just waiting to see the two dinosaurs come to the last sliver of HP so that he could hopefully try and steal that kill. He didn't see it happening, because the magnitudes even these slivers of HP were way too high, but he really wanted to test his luck. He did have to take the giant detour to completely avoid the dinosaur, but now, the mother and father dinosaur of the first territory were as far from each other as Jake could get them. He had maybe 15 minutes before the father dinosaur would realize that he was on a wrong trail, and maybe another 10 minutes before he would come here looking for clues on the other side of his territory. Jake skidded to a halt as he crouched under a bush. He was in a new angle this time, but he could clearly see the two dinosaurs in a small distance. They didn't notice him. The last time, the smell that enticed them was not them itself, but rather the meat. Slowly increasing the meaty smell, it enticed them even further to leave the cave and their children to chase after this prey. He took a look at the HP bars of the two dinosaurs and smiled. They were both in red already. The fight was also going ahead of schedule. Where are you? The fight is almost done here. He was probably in the running stage of the plan by now, with the father dinosaur of the second territory chasing after another trail of meat that they left. It took a whole day to make all of these preparations. If even one mistake occurred, well, it didn't. They got at least some loot out of it, and that was all that mattered. Ping. I am done. I am looking at the dinosaurs right now. Which angle are you looking at them through? Jake got a message. I'm at the second dinosaur's 6. Right behind it. Where are you? Jake asked. I'll come find you, wait. Myriad arrows replied back, and the chat went cold for a minute again. Jake's eyes were glued to the dinosaurs though, and he was waiting to see if there was a chance for him to strike. "Yeah, I am here." He heard a whisper next to him. "Good. Get your best attack ready. How much does it take out again? How much damage does it deal?" Jake asked. "About 1,000 HP for something like this. The defense of these dinosaurs are way too high." Myriad Arrows said. "This works then. I will get ready for an assault, and you can get your first attack ready. We will attack from behind the moment that one of the dinosaurs goes to the final dregs." Jake said. "The first dinosaur looked like it is losing. We need to change positions." Myriad Arrows said. "Right. Let's get moving." Jake nodded. Both of them started circling around the dinosaurs carefully, trying not to trigger either one of their senses. And then, they got behind the first dinosaur. "Attack with a normal arrow at first, then with your big attacks all at once." "I will go with my big attacks at the same time," Jake said. Myriad Arrows nodded and they readied their swords and looked at the dinosaur, waiting for the right time. 1 second passed, and then another. Attack after attack, both dinosaurs were looking like they had the same HP, but in numbers, the first one was lower. Now. Chapter 120 Killing Giants. 2 arrows shot forward. They both pierced the nape of the dinosaur, the only part of the dinosaur's body which was not covered in scales throughout. The dinosaur did not even flinch though. It was like 2 flies bit it. But what this attack did do was surprise it. It roared as it slowly turned to look at what happened. And at this moment, the second dinosaur roared as it latched itself onto the first one, digging its claws into the dinosaur. Despairing strike. Jake jumped to strike the nape of a tumbling duo, and the attack did connect, dealing a stagger 600 damage. But the damage clearly did something. They were monitoring the HP gauge of the first dinosaur. And now, there was none left to see. But the dinosaur was still alive. They could see it. It had 2,000 HP left. Slash of hunger. Jake was not going to let this opportunity slip through his hands. The same time that his sword hit the dinosaur, 2 arrows hit the dinosaur as well. Blast. Although this was the same blast that blew apart the last dinosaurs, this one barely moved. But the combinations of the attacks did it. All of them combined took a great deal of health out of the dinosaur, and they saw that message in real time. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Damn. 3 levels? This must be my lucky day." Jake smiled. This was going his way all right. But the battle was not over yet. The moment that the dinosaur died, it pixelated, and now, the second dinosaur was still there. It fell on the ground, tumbling because it had no support of the first dinosaur to stand on. "Attack it. We have to do as much damage to it as we can," Jake shouted as he rushed toward the dinosaur before it got up. He kept attacking the dinosaur, using all the skills at his disposal. Behind him, Myriad Arrows was providing him with all the long-range support that he could. But at the end, these were all just tiny specks of damage to this behemoth. It still had a staggering 5,000 HP to take care of, and that was only the remaining dregs. If it was completely healthy, this battle would have been a fool's errand. Roar! The dinosaur was furious as it got up, unfazed by all the attacks that it was facing. Certainly, compared to the Cyclops that they faced a few days ago, this monster was much, much stronger. The dinosaur swiped against Jake, trying to take care of him in a single move. But Jake smiled at this moment. Reflect. This was what Jake was counting on. Reflect would definitely take care of the remaining HP. The attacks of the dinosaur were way too strong for it to resist as well. Level up. This time, Jake could only see a single level increase. But he was not disappointed in the slightest. He stretched his arms as he looked at the drop. This time, the drop was definitely going to be something to die for. Myriad Arrows ran to him, all smiles. This was a time for celebration. "Let us take the loot first and we can sort things out later. We don't know when the mates will come here. We cannot afford to lose all of this," Jake said. Jake took in all of the loot, purple-colored and all, and then, they darted. They were back on the trees, swinging from the vines, going to a place that they had decided would be their base. It was a cave as well, but a cave that they hid expertly. With a nice boulder blocking the cave's entrance, to the dinosaurs, it didn't look like a cave at all, so no one even went there. As for the previous occupants, it took Jake and Myriad Arrows a short while to draw them out and put them in a pit fight with another monster. They lost, obviously, and the cave was Jake's to have. After a run that lasted 30 minutes, both Jake and Myriad Arrows were panting, but they were in front of the safe haven that they called home. Rubbing their hands, they pushed open the boulder and stepped in, closing the boulder behind them. For a moment, it was pitch dark, before a high-pitched sound came from Jake's hand. It was a flare that gave light to the cave in front of them. The cave was big, all right, big enough for them to stay conformably. In the center were a few fire logs, basic common-grade material that they used as their primary light source. After lighting the fire, Jake snubbed the flare as he could use it later as well. This was something that remained after the goblin raid, and since it already showed its greatness, it would definitely be useful in the future as well. Then, they sat on the ground and looked at each other giddily. Tell me you found something really good. Jake looked at myriad arrows. I found them. 2 whole eggs. 2 dinosaurs that can potentially become like the monsters that we saw today. Myriad arrows smiled. Good. This is really good. I found 3. The guild is all but set for later. Now then, we have to take a look at the loot that we got. Jake said, pouring out what he got from the big ones killing each other, as well as the small ones that he had killed. Myriad arrows nodded as he also took out a few items from his inventory. This was what he had found. And then, they took a good look at what was in front of them, and their eyes shone brighter than diamonds. Chapter 121 Epic Loot. Jake's eyes were wide open. Until now, he was able to take the fact that he got his hands on quite the wealth in such little time. And what he had in front of him was not worth the first haul of 30,000 gold that he got in the SSS ranked quest. But the both were different, because he saw, in the edge of his eyes, a small purple crystal. He picked it up and scanned it, his eyes shining brighter. This was not worth money. It was priceless. There would be no madman in the world who would sell something like this. Epic class change, Dino swordsman. Type, swordsman. And it wasn't alone. There were a few items that complemented this item. Dinosaur sword. Grade, epic. Requirement, class, Dino swordsman. Special skills. Dinosaur bite. A class-specific item was always overpowered. And in that, the item was of the epic grade, and it was a main weapon. The combination of the two was just way too good. And he had a perfect idea on who he had to give this to. It wasn't someone in his guild though. There was no one in his guild that deserved an epic class yet, and the moment that they did, he had a few lined up for them. But this one that came unexpectedly was something that he wanted to save for people that he needed to get as strong as possible. And one middle-aged man appeared in his mind. With this, Dad can actually have a good character. Jake thought to himself as he put these back inside. Myriad arrows didn't say anything though. They were here because of Jake telling them where the secret realm was, and the plan of baiting and planning all of this was done by Jake. Now then, the armor. Epic grade. Yours. Jake said. A good armor? These go for a lot, right? Why don't you replace your armor? It looks pretty bad. Myriad arrows asked. Haha. You will never had to worry about what my equipment is. Don't worry about that. I will always have better equipment than you will. That is not arrogance. That is just the plain truth. You should take this. You worked hard enough to deserve it. Jake smiled. Fine. Whatever you say. Myriad arrows said, but his face revealed his true emotions. He was just overjoyed. An epic grade armor just for him. Who wouldn't want that? He quickly equipped the armor, and it replaced the rare one that he was currently donning. And with this armor, he was going to be an unstoppable force along with the epic class that he had. Good then. Now, there are 2 more epic items that we have. Who do you think should get them in the guild? Jake looked at myriad arrows. What are you asking me for? I don't know. No one has proven themselves well enough to earn a whole epic item. Myriad arrows said. Exactly. But we can incite them to get this. Jake smiled as he looked at the epic grade ring and the sword. Both had no use in Jake's arsenal, or myriad arrows. But they were precious, and Jake didn't want to sell them right now. He wanted to strengthen his guild. It is too bad. I need to wait till the secret realm closes before we can do anything with this. The moment we leave, I am putting all of this in the bank. Jake said. What about the eggs? How is that going to work? How are you going to raise a dinosaur? That is going to take so much effort. Myriad arrows asked. There is a building that not many people can afford. It is called the guild stables. It is only available for level 3 guilds. Jake said. Level 3 guilds? But aren't we in level 1? Myriad arrows said. Yes. I never said that we leveled up. No one did. The only way to level up is completing raids, but more importantly, it will be through the expeditions that we will be going on soon enough. And once we are able to complete a few expeditions and explore new lands, we will be able to get this guild stables so that we can raise our own powerhouses. Jake said, smiling. All of this for the long run. Who will be able to stop our guild if all of this actually happens? Myriad Arrows asked. You are thinking too little. My goal isn't becoming the strongest guild. Jake shook his head as he looked to the depths of the cave. I want to become the strongest in the game. I want Bright Horizon to become the strongest force ever. Becoming a kingdom's main guild is just the first step. After that, we will be trying to get that kingdom to the status of an empire. Jake said. Myriad Arrows looked at him with raised eyebrows. These were lofty goals. Who would dare claim that they could achieve something like that? But Jake could, because he had the chance to raise not one, but 5 monsters that were as strong as the 2 dinosaurs that were in Tier 5. 5 powerhouse of that level. For players to get that strong, it would easily take a few years, if not more time. Leveling up would take time, and no one got to the 30th level yet, except for the 2 people here, and a few hidden gems that didn't disclose their levels. But even then, Jake knew that not a single person completed the tier upgrade quest, because it was that unpredictable. Even he wasn't prepared. Alright, we got some good stuff, but now, we have to do the more important thing. We have to stay alive and try to find the exit as fast as we can. Because if we don't, after 7 days, we will die and then exit. We will lose at least a few things in our inventory. Jake said. Chapter 122 Finding an Exit. We are going to die after a week? I thought that it would just be automatic exit. Myriad Arrows was shocked. Yeah, the realm will close down, and all those inside will technically die at the same time. So that will include us, and we will exit to where we entered the realm in the first place. So we will probably revive exactly where the entrance to the secret realm was. And if our luck is even worse, we will enter the jaws of the boss of the forest. Jake explained. How does the exit look? Myriad Arrows asked. How does the exit look? I am not sure. This is the first time that I have been in a secret realm myself. I don't know anything about secret realms. This is all that I gathered. Jake said. He didn't have much on secret realms. They were far and few between. Guilds that found them monopolized them, and information about them rarely came out. And almost every single time, the only way to leave was found to be dying as the exit closed. So no one knew what an exit even looked like. They only knew that there was an exit because one guild pulled it off. There were only rumors that no one was killed in that secret realm because they found an exit to the place. And Jake planned on doing exactly that. Too much greed wasn't always good. After one died, a player could lose nothing, but he could also lose everything he had. Find the exit first, and after we know where it is, we will be all for the better. If we know where it is, the remaining time of the secret realm, we can try hunting a little. But remember, find the exit first. Jake warned again. We will split up for this? Better to cover more surface area that way, right? Myriad Arrows said. Yes. Try to find anything that might be like a door. Maybe something like the green crystal that you tapped that brought us here in the first place. Jake suggested. That sounds good. Well then, you go that way and I will go this way. Myriad Arrows said, pointing to different directions. It is a pity that they don't give us a map of the secret realm that we are in, but then again, that would be too terrifying and unfair. Jake said as he nodded. Both of them started moving. Time was of the essence. The more time that they wasted talking, the less time they would have to find the portal that would lead them out of here. And it was important to have an out of this place. If they were in danger of dying, or if they had something urgent going on outside here, they needed to be able to get out of the realm. Also, if they found the portal, like Jake said, they would be clear of dying because of the realm closing. Instead, they could happily focus on grinding, or trying to find good equipment. Jake started running through the trees. He was strong for sure. He probably was one of the strongest in the game right now. But most importantly, today was going to change things. He technically killed 2 of the strongest monsters killed by players in the game. This was through deception, sure, but it was a feat that no one had accomplished until Jake did. He was at level 35 now. He could go through the tier upgrade quest right now if he had the chance to. I have no idea what is going to come in the tier upgrade quest though. It seems way too hard for me to go through. This is for a legendary class after all. Tier upgrade quests are always going to be harder for higher classes. Jake thought to himself as he kept running through the trees. He saw many dinosaurs below, and some of them heard the commotion of something moving up there, but none of them bothered to try and chase after something that they couldn't see, and couldn't reach. Sure, One or two of the raptors below would try to start giving chase, but Jake was much faster than when he first came to the place. He had put in a lot of free attribute points into agility, and he was pretty fast now. He was going to start with the usual suspects in his hunt for the exit. He was going to the edge of the secret realm. For something that was like a door to the outside world, it could possibly be at the edge of the world. And this was just a small realm. It was big in human standards, the size of a small town perhaps, but it was still crossable. It was scalable. One end could be seen. Flat earthers would have a field day when they could come to this realm. This small world was disconnected from the rest of the world, and it had a barrier that spanned the border of the world. For all intents and purposes, they were inside a dome. A giant dome that had dinosaurs inside. And although Jake was worried that this could have been a secret realm with an agenda, like a mad scientist's laboratory, all that he had found until now proved otherwise. The metallic strips did not indicate anything at all. Jake was relieved that he didn't have a boss to fight against. After all, if there was a boss, then the exit to the realm would only be next to the boss. And at their level, there was no way that they could battle against the boss. There was absolutely no way that they could find an exit if there was a final boss in this place. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 123 No Luck. 3 days passed. 3 days of them looking through every nook and cranny, every rock overturned around the boundary, and they couldn't find anything at all. And it was highly improbable that they would. Finding a small stone among the entire forest, that was the size of the small town, and in a small time of just 5 days, was almost impossible. The chances were slim to none, and the chance that they could cover all that space was tough. But Jake had gone through the boundaries. He covered one side and myriad arrows the other. The exit wasn't here, and it probably was going to be somewhere around the center. All right, maybe it is with some boss. I have to go to the center and see if there is some laboratory. It is the worst case scenario, but I am going to have to entertain it. Jake sighed. He looked at his texts. His DMS were as dry as the Gobi Desert. Myriad arrows didn't have anything for him. Meet me in the base. We need to figure something out. This isn't working. He typed out as he started going toward the cave in the middle of the forest. It wasn't exactly in the middle of the forest, but it was close. The center of the forest was even beyond the territories of the two giants whose demise he was responsible. Wait. I can cut through the forest and get to the cave through the center. Maybe I should look at what is in the center. We didn't look there even once. Jake thought. Until now, it was a circle in this giant forest that they both tried to skirt. There were only dangerous monsters as one got closer to the center of the forest. And Jake had previously surmised that the center would have someone who was too strong to handle. But now, they had no choice but to take a look. Myriad arrows would hesitate to do this. He was too worried that he would lose his equipment. But Jake didn't mind. Rewards only came if one took the right risks. Jake was cutting through the forest, walking toward the center of the forest. He knew the monsters that he needed to avoid to a certain extent. A few days of walking around, he had already gotten into a few skirmishes, and was in too many marathons running away from giant dinosaurs. So he carefully walked around the territories, through the borders of the territories where the dinosaurs would not move as there were other giants on the other side of the border. He didn't encounter a single monster on his way to the center, and that was by design. He knew that he wouldn't be encountering a single monster. But as he got to the center of the forest, he stopped. Something was a little off. It was like he was walking through the same circles again and again. He stopped next to one tree and climbed it to the top, trying to see what lay ahead. This mountain was at the very center of the forest, and Jake didn't want to come here. The reason? The mountain was the home of the caves that all of these giant monsters called home. One step into here and it would take all of his luck to leave it intact. And the last few days, he had exhausted all of his luck. First with the legendary class, and then with the divine weapon. Things were only going his way till now. He couldn't rely on his luck even a little more. As he reached the mountain itself, he was as careful as he could be. He had already tried his best to mask his smell by rubbing all sorts of leaves and mud over him. His face was gritty and his palms were covered in dirt. He grabbed a rock and started climbing the mountain, holding on to dear life as he decided to reach the peak of the mountain. Maybe the developers decided that the exit would be the one place that was unreachable. Maybe they decided that it would be at the exit. He heard roars around, but he knew that none were directed at him. He was but an insignificant small pest that was climbing the giant mountain that they all called home. He continued his journey upward, knocking the rocks next to him in random timings, hoping that one of them would be what he was looking for. But he had no luck. If the chances that they would find the stone at all were astronomical, then the probability that he would find the exit by knocking on the mountain here was just non-existent. Looking up again, he sighed. The way up was long and tough. It would take a few hours for him to climb to the top. After all, he would have to rest in the middle. His character only had so much stamina. After climbing a few meters, he grabbed onto one of the bigger rocks that was on the edge and sat on it. The slight profusion allowed him to take a breath, which he used to send a few more messages to myriad arrows. I am going to be a little busy. My bad. Keep looking. And do not be alarmed if my name suddenly goes gray for a small while. I am literally going to go court death. He then looked down. He was just a little higher than the ground, taller than the height of most dinosaurs for sure. There were a few in the horizon, and none of them noticed him. None of them were bothered to look at the home of the giants that rules the forest. Shaking his head, he looked back up. I still don't know why I am doing this. He sighed as he started his second stretch of climbing. Chapter 124 The Top of the Mountain. It took a few hours for him to get to the top of the mountain. The sun went down, and it was dark by the time he got to the peak of the entire secret realm. If it was the day, he would have enjoyed the brilliant scenery that was the jungle. But the moonlight still gave him a wonderful view of the entire jungle, and he could see that the forest didn't have any landmarks. Surely, the developers wouldn't make the exit impossible to find. And the problem was that he couldn't even find a boss as he looked around. Every single territory was clearly marked, with every dinosaur in their place. No dinosaur dared cross these invisible lines that Jake had already mapped out in his head. But he could not find a single true boss of this entire forest. He looked down at the peak. He had studied the peak itself, in its 2x2 dimensions, and there was certainly nothing there. There wasn't an exit to this madness. He would have to lose at least something as he left this place 2 days later. Damn it. Just how bad has my luck got to get? Even if I completely drained it over the last few days, that has to be worse than usual. No exit to this place? That is illogical. Jake grumbled as he kicked the rock that was next to him. Click, click. The sound of gears moving and the sound of something inside ticking suddenly made the mountain come to life. Jake felt the mountain itself shudder as he started descending down. It was the exact feeling he had when he met Nolan. The secret basement had a secret elevator, and this was exactly like that. As he slowly started descending, he had the quick thinking to send one final message. Come to the top of the mountain and kick the rock on top. It looks like something is underneath. I am entering, but I might get cut off. He just managed to hit send when he heard a message ring. You have entered the boss area. All messages are not allowed. You will not revive here. You will revive outside the boss area. Jake smiled. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that there had to be a mad scientist somewhere here because of the dinosaurs. Those developers knew that they had to mess with me. Jake laughed. There was nothing good about meeting the boss. But at least, now, Jake knew that there was a way out. As he started descending down the mountain, he could feel the space around him open up a little. And slowly, the walls of the mountain disappeared, and he could see a bright light fill the space. This was a bright laboratory. There were tubes everywhere. Tables, tubes, lab coats, computers, beeps, and giant capsules filled with liquid and a dinosaur within each of them. This was the laboratory of a scientist, all right. And he certainly was working on dinosaurs. Looks like they took the Piet of Jurassic Kingdom, the classic from a decade ago. Jake said, shaking his head. But then again, Nova does own that production company. The elevator stopped at the ground, and Jake got off it, looking around. There was absolutely no one in this giant laboratory. Only silence, and those sounds that did come from an active lab. He walked around. There was no other thing to do. So he looked around, sat in a chair or two, and more importantly, tried to learn about his terrain. He was also trying to find if there was any clear exit to this place. If there was, maybe he would try to exit the place, and come back when he had a few more eggs that he found from the right place. But there wasn't anyone at all. And there wasn't anything that Jake wanted here. He came closer to the dinosaur in the capsule. It was transparent and he could clearly see the details of this dinosaur that he was absolutely sure wasn't in the forest outside. This was a completely new species that this scientist was developing. He looked closer, marveling at the attention to detail, when he heard a sound behind him. Marvelous, isn't she? It took me a few months to get this one right. The DNA on the fossil was barely enough for me to salvage a proper sequence. A voice came from behind him. And this voice didn't suit the profile of a mad scientist at all. He expected a short man, white moustache that spanned the width of this face, a bald head, or at least slightly bald, and a round body. What he turned to see was a voluptuous body, a woman that was absolutely stunning, with the only thing that she shared with the mad scientist image being glasses. And the white lab coat, that no one could dare forget. You must be the scientist responsible for the extraordinary collection outside. I was just stunned looking at the dinosaurs that you got out there, Jake said. His heart was pounding, but what would a nervous stammer do for him right now? He needed to talk to this scientist properly, and he needed to be calm right now. And you must be the ones who have come to my creation. I wonder how you came here. I thought that the barrier was up. The scientist asked, frowning. We found an opening, a portal that we accidentally stumbled across. Jake said. We? So there is another. The scientist nodded. I thought you knew. So you do not have complete control over the entire forest. I thought that every dinosaur was under control. Jake asked. To control those beasts would be a pity. Now then, let us talk about you. Don't you think it is rude to come to someone else's lab without knocking? Chapter 125 Mad Scientist. Jake's heart tightened. He knew that it would come to this at the end, and he hoped that it wouldn't. But one thing that he noticed was that the scientist in front of him didn't have a HP bar scene. That meant one of two things. She was an indestructible NPC, one that could control what happened in the boss realm. Every single god was one, but they never appeared in the game, so rarely did someone get smitten by one of the gods. And then, there were the NPCs that weren't meant to be battled. These NPCs also didn't have a HP bar, because they weren't supposed to die. Jake hoped that it was the latter. If it was the former, then there were going to be more problems than just dying once. He could lose his karma, and he could lose many of his items in the inventory. It was not my intention to barge in. We accidentally came here, and we were looking for an exit to this place. After all, it is not our place to stay here without your permission. Jake stuttered. Haha. The woman chuckled lightly as she moved closer to the dinosaur capsule. She then looked at the screen next to it and tapped on it a few times. Where were we? Yes. You and your friend trespassed into my realm and now you want to leave, is it? The woman asked, a smile on her face that was nothing but terrifying. Jake didn't know what to say. He didn't know what answer the woman scientist wanted. And above, after a few hours, myriad arrows could come to this place. If Jake survived till then, it was safe for him to come here and maybe they could leave the place. But if it wasn't so, then Jake would have died, and he would revive fast enough to warn myriad arrows. Well then, you are interesting specimens though, blessed by God to be immortal. I envy you people. The scientist said with her sweet voice as she came close to Jake, touching his arms, and looking closely into his eyes. There was not a hint of lust in those eyes of her. Those sparkling eyes were eyes of curiosity. Envy? So she isn't immortal. Jake thought. That was interesting to hear. Well then, I have some use for you. You aren't going to die just yet. The scientist smiled as she walked past him and to another desk, looking at another computer and a few other results of tests that she was conducting. Sigh. Jake sighed with relief. He was worried that the scientist would want his life, but it turned out that it was the latter that was true. She was an NPC that wasn't meant to be battled. She was someone who gave quests and the sort. Alright then. I need your help. You won't die anyways, so you can do this with ease. She said as she kept looking at her screens, noting down a few results. I lost something in the forest. I went down there to take some results and I lost one of my computers. It was in one of the bigger dinosaurs' territories, so I couldn't exactly retrieve it with ease. And you want us to retrieve it? Jake asked. He was worried about saying anything that would anger her. I know about your immortals. You can put things in the space that God has bestowed upon you, and when you do die, you revive with a few of those things. Unless your luck is truly bad, you will not lose the computer when you do die. The scientist said. So you know that we will die if we go in and grab that computer. Obviously. Did you think that you stood a chance against the dinosaurs? Did you look at how strong they are? They are unbeatable, at least for you. There is no way that you can defeat them. The scientist shook her head. And how are you so sure that the computer is even still intact? A single stomp from this giant dinosaur whose territory you dropped it in and it is going to get crushed into smithereens. Jake pointed out. He made sure that his tone was soft and respectful. He didn't want to come off as rude. None of my computers are going to get destroyed. None of the ones that I take out to the field anyways. I am prepared to deal with the destruction that these dinosaurs can cause, so I made them a protective shield that can only be removed if someone who has this band touches it. The scientist explained. Jake looked at what band she was pointing at. It was a silicone band. One that was pink, had glitter in it, all the hallmarks of it being made by a 6-year-old girl. This was a joke, right? If the protection was going to get removed by the band, where was the intense circuitry that made all of that possible? Where was the computer on a chip? This was just a rubber band. The scientist seemed to read Jake's mind. The components are all inside. I hid them. Or else, they would take away from the beauty of the band, would they not? The woman laughed. Jake didn't have an answer to this question as well. Was she calling this decoration beauty? If she was a small girl, then Jake would have agreed with her. But in what universe did this look better than a high-tech gadget that could rid a computer of its protective casing? Jake sighed as he asked her a few more questions. Before we can take this quest, I have a few questions. First, do you have a map of the entire area? I will need it to make preparations. And second, if we do get this and give it to you, will you let us leave this closed realm? Chapter 126 Quest. Ah, so you want the rewards already, do you? The scientist smiled. She snapped her hands, and a panel appeared in front of her. Secret quest, return the computer to the scientist. Quest difficulty A. Quest time limit, 2 days. Reward, exit from the secret realm. Penalty, no penalty. Except, Y/N. Jake looked at this and he understood why there was no penalty. If the time limit ended, then he would die anyways. That was going to be the final result anyways. Taking the quest wasn't going to hurt at all. But he did learn one thing. Where the exit was. It was right here. And he knew that if he wanted to exit this place, he was going to have to find that computer. Except he said, "You have received map of the secret realm, Jurassic Kingdom." Ah. I knew that this place was like a copy of the Jurassic Kingdom. Jake exclaimed as he tapped on the item. He was going to use it a lot now. You have received pink band. You have received locator. These two were to find the computer and get it to the lab. He understood that much. Just as he was about to leave to go ahead and get to work, he stopped for one last question. What about my friend? Can he leave with me as well? It was a valid question. This quest was for him. What if Myriad Arrows couldn't share the reward? He can join as well. I just want my computer back. I am way too busy to go out and retrieve the computer myself. The scientist waved her hand dismissing him. Get as fast as possible. If you can bring it to me really fast, then I might give you a good reward before your exit here. She said. Jake's ears perked up as he heard this. Reward? He wanted a good reward all right. Now, he was incentivized a little more. Restrictions on chatting have been removed. Another message popped up. The grayed out chat button returned to its usual color, and Jake immediately accessed it. Ping, 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 ping. There were messages on messages waiting for him. What the hell are you doing in the mountain? Why aren't you responding? Is everything all right? Did you die? Jake sighed as he started sending responses. I am fine. I got a new quest. If we can finish this, then we will be able to leave the place. Jake then looked at the other messages. He was surprised that in the few minutes that he entered a discussion with the scientist, so many people suddenly messaged him. One was his brother. Brother, the chairman asked me a question and I am not sure what to answer him. Is this urgent, Michael? If it is, then I will try to sort things out. But if it isn't, then can you wait a few days? I am stuck in this place for 2 more days, and once I get out, I will tell you what you need to do. Jake yawned. A few days in the game was not a lot for him mentally. He was used to spending weeks altogether in the game, but that was all in his head. His physical body was not used to this. He was getting a little weak. I need to hit the gym a little harder, and maybe stock up on a few nutrition supplements for when I am hitting long runs. Jake noted to himself as he stepped onto the elevator. The moment he stepped on it, it started moving, going up. He looked up, but there was no light up there. Clearly, there was a cover there for the mountain to still appear like a mountain. As he slowly approached the top of the mountain, which he only knew by instinct, the cover on top opened up, and he could see a bright light shine onto him. But it wasn't bright enough to blind him. It was the moon. Right above him, it shone strong enough to make him close his eyes. The elevator clicked as it reached the top, leaving Jake in the cold world outside. The floor below was seamless once more, which seemed impossible. Jake managed to do it with a flat wall, but to do it with a completely irregular surface, It was something only possible in the virtual world. Jake looked around once more. The same sight that was visible to him when he was here half an hour ago. But this time, he looked at it a little different. Because this time, he knew what each place meant. The map that he just got showed each place in the forest, marked according to territory. If I had this from the very beginning, how much it would have helped me, goddammit. Jake cursed. They had to prepare for a whole 2 days to get one try ready to get the eggs from the dinosaurs. If they had this map from the beginning, they could have saved on at least a day in that. And not to mention, the 3 days that they wasted trying to look for an exit when it happened to be in, obviously, the most dangerous place in the entire forest. Fine. Crying won't get me anywhere. I need to find myriad arrows so that we can figure out a way to get through this. Jake told himself as he opened his chat again. Where are you, by the way? I need to meet you so that we can get going. I am on top of the mountain. Jake texted. Within no time, he got a message back. I was waiting for your messages for a while. Damn right, we need to talk. I am at the base of the mountain, a few feet in. I'll wait for you to come down. Chapter 127 Gajira. When Jake went down the mountain to meet myriad arrows, he was met with quite the pissed off man. What were you thinking? We worked so hard to get that haul ready, and you came to this dangerous place, all on your own. What are you, drunk? Myriad arrows shouted. Jake was silent. His curiosity got the best of him this time, so he just had to go up and see for himself. Luckily, that didn't backfire. All right, now that you are done with that, let us get to what we have to do now. The quest. It is an official quest, so there is a guaranteed exit from this place as long as we deliver the computer by the time the secret realm closes down. Jake said. Fine. Where is the computer located? Myriad arrows asked. Do you remember when we saw a huge monster? One that looks like Gajira from the movies? It is in its territory. Jake sighed and said. When he corroborated the map with his memory, he realized why he never went that side. The one time they got even remotely close there, they saw a huge beast tower over them, and that beast looked exactly like Gajira. A dinosaur that stood tall at 100 meters. That was terrifying. Which monster was possibly that tall and that big? It had 3 rows of leaf-shaped dorsal fins running through its pale gray back. And its eyes were terrifying. When it looked at the distance, it was like it was looking at them in the distance. Jake and myriad arrows quickly ran away, as they didn't want to spend any more time in this terrifying giant's territory. But it looked like to get out of this place alive with all of their items, they would have to risk it all and try to use all of their cards. We are going to have to us all of the meat. We have to carve out a path of confrontation between the Gajira and the 2 mates of the dinosaurs we made fight each other a few days ago. Jake said. Looks like that work is all finally being put to good use. Myriad arrows nodded and said. We wasted too much time already trying to find an exit. Now that we did find that exit, as long as we have the computer in hand, we can try and work on getting a little more loot and then we will get the hell out of here the moment it turns dark. Jake said. So that we will not be confronting an awake boss monster of the real forest. Myriad arrows asked. Right on. Well, we digress too much. What is the plan? You work on setting the trap while I case the joint to see if I have eyes on the computer. I have the locator, so only I can find it. Jake said. That sound good. I will start laying down the meat in closed baskets in the borders of the big territories so that none of the dinosaurs go near them anyway. Myriad arrows nodded. That was what they planned on doing from the beginning. The intersections of 2 territories were dead zones. No dinosaur dared to enter the territory of a big dinosaur, and the 2 big dinosaurs themselves did not meet there because they didn't want to battle to the death every day. And so, the plan was to lay the cooked meat there, and when the time came, draw the 2 dinosaurs to the borders somehow. And so, they would go to where the meat led without hesitation. This was all theory though, and the only instance the meat worked was when the dinosaur chased it when Jake put it as a diversion to run from the cave itself. But he wasn't sure if the dinosaurs would have an extended memory. He wasn't sure how the dinosaurs were programmed, but he was just hoping that all of this would work out. He had prepared too much for this not to work out. They nodded and split up. It was lucky for them that it was the middle of the night. Smaller dinosaurs might have had to adjust to nocturnal clocks to survive better, but all of the big dinosaurs were asleep at this time. They had the confidence that only the big dinosaurs could actually damage them. The others would barely scratch their tough hides. What the 2 dinosaurs that Jake was trying to bait here accomplished were that they would be distractions. Distractions so that the Gajira wouldn't be focusing on them, who would quickly go in and out. Jake looked at the map. He was going around the mountain, careful to go up the right cave slowly and quietly so that no one could hear him. He had passed through the territories of so many monsters, and an hour later, he was near the territory of the Gajira. Unlike many strong monsters, the Gajira didn't have its own cave. If it wanted to, then it would only take a little effort for it to either kill or thrash out the inhabitants of the existing caves. But the Gajira didn't do that. It didn't need the cave. It wouldn't fit in one anyways. So it chose to sleep on the ground, underneath a few giant trees that provided a good cover. Jake knew that this was the top of the food chain, the very top, but there was another monster that was as strong as it was. That was why Jake ruled it from the boss contention. There was no way there were two bosses in here. In a few minutes, Jake laid his eyes on the Gajira and shuddered. This was as close as he had ever gotten, and he saw a terrifying stat that he couldn't before. The HP bar. Chapter 128 Gajira, Part 2. Jake had seen a lot of monsters in the past. In his past life as well, he had laid his eyes on extremely powerful monsters he could not hope to defeat. But what he had never seen was someone as tanky as the monster in front of him. He saw the HP bar in front of him, and he saw the exact number. The number of zeros on his HP bar, they were more than some stats that Jake had. The HP was at a staggering 10 billion health points. 10 billion. That number was something that Jake only heard rumors about. Monsters that were not meant to be beaten. And a monster of this caliber, if it was going to fight the other big monster of the forest, then the aftermath of a fight like that, it would have destroyed half the forest for sure. Jake took a deep breath as he looked at the locator, which showed him his position as well as the position of the computer. And it had to make things incredibly difficult. The locator pointed to only one position, and that showed that the computer was right below the beast. It was sleeping on top of the item that could get Jake home. Jake's eyebrows twitched. Just what is wrong with this difficulty level? First, you put the computer in the territory of a monster that is unbeatable, even if we try and get all the monsters in the entire forest to gather around. I mean, a fight like that would take like a week because of the absurd health bar that this monster has. And now, the computer is goddamn below the Gajira? How do you expect us to get it out of this place? Jake cursed. But he knew where the computer was. And now, once the distractions arrived here, Jake would have a small window where he could potentially try and get the computer out of here without dying. He looked at his chats. There was a message from Myriad Arrows. Myriad Arrows started working, and whenever Jake was done, he could start working on his side as well, so that they could finish the work faster. Jake sighed as he got up from where he was crouching and turned around to leave. Snort! He heard a loud noise. It was like the noise came from right behind him. He slowly turned around, half expecting to see the two giant eyeballs of Gajira here that he came to spy on. But Gajira was still sleeping. It just shifted sides, and was snoring. Okay, I get it. Even the snoring is terrifying. Thank you, Maria. I know that this is hard to go against. Jake grumbled as he turned around for real this time, and started running away. The more time he stayed here, the more dangerous it was for him. He couldn't afford to do that. He couldn't afford to stay here in this place any longer. Maybe, when he brought the backup, it would be possible. But until then, he was going to have to leave the computer here for the taking. They split up the work, and soon enough, both the studs were working toward the creation of a nice path for the two dinosaurs to soon take. The sun started rising a few hours later. Jake and Myriad Arrows had the menial work taken care of, and now, they looked at each other, covered in sweat and dirt for some reason because the game refused to take out this terrible part of reality from the game, and nodded at each other. It is time, I suppose. Myriad Arrows said. Both of us know where to go. The dinosaurs will just be leaving their caves, and they will definitely find the first piece of meat. Jake said. Yeah, I still don't know why I have to follow the goddamn dinosaur though. Myriad Arrows grumbled. We have to make sure that the two dinosaurs don't meet until they reach the Gajira. We don't want them to fight and waste our time, do we? Jake pointed out. He then stretched his hands and started running toward one of the territories that belonged to the dinosaurs. This was dinosaur number 1. Or rather, the mate of dinosaur number 1. He didn't know enough about them to give them names, and for some reason, there were no names on their HP bars as well, identifying them. Even the Gajira was the Gajira because of the similarities and the similarities alone. He got there in little time, just enough to see that the large dinosaur had gotten out of the cave. It looked much bigger than it was the first time that Jake had seen it. It was like it bulked up a little more, and that felt odd for some reason. If anything, he expected the dinosaur to get smaller, but why did it become so strong? And the HP bar of the dinosaur also increased. It definitely became a better monster, and that was only going to help Jake. It would only serve to delay the Gojira a little longer. Jake rubbed his hands as he looked keenly at what the dinosaur was going to do. Right in front of the cave, after all, was a good-looking piece of meat. This was dinosaur meat, dropped from some raptors. Jake had stocked way too much of this because he had been preparing to use it for this purpose, just he didn't think that he would use it against a monster that they had no chance of beating. The dinosaur didn't take even a second before it dashed to the piece of meat, and then gave a heaven-piercing roar that only made Jake smile. Good. It remembers. That anger should be useful. Chapter 129. The plan is afoot. The dinosaurs took the bait. They didn't care that they were leaving their territory. They seemed to abandon all reason just to find whatever was the source of this smell. And which parent wouldn't after losing their children? Those dinosaurs were even going to attack a monster that they knew they wouldn't be able to beat just because they would think that it killed their kids. And considering that Jake had cleared the loot of the two dinosaurs who had fought each other, maybe these father dinosaurs would even think that the Gojira was the killer of their mate. But all of that was just speculation. For now, Jake was just going to hope that everything would go their way. If it didn't, then he was going to have to rush in and try to grab the computer and maybe hope that he wouldn't drop it when he died. It took a little time for the dinosaurs to get around the mountain. While one of the dinosaurs was going around the mountain through the left, the other was going around the right. Since they were side by side in territories, if both the dinosaurs were to meet each other, there would be a fight here, without a doubt. Jake didn't want to see this fight take place. He would rather leave now with no chance of dropping the epic class crystal. He needed that crystal. Sure, it was something that he didn't expect to have, but now that he had it in his hands, losing it would be a loss that would be difficult to justify. An hour passed by, and the dinosaur was slowing down. It came to a stop, and looked around. The meat continued forward, and the more meat that the dinosaur found, it was getting more and more irritated. But once it had run for over an hour, it was beginning to lose its patience. Maybe someone was just leading it to a trap. Jake was worried now. It was going to start thinking instead of functioning over hatred. He grit his teeth and ran forward, coming into the dinosaur's view. He waved around a slab of meat, the source of the smell. The dinosaur looked at it, and it seemed to recognize this smell that came from this pest. Leaving the smell of the meat, it sensed that it knew this pest. Roar! Jake felt his blood freeze 2 times over. You have been frozen by fear. You have to be kidding. I was hit by a debuff now? He cursed. But he could feel movement resume to his body a second later, and he used that time to run back. Blast! The ground in front of him blasted into smithereens. The dinosaur was pissed all right. It was running toward him, the pest that was clearly the reason that all of this was happening. Thank God we only have a few minutes to go before we reach the site. Jake said as he started running. Change in plans. I am stepping in the run. The dinosaur wasn't biting, so I had to incite it. I am going to be getting there as fast as possible. Lead the dinosaur there as well, he texted. Ping. Fine. I will get in front of it as well. Jake didn't have time to look at his chats anymore. The last time he did this, the mother dinosaur was slower than him. It was big and slow, and Jake had put all of his spare stats into agility. But now, things were a bit different. This dinosaur seemed to be on steroids. It was easily able to catch up to Jake, and maybe it was even a little faster. It could catch up to Jake in a minute or two. Jake bit his lips as he opened his stat window and put 10 free attribute points that he had remaining into agility. There was nothing else that he could do. The moment he did that, he felt his feet lightening. All of a sudden, the dinosaur wasn't on his tail anymore, and it was falling behind a little. Jake adjusted his speed, barely faster than the dinosaur, and sometimes slower, so that the dinosaur thought that it had a chance. And the roars that it gave in the middle made Jake's face twist and turn in all sorts of directions. He was exerting his body already. It had been a long time before he had a little rest, in the game or out, and now he was trying to use his mind to its extent. He felt a splitting headache as he tried to keep his speed constant, but he could see his destination in view. It was currently morning. The sun had just gone up. The bright rays were shining on the cliff that defined the Gojira's territory, and right next to it was the Gojira itself, awake. Standing at a staggering 100 meters, it was as tall as the feet. Jake missed it in the thick trees, but now he could see it. And the Gajira was looking at his direction as well. But it was not looking at what was a mere fly in its opinion. After all, Jake was nothing in the Gajira's eyes. But the dinosaur, it was something significant. And Jake could understand that. The moment that the dinosaur behind Jake looked at the Gajira though, Jake noticed that it stopped moving. Jake took this opportunity to suddenly move to the bushes. All the meat in his hands disappeared, falling into his inventory. He rubbed his hands on the soil around, trying to mask the smell, and he started running. There was a pile of meat around the Gajira's territory already put there by Jake. And the Gajira never looked at it because it couldn't care for something so small and insignificant. But the dinosaur did. Dinosaur number 1 looked around as it tried to lock onto its prey's smell, as it was the source of its anger. Roar! At that moment, a chilling roar that made even this huge monster look like a mere child almost made Jake trip with shock. Yeah, I am going to need to work fast if Myriad Arrows doesn't come here fast enough. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 130 Fight, Death. The moment that the Gajira roared, another sound came. And this time, it was from behind Jake. Jake turned around to see through another bush that something else was coming. Something big. It was what Jake was waiting for. The other dinosaur. It was running toward a small shadow, which quickly evaded an attack. When the giant dinosaur stopped, it looked up at the true giant in the forest. The Gajira looked down at the two dinosaurs who had come to its territory, and it was absolutely furious that there were people in its space, where it was the king. So you are hiding here. How long have you been here? Myriad Arrows appeared next to Jake. I came here just now. But since the Gajira is preoccupied, we can focus on retrieving the computer. Jake said. Both of them snuck through the bushes as they got closer and closer to the Gajira's feet. The three parties were only looking at each other and roaring. No one made a move yet. The Gajira didn't make a move because it didn't need to. It knew that the fight would be won without much discussion. But as for the two dinosaurs, they didn't make a move because they didn't want to die in vain. And as for Jake, he knew that if this went on like it did, the distraction that they would provide would be minimal. Jake rushed toward the red pin on his locator. He could soon see a bubble in the middle of the clearing that the Gajira called home. Let us both get there so that when the Gajira does see us, we can split and the Gajira won't know which one to attack. That is better than giving it the chance to kill the person with the computer. Jake said. Sounds good. Myriad Arrows nodded. Both of them rushed to the open, and when they did, the fight started. The three parties involved weren't interested in the two humans that were lurking around. Jake rushed to the bubble with the laptop inside, and he touched the bubble with his bracelet, and the bubble popped, revealing the laptop. He immediately collected the laptop into his inventory, and the fight was still going on, to his joy. Each attack of the Gajira was taking out maybe a third of the HP of the dinosaurs that were reduced to mere children in front of it. Jake was about to make a dash for it, when he stopped. His eyes fixed on a single point. What are you waiting for? Let us get going. Myriad Arrows urged, but Jake couldn't let it go. Forget everything that he had in his inventory right now. It was worth risking all of that just for what he laid his eyes on. Take everything I have and put it in your inventory. Jake said as he dropped the crystal and the weapons that he had taken before as well as the laptop that was needed to complete the quest. What are you doing? Just take these and run. None of the dinosaurs are looking at you. Jake shouted back. He had no time to explain. Fine. Myriad Arrows said as he took in all of those precious items from the ground and darted toward the forest. He was gone in the wind, and if all was going to go well, he would be out of sight for a long while. Jake smiled. His inventory was bare now. He had given everything that he had to Myriad Arrows, trusting him on a huge gamble now. This had better work out. Jake took a deep breath as he started running in full speed toward the place that caught his eye in the first place. He did feel the sound of the fighting ease down. One of the dinosaurs was probably dead already. That was quick, but Jake expected it. Everything was going according to plan except for what he was doing right here. What he was doing was nothing short of suicide. He charged toward what was a nest. It was a nest made out of branches and Jake could barely climb onto it. But when he did, he looked at the 3 eggs in there that were larger than Jake himself. And even that was tame. To think that from eggs this small, a giant like the Gajira came out was fascinating. But Jake didn't have time to think about any of that. The moment he touched one of them, he heard a roar. And this time, he knew that the roar was directed toward him. The Gajira was done fighting. The 2 dinosaurs were dead, and now, it saw that a pest was in front of its eggs. Its children? That was simple unacceptable. It roared as it got closer to Jake. One step and it crossed half the distance. Quickly, take it into the inventory. Jake lifted it off the ground, and poof, it vanished. The egg was gone. Jake was about to reach for the second one, but it was too late. He jumped, but he was stuck mid-air. He felt a tight constriction around his abdomen that was tightening. He was in the Gajira's grip. The Gajira brought Jake higher up, closer to his face, and turned the helpless Jake around to look at its frightening face. Its two eyes, yellow and gigantic, glared at the fly in the Gajira's hands. That was what Jake was in the Gajira's eyes. A mere fly. And yet, this fly managed to make one of its children disappear. As it brought Jake closer to its eyes, it seemed to tell him to return the egg, and it would spare him. But Jake smiled. He wasn't afraid of death. It was all going to be worth it as long as this worked. The Gajira understood that smirk and snorted, its claws tightening more, and Jake's vision went blank. Chapter 131 Dead and Deader. You have died. You lost 1 level. Free attribute points will be deducted. Do you choose to revive? Y/N. Jake nodded. Reviving in World Online had something good about it. Once you revived, you would be taken to a random safe point in the territory, a place where there was no one about to attack. He clicked on the green button, and he felt color return to the world. He could see the forest around him teeming. The sun was bright, and its glare made Jake look away. The first thing that he did was look at his inventory. He wanted to look at the one thing that was in his inventory the moment he died. It's there. It's there. Jake smiled. He jumped up and down like a small girl who just got her wish list satisfied. He had it in his inventory. This is worth losing literally everything that we have gotten here. I actually have it in my inventory. I have the egg of a monster that can become unstoppable. Jake thought to himself. Immediately, he opened his chats. There was the one message from Myriad Arrows. You died? Yeah, I did. Jake responded. It had been around a minute or two since he died, and the revive process was pretty quick. Where are you? Where did you revive? I am not sure. I will check. But now that we are done with the task, I don't want to tempt fate. What is done is done. I don't want to take the risk. We are leaving, now. If the Gajira has some vendetta on us, we are screwed. We will have to go today. Jake said. What did you do when you sent me? Did you try and distract it or something? Myriad Arrows asked. Clearly, he did not see what Jake saw. I will tell you when I see you. For now, move toward the mountain. I will also try to get to the mountain. Meet you there. We need to get to the peak, so start climbing. It is a long climb. Jake texted back. He looked up in the air. There was a large mountain visible in the distance. It was where he had to go. But for now, he needed to move cautiously. He was in an area that had not a single dinosaur in sight. That could only mean that he was part of a bigger territory of a more terrifying monster. He went up the trees, being the only sensible thing to do at the moment. He couldn't afford to stay in sight to anyone. Right now, the only thing that he wanted to do was leave and put this egg that was in his position somewhere safe. Got it. I'll get to the mountain peak. Myriad Arrows responded swiftly, and now, both of them were off. Jake started looking at his map. He looked at his locator, but it couldn't see where the computer was. It was in Myriad Arrows' inventory after all. Jake started moving slowly. He had 2 days in his hands. 2 days to get to the peak of the mountain. He had only one problem with it. It was where the Gajira was going to be prowling. With one of its eggs gone, surely it would stay with the other eggs, but there was nothing wrong in staying safe. Jake moved, and got closer to the mountain quite swiftly. This was the time that dinosaurs went out hunting. Sure, dinosaurs weren't necessarily going to be prowling in territorial boundaries, but Jake didn't want to risk it. His path was long. He didn't cut a straight line forward as he added a few distractions on the way so that no dinosaur would want to keep looking for other prey. And soon enough, he got close enough to touch the mountain. He started climbing. The moment he got a little high, he would be safe. Disregarding what his stamina was, he started climbing at an aggravated speed. After reaching 20 meters high, he stopped for his first small break. Catching a breath for a minute, he looked down. There were dinosaurs visible in the distance, but none of them were looking at him. This was a barren area, which was all the better for him. He looked up again and started climbing again. On this 300-meter journey that went up, he could only rest properly once he got out of reach from the Gajira. It towered at a staggering 100 meters, and if it raised its arms, it could probably get even higher than that. So Jake intended to get to the 200-meter mark before he would even stop for a big break. He continued up the mountain. His eyes were failing him in the middle, but he persisted. Damn it. The toll on my body is higher than I expected. The moment that I leave this secret realm, I am going to run out of Croatia and I am going to get to Difast so that I can finally rest. Jake told himself as he grabbed the nearest rock. The rock broke, and he almost fell down. He held the rock harder with his left hand and gained a foothold quickly. That was close. I could have died and revived elsewhere. Jake shook his head, regaining full capacity of his faculties, and looked up again. He wasn't going to take a rest until he was in the clear. His journey up started again. He went up 20 more meters, and then 20 more. The higher he went, the more he could see, and the clearer he could see it. Soon enough, he could see all of this side of the forest. He could see that the Gajira wasn't on his side of the mountain. It was on the other side. But that didn't stop him from climbing. Sure, he was a few dozens of meters above, but now, he wanted to get to the top. Chapter 132 all done. An hour later, he was panting, covered in sweat, and at the top of the mountain, looking down at the forest in front of him in all of its glory. How high up are you? He sent a message and laid back on the small peak. He had his time to take a breath now. After a long time, he could finally take a breather. Jake was afraid of the moment that Gajira would glance at the familiar dot on the mountain, so he climbed as fast as he could. Even though not a single dinosaur noticed him in the middle of the day, he was still careful. And he hoped that Myriad Arrows was careful as well. After all, Myriad Arrows had everything that Jake carried. A little cash, but that was not that important as he had the bank card now that he used for everything. But more importantly, Myriad Arrows had all of the stuff they got here. He had all of the loot, and in the loot was one epic class. That was simply priceless, although the egg in Jake's possession was probably going to be worth more. Much more. I'll be there in a few minutes. I can see the peak. Jake didn't even bother to look down to see where Myriad Arrows was and which direction he was coming from. If he was just a few minutes away, then all that was left was menial labor. Myriad Arrows would come here without any problems. Minutes passed. Jake was calm. He looked at the landscape once more. This was going to be the last time he would look at this wonderful place. After all, this was a place that would destroy itself in a day and a half. Not many knew about secret realms, even after time passed. They were rare, almost non-existent. But there was a theory that the secret realms that were destroyed in one place would resurface somewhere else. It was just that no one could find them, and that was why no one found the same secret realm twice. Jake was a believer of this theory. He wasn't sure if anyone in the future would find this place, but when they would see a wonder that was simply impossible to see anywhere else. Dinosaurs that felt so real, and monsters that seemed impossible to defeat. This was a mystical land, and it was what people wanted out of the virtual world, taken to another level. Huff! Myriad Arrows grabbed the final rock and heaved himself onto the peak of the mountain, immediately crowding the place. You are finally here. I was waiting for you. Jake smiled. How the hell did you get here so fast? I am sure that I was faster than you. When you revived, I was right next to the mountain, because I ran that way. Myriad Arrows was shocked that Jake had gotten here so fast. I seem to be the little bit faster. Jake smiled. Fine then. We need to move this arrow dash. No, don't do it. Jake stopped him. We rushed the entire process till now. What has you stopping here? Myriad Arrows asked. The time. Jake pointed to the sun. If we leave the realm, then we will go directly to the jaws of the boss of the Croatian forest. We won't want that, would we? Jake said. Ah, I should have noticed that. Wait, then why the hell did I get here so fast? Why did you make me come faster? Myriad Arrows asked. Jake smiled at the pouting Myriad Arrows and shook his head. All I asked was where you were. I never said that you had to come fast. He said. He looked back at the sun. It was high up in the air. It was the afternoon. Unfortunately, they would have to wait a long time. They started working since the morning, and since then, they had been baiting giant monsters that could kill them in one strike, and they went to the nest of an even bigger monster that could kill them with even more ease. Now then, spill it. Why did you give me all of this stuff? Myriad Arrows asked. Ah yes, the stuff. Can I have it back? Jake asked. Tell me why you made me take it though? Why did you go to your death? The Gajira was distracted. I saw that. Myriad Arrows shook his head and said. Give me the stuff first. Jake said. Fine. Myriad Arrows had no intention of holding onto what was not his. He gave Jake each item one by one. There was just enough space for all of this to happen. Once Jake accounted for everything, his bank card, the eggs that he collected, the weapons, some loot, and most importantly, the combination of the sword and the epic class, he smiled. I knew that I could trust you. With this, I should apologize for even having a doubt about you. Jake smiled and said, "You are still thinking about that? After all of this time?" Myriad Arrows was hurt now. After all that they had been through these last few days, his boss was thinking about that incident all that time ago? Trust me, Myriad Arrows. It would have taken a long time for me to actually get my trust in you like I have now. Jake sighed and said. He wasn't going to trust just anyone, and this was an example of that. He only opened up to Myriad Arrows after these 5 days alone with him, and because the circumstances made him do this. But now, he knew that Myriad Arrows was the best right hand that he could ask for. So then, you are skirting the question. What was worth losing a level? Ah, that. I found the eggs of the Gajira. It was a pity, I could only get one of them. But this is worth taking the trip back. We have everything that we could possibly get here. Jake said. He was still so happy that his mouth automatically curled up for the smile. Who wouldn't be? He had the most precious thing that any other player had. No, wait. He had the 4 most precious things that any player held at the moment. Chapter 133 Leaving the Secret Realm. The sun fell down. The moment it did, Jake got up. Myriad Arrows also got up and looked around. This was the first time that he was on the mountain peak, so he didn't know how to enter the secret laboratory. Jake kicked the rock the exact same way that he did the last time. The moment he did, he felt the gears below him shift. The elevator was working now. They were slowly descending into darkness. This was Myriad Arrows' first time through this elevator, but he wasn't too surprised by what was happening. He is the chairman's grandson after all. He must have been in that secret basement of Horus at least once. Jake thought to himself. Now, he was getting impatient. He waited this long, but it took a lot for him to just stay there, doing absolutely nothing. But this was the safe thing to do, and hence, they had to do it. Jake looked at the computer that was now in his hands. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the computer, and every aspect of the outside world except for chats was blocked. Soon enough, they slowly entered the white laboratory. This time, the woman scientist was visible the moment that they entered. She was working on one of the computers, and the moment that she saw Jake and Myriad Arrows come through the elevator, she smiled. The elevator thudded to a halt and Jake got off, followed by Myriad Arrows behind him. I can see that you have my computer here. I was waiting for this data. The scientist got to him quite quickly, and she grabbed the computer from his hands, opening it up immediately. She opened it and put it on a nearby desk, connecting all sorts of wires to it. This came at the right time. You did your task really well, but I expected you to finish earlier, so I will not be giving you a special gift. The scientist shook her head. You have failed the bonus quest. Jake disregarded that notification. He didn't care about this one bit. He just wanted his way out of the secret realm now. Well then, for this, I am not going to deny what you came here for. The exit, it is in this lab. Follow me. The woman nodded. She started walking deeper into the lab. Jake knew how deep and wide the mountain was, and this lab was definitely going to be pretty wide. As they went past dozens of computers, test tubes, giant capsules, Jake just gawked at how this scenario had just the one mad scientist handled the huge laboratory. But they soon stopped at a familiar sight. It was the end of laboratory. The wall was made of rock, seemingly the remaining part of the mountain that was carved to make this lab possible. And embedded in the wall was the green crystal. Jake stepped up and clicked on the green crystal. Leave secret realm? Jake nodded at Myriad Arrows and clicked on the green button. Warning. Once all of the players have left secret realm will close down. Still proceed. Jake nodded again, and he tapped on yes again. The green crystal shone. This wasn't what happened when we first came to the secret realm. Jake thought, but he honestly couldn't care less. He just passed through the portal. The bright light of the lab was gone. What greeted him was the beautiful night sky of the Croatian forest. It was completely silent. The first thing that he did was look around. He exited right where he entered, right next to the boss of the forest. Swish! Myriad Arrows also exited the portal, and the moment that he did, the portal closed down. Crack! Oh shit! We have to run. Jake suddenly said. Myriad Arrows didn't ask any questions. Both of them started running toward the forest. It was familiar scene to them. Although the trees were shorter and much duller in comparison to the forest in the secret realm, it was still familiar territory to these two. Behind them, the wall that they just exited from, the wall that had the green crystal in the first place, started crumbling down. And sure, it made a quite deafening sound. Monsters all around the area were slowly awakening from their slumber to this disturbance. Most prominent of them was obviously the boss. The moment that the boss awakened, it let the entire forest know that it was awake and quite angry. Roar! But the forest did not even make these two flinch. Looks like all of these monsters don't even hold a candle toward the dinosaurs. Myriad Arrows commented as they continued running. Where are we going to go? Myriad Arrows asked as they made a really good run, successfully escaping from the boss. We have to get to safe space. We have to get to a city. Let us do that first. Let us take a look at the map. Jake said. Still, they didn't stop. The reason? Jake knew that whichever way they ran wouldn't be an issue. There were two cities in the forest's perimeter, on opposing sides. What Jake didn't want to do was risk being in the boss operating area. So they were going to run for just a little bit longer. 30 minutes passed by, and they didn't say a word to each other. But finally, they stopped. Sweaty and exhausted, Myriad Arrows fell on the ground while Jake looked at the map for the first time. We have to go that way. The nearest city should be about an hour away if we keep up our pace. Jake said. I just can't wait to get back home and sleep. Myriad Arrows grumbled as he got up, about to start running again, when he heard a sinister voice about them. You want to go home? We can hasten your process. Drop everything that you have in your inventory and maybe I will consider sparing your lives. Chapter 134 Back to Diffast. Jake chuckled. He just cracked up. You have got to be kidding me. After I spend 7 days in that hole that is cut off from the world, I am greeted by you guys? Jake shook his head. Looks like the people that you warned me about are here. Myriad Arrows also pointed out. Honestly, I am way too tired to even talk this out. Jake sighed as his sword appeared in his hands. Come out. For you to be so confident, you should have friends, right? Jake said. He was looking at the soul man that stopped them dead in the track. This was a man who looked quite menacing, but after spending almost a week with literal dinosaurs, the definition of menacing was turned on its head. Haha, you must have had this happen to you before. And you still came here. What an idiot. The bandit shook his head. I just don't get it. Why do you guys waste your time? You guys waste your time trying to steal. Jake shook his head. One by one, people came out of the shadows. They were bandits that were waiting behind the trees for a long time, waiting for people to come to this deserted place. Not many came to the Croatian forest, but among those who did, too many were robbed, and so, this was a dead kingdom. I don't want to deal with this at all. Let us finish this up. Jake said. Both of them suddenly became a blur. At their agility and their levels, these players weren't a match for them. It wasn't even close. One slash. It took only one slash of Jake's sword for him to take out most of the health of the bandit that stopped them. In one attack, he fell back, gasping for air. He couldn't even respond. Are you serious? The people who blocked us were noobs. Then what the hell are you guys good for? You probably won't even have any loot on you. Jake shook his head as an arrow shot by his ear, and struck the first bandit. The bandit's health bar slid to 0, and it was over. The bandit was gone. He was dead. Seeing their companion die in just a moment did not make these bandits hot-blooded. They were afraid now. They struck a hard rock that they just couldn't cut. Ah, that man? We don't know anything about him, sir. He was just spouting some nonsense. One of the remaining bandits quickly said. Jake's grip on his sword loosened. SHT. I need to get back to Diffast so that I can log out and sleep. Better leave this here. Jake thought to himself. I am feeling generous today. And you guys probably won't even have anything good on you. Let us go, Myriad Arrows. We need to get to the guild fast, or the guild master will be pissed at us. Jake looked at Myriad Arrows. Although Myriad Arrows wasn't sure what Jake was planning, he just went along with this skit that was in play. The bandits let these two travelers pass and the duo was on their way. Why did you stop? We could easily defeat them. Myriad Arrows said. It isn't worth it. Killing too many will give us the red badge. That is just bad karma. And they don't even have good loot. Killing them is a waste of time. We have to get back. I am way too tired. Jake said. Alright. Whatever you say. Myriad Arrows sighed. Jake knew which direction they had to run, and they were on their way again. The time it took to reach their destination was about an hour, just like Jake had predicted. Even from inside the thick forest, they could see the city ahead of them. But the city was anything but giant. It had no big buildings. When they went through the gates, they knew that this was a dead city. But the only good thing that came from entering the city was that they had entered a safe zone. From here on out, it was sweet sailing. Getting from the city borders to the city center, where the portal could be accessed, was easy. The city was small, much smaller than even the capital city of Croatia. This was a different city, and it was the outskirts of the kingdom. Much of the kingdom was the forest itself, and that was what made the ancient kingdom a desolate spot. They stopped at the teleportation portal, and did not even reminisce about their time here. They had no energy to stop and think. Jake paid the fee and walked through the portal without a second thought. Myriad arrows followed soon after, and they were greeted by the familiar sight of civilization. The teeming city brought a smile back to the exhausted Jake's face. He looked around and then back at Myriad arrows. Where to next? Back to the guild? Myriad arrows asked. As much as I would love to get back to the guild, what we have with us is way too precious to keep at the guild. We need to put it somewhere that no one can break open. Jake said. So the bank? Yes, I have an account there. Let us get going then. Jake said, jumping to the city streets. He went straight, as the bank was in the central street. A bank had more money than anyone else, so it was understandable that it had a giant building of its own. The Reich Bank, its name's written in gold. They entered the bank, and the moment that Jake entered, an attendant appeared next to him. Baron King. Welcome back. What brings you here? I want to deposit a little something here. Chapter 135. Finally sleeping. Jake and Myriad arrows were ushered into a private room. This was the same setting that Jake was in when he deposited the part of the divine item here. What do you wish to deposit here this time, Baron? A plump man with a mustache, different from the person who had first taken care of Jake's accounts, sat in front of them. Jake nodded at Myriad arrows. One by one, the 5 eggs of the second day, and the single egg of the final one filled the room. These eggs were as big as humans, and they easily filled the private room. I will make sure that these treasures will be catalogued and put in your locker. The plump man nodded. Jake was satisfied now. With that out of the way, they headed out of the bank. Are you not going to put that, the crystal in there as well? It is pretty precious, far more valuable than anything else. Or are you going to use it to get to the epic class? Myriad arrows asked. No, I have no interest in getting this epic class. But there is someone that I know who needs this class. I am going to give that person this epic class. Jake said. Someone in the guild? No, someone that I owe too much to. Jake shook his head. I see. Myriad arrows didn't push too much. He knew that there were boundaries that had to be respected. And so, the duo started walking toward the store. All of the epic weapons that we cannot use, we will just put in the guild. So many epic items in display will surely incite a few people to join the guild. And work on the contribution points system. You don't need to work on any raids for the time being. As long as you can finish the contribution points system for the guild, you can get a month-long vacation for all I care. Jake said. Both of them stopped in front of their familiar home. As they entered this place, Jake saw that the numbers were still quite healthy, even though the 2 bedrocks of the guild had disappeared for 5 days without saying anything. What do you think that they did in the past few days? My money's on nothing. Jake smiled. You underestimate them too much. If I was to say anything, then they worked on the raid a little more, and they have some really good loot to present to you. Myriad arrows smiled. If that is the case, I will gladly give you my money. Jake said. Wait, how much is the bet for? Myriad arrows stopped him and asked. Interesting. Do you want to make this a serious bet? Fine. 10 gold coins. Can you afford it? I can. Take it out of my contract or something if I lose. Not like I care about the money too much. But either way, let us see who is right. Myriad arrows rubbed his hands. Hold your horses. I am done. You may have had a break, but I was awake for not just 5 days. I was in the game for a week and a half already, with only a small gap in between. I need to get rest. Jake shook his head and said. Yeah, I am also exhausted. Myriad arrows nodded. Fine then, I'll go to the top floor and log off from there. Jake said. When he finally got to the final stretch, he saw that there was someone in front of the guard. You have got to be kidding me. I was gone for 5 days. Who the hell is still standing in front of my door? Jake grumbled. Hearing this, the person turned around. Jake recognized him. You are a part of my guild. A guild elder. Faceless darkness. Yes. Myriad arrows told me about you. What do you want now? Jake asked. Forgive me for coming here, guild leader. I am here to report you the details of what we have done during the day. I came here every day, but it seems like for the last few days, you were a little busy? Faceless darkness said. Ha ha ha. So you actually did something when we were gone. Jake burst into laughter. 10 gold coins gone to the drain. But I don't care. What is 10 gold coins when I have a good guild? Jake said. Good. I really like you. Myriad Arrows was right. You are a good and trustable person, but I am way too tired to handle anything regarding the guild right now. For the last few days, I have consolidated the guild's power. Don't worry. With what I have done, the guild is going to get strong enough. Jake smiled. Take a small break. I am going to need a good break. Maybe a day? Yeah. Take a 16-hour break, all of you. Go sleep. From now on, the guild is going to go through its first proper expansion. Jake smiled. He nodded at the guard in front of him, who moved. Guild leader, you mean we have to take a 16-hour break right now? Faceless Darkness asked. Yes. Go ahead and take it. I am in a really good mood today. A lot of good things happened. Jake said. He walked through the floor and slumped on his chair before opening the right menus. Log out. Logging out. Jake's vision blurred, and the next moment, all he could see was a blank screen. He tried moving, but everything pained. He was back in the real world, but his body was so tired that he couldn't even move. But eventually, he used all of his strength to remove himself from the pod and move a few steps to his bed. The moment that he fell on it though, he fell to a deep sleep. He closed his eyes, and then, all thinking ceased. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a sequel. Chapter 136 Talking with Father, Part 1. Jake was reluctant to wake up. His eyelids wouldn't open, but he could hear a noise downstairs. Someone was awake, and he did want to speak with his father. He finally got the energy to wake up. Looking around, he could see his computer, sleeping at the moment. After some deliberation, he decided to do something first. He got up and walked over to the computer, stumbling over the pod on the way, and got to the chair. He logged on to a website that he was quite familiar with. After all, it was a website that was only for the rich and everyone knew about it. But Jake was going to treat his family for this one. It was going to be worth it. He looked at the multiple nutrient supplements that were laid for him. If he connected them to the game pods that he bought, he would be able to stay in the game for much longer than the week and a half he stayed the last stretch. A quick glance to the top of the screen told him the time. He had slept for a staggering 14 hours. When was the last time I was able to comfortably get 14 hours of sleep? He chuckled as he thought to himself. The benefits of being your own boss showed themselves now. He rolled back from the chair and got up, straightening his hair and trying to get those tiny irritating sleep crusts out of his face. Walking downstairs, he could hear the sound of someone talking. It was his father, Peter, all right. And Peter was either talking to someone in the house, or he was on a call. When he got to the ground floor, Jake saw that Peter was talking to none other than Michael. Michael is standing there, a frozen stick, while Peter was calmly asking him a few questions. Oh, dollar hit. Jake thought as he ran to the scene of the interrogation that was taking place. What happened, Dad? What are you two talking about? Peter asked as Jake glared at Michael, as if asking what was going on. Dad was asking me about the things that I was learning about in school. Michael explained. Oh, I am also interested. What did you tell him? Jake asked. What? The usual. I need to log into class right now. Why are you guys on my back? Michael huffed and ran back up the stairs, leaving Peter alone with Jake. The moment that he found a scapegoat, Michael was gone. Thank God he didn't spill anything. Jake sighed with relief. Jake, you were in the game most of the last week. It looks like our schedules of waking up don't seem to match. Peter calmly said as he sat at the dining table, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Yeah, our schedules don't seem to match. I can spend a little more time in the game because I am young, so the time schedules become a little erratic. I can go a day or two sometimes without much problem. Jake nodded. This was only a half-truth, but it was enough for now. I want to ask you so many questions, but I would rather live in ignorance about how the hell you got this place. Peter said. This was the dream for a father like him, to get out of that hellhole where they could possibly become a red zone at any instant. This was a privileged district, where they could actually go out and breathe the air without wearing a mask. So what are you doing these days? Your brother doesn't seem to know a thing about what you are doing. Peter asked. Me? I joined a big guild for now. Soon enough, they will be paying us the top dollar, so money shouldn't be a problem. Jake said. What are you and Mom doing? Are you joining any guild? Yeah, your brother told us that you had a few inputs on where to go. Peter raised his eyebrows. Actually, I have a few friends around who tell me which guilds are more predatory. It is better we avoid them. The guild by Ares is one of them. The company I mean. It is called the War Temple Guild. Jake said. I have heard of it. But it is on the opposite side of the kingdom that we are in right now. We have no plans on relocating. Peter shook his head. So you haven't joined a guild yet? Jake asked, smiling. Then why don't you do this? I will meet you in the game for now. I need to give you an in-game item that I have no use for. Jake said. Which kingdom are you in again? The Uriel Empire. Peter said. You went to an empire? That is ballsy. What is with your language? We may be going virtual, but that doesn't mean that you can run your mouth however you like. Peter chided, but Jake dismissed that as just casual banter. So while Peter nodded, agreeing to meet up with Jake, Jake grabbed a few snacks over the counters. He was starving, and he had to eat before he could do anything at all. A while later, he was back in his pod, activating the game. Enter World Online? The same title credits played. Welcome to World Online, Dawn of the Western World. Now that I think about it, I need to get all of the Alliance members together so that we can start discussing what the next course of action is. I have been putting off a lot of things for a while. Looks like I am going to have to dip into the stash of coins that I have. Jake thought to himself. He then logged into the kingdom, and the light returned to his world. He was back in his familiar seat of power in the store that was all his. Alright, now to Uriel. Chapter 137 Talking to Father, Part 2. When Jake entered Uriel's capital city, he texted his father. We can't meet in the city itself. It is way too crowded. Where do you want to meet? How about the Royal Plaza? It shouldn't be as crowded. Oh, were you in Uriel before? Peter replied quite quickly. I heard about it from a friend, that's all. Jake replied, making up an answer. The Royal Plaza then. I don't know what is worth using 10 silvers coming to Uriel. Peter texted. Jake sighed as he shook his head. I don't know how much time it will take for everyone to get used to spending in-game money without hesitation. People have got to start treating in-game money as in-game money, and not just as real money. He thought to himself as he started walking down from the portal. The capital of the Uriel Empire was huge. It was bigger than Difast, almost twice as big, and 3 times as crowded. There were high-rises everywhere, and this felt like a proper city. He smiled as he looked up at the city. This was the biggest city that he had stepped into in this life, and it felt nice to look at such a bustling city. He knew the direction though. In his previous life, he spent a lot of time in a lot of different cities. As a low rung, he had to travel a lot to do the tasks that no one else wanted to do. He went through streets and through shortcuts that only people who spent hours extra looking for them would know. Soon enough, he was at the Royal Plaza that was indeed much less crowded than any other point. The reason? It had absolutely nothing there. No vendors, no shops, nothing. This was a place that had just the fountain and gardens. Many thought that there was a secret objective in the plaza, maybe in the bushes or in the benches. They overturned every rock in this life and the past. In 10 years, people dedicated their lives to finding Easter eggs and the Royal Plaza just didn't have one. Jake knew that there was nothing here and those that were trying to find an Easter egg here was just wasting their time. Jake? Is that you? Peter walked from the side, greeting his son with a vibrant smile. Above his HP bar, the character name was visible. 100 Origins. Jake took one look at Peter's equipment and he sighed. All of the equipment was normal. This was common grade equipment. The father of the owner of one of the most popular stores in the world now had common equipment. Why can't I see your name up there? Peter asked, looking at Jake's HP bar. Oh, that? I have a masking item. Guild orders. I can't remove it. Sorry, Dad. Jake smiled. That was obviously not true. He just didn't want his father knowing that his son was the guild leader of the most popular guild in the world. And all of the forums were now circulating Jake's name, so he just couldn't flash it easily. I see. But what is with you equipment? Why is it so bad? He asked, looking at the rusty-looking armor and boots. The sword was in Jake's inventory, But if he took it out, it would attract quite a few frowns for sure. Oh, this is just design. It is actually not common grade. It is higher. Don't worry. This way, no one will want to target me. Jake smiled, creating another excuse. Fine. Why did you come all the way here? What did you want to give me in game? Peter asked. Yes. I think that it is better if we do this in even more privacy. I don't want to risk the surprise from you. People might hear you. Jake said. What are you talking about? You are overreacting now. What happened? Peter asked, adamant to know. Come with me. Let us find a room in a hotel to do this. After this, you will need a room for yourself after all. Jake said as he started walking, not listening to what Peter was saying. Peter caught up to Jake and grabbed his sleeve. What is wrong with you? You are asking for it. Peter barked. He had to look up though, since Jake was a head taller than his father. Come with me. You will understand when you see what I have to show. Jake said. In this game of protesting and ignoring, they were already in front of a giant hotel. It was a few dozen stories tall. Once Jake entered the hotel, Peter dignified himself and stopped saying anything. He was done fighting with his son for now. I would like a room for one day. Jake asked the receptionist. That will be 10 silvers, sir. The receptionist said. 10 silvers? You might as well rob us. This is a virtual hotel. Why does it cost so much? Peter raged. Jake shook his head, not knowing where he could hide it. We're all middle-class fathers like this. Forgive my father. Jake said as he put 10 silvers on the table without a flinch. He got a key card in return. Dad, please don't embarrass me. I am rich, got it? I got a good bonus, think of it like that. Now then, come with me. Jake said. This time, he was the one who grabbed Peter's sleeve and dragged him to the elevator. They got onto the elevator, with a few more NPCs there. The players weren't in the level where they would take a hotel room for themselves. That was way too extravagant for them. When they reached the 23rd floor, which was on the higher end, they got off, and Jake went to the room that said 239. Once they were inside, Peter couldn't handle it anymore. Now you have to tell me, what is worth spending 20 silvers here, and 10 silvers more to get back? Do you have a set of rare equipment or something? Or could it be, do you have epic equipment? Peter asked. At this point, all Jake had done was stoke his father's curiosity. Jake smiled and nodded. I wouldn't waste my time for just the epic grade item, though. Dad, don't you think that you should change your equipment a little? Why don't you try this? Jake took out the sword that he got the day before. It was the dinosaur sword. What is this? Wait, is this an epic grade sword? Peter's face was already blown away with shock, so he just wasn't equipped to deal with what was going to hit him next. Wait, isn't this a class-exclusive sword? What will you do giving it to me? But then, he saw the red gem that was in Jake's hands, and he saw the description that was written for it. And now, he fell back to the bed that he was facing. And this is why I got the hotel room. Chapter 138 shocked out of his mind. Jake, you are joking, right? How the hell did you come across this? Peter asked, sitting on the bed now. I found it. Jake said. This part was true. What are you doing? Why are you giving this to me? You should use it. Why give it to someone that can't use it? He asked, shaking his head. Trust me, Dad. Taking this is useless for me. I have no use being some stupid dino swordsman. I have a much better class. See, this is worth taking the precautions. If I let you out on the streets, everyone would know that I had a stone that could give you an epic class in possession. Jake said. This is way too valuable. On the market, no one would be stupid enough to sell something like this, but if they did, it would go for millions of dollars. Peter said, his hands trembling. That is why you need to take this right now. That is why I booked the room for the whole day. I need you to pass the quest today. Jake said. The sword was in Peter's hands already, and Jake pushed the red gem into his father's hands. Go for it. I don't need it. You also have to get stronger. I need you to get stronger. Jake said. This back and forth went on for a while. Peter was adamant. He didn't think that he deserved such a treasure. Maybe Michael could use it? Maybe Jake could sell it. But why give it to him? Dad, listen to me. Jake shouted. I don't need money. Michael is already set for life. I need you to get stronger, and I will make sure that Mom gets a good class. This is all I can do. I went through a lot to get this class. Take it now, please. Jake said. Peter stopped talking. He had nothing more to say. In his heart, he was also tempted. This was an epic class. Hundreds of thousands of people flocked to Diffast because there were rumors of an epic class surfacing there. Even though no one found it, they were still there, trying to look for it. And yet, here, someone was pushing that epic class into his hands. Fine. I'll do it. Peter nodded. Finally. All right. Enter the place. Wait. I can't let you do anything with that stupid equipment. Here, take all of this. Jake dropped a complete named set that was of the rare grade onto the ground. This was the named set that Infinite Pines was working on. He had a lot of this, so he had a few lying around which he grabbed on the way to Uriel. He had a feeling that Peter would need it, and he was right. Peter had garbage equipment. What is all of this? Is this a full set? This can go for 100 silvers on the right auctions. Peter exclaimed. He saw people pay top dollar for named sets before. This is just for now. Once you get your class, you will be changing your sword. Well then, I will leave you to the class change quest. It should be difficult, so please pass. I need you to pass this quest. Peter nodded. He took the named set on the ground and equipped it. Jake smiled and nodded at him with approval. Peter took a deep breath, putting the epic grade weapon in his storage, and tapping on the stone that Jake had shoved into his hands. A pop-up appeared before Peter that was invisible to Jake. After moving his hands, Peter suddenly disappeared. It takes so much time to convince them to do something that is good for them. Honestly, it was so much easier working with Michael. How do these adults become so uptight when they grow older? Jake shook his head as he left the room. He couldn't just spend all of the day waiting for his father to finish the epic class change. There was a lot of stuff that he had to take care of. He needed to take a look at the reports that Faceless Darkness wanted to give him the day before. Jake sent him back because Jake was way too tired. But now, things were different. Jake felt really good now, and he had the energy to back it up. A good rest energized him enough. And there were a lot of things on his checklist. One of them was the alliance. It stopped somewhere, and he needed to bring all of the big shots of each group together so that they could work toward the expedition. And Jake had one other thing to prepare for the expedition. In his precious life, it took a year to enter the Western world for one reason. The players were not strong enough to push into the Western world. And the problem wasn't even that the Western world was so much stronger than the Eastern one. It was the chasm between them. The outskirts of each world were filled with monsters that were of the 4th and higher tier. Jake also had the mission from the God of Light that he had to worry about. And to finish all of this, he needed 1 or 2 trump cards. And that trump card came at the right time. All he needed to do was raise the dinosaurs so that they became strong enough to handle tier 4 monsters. But to do that, he needed to get the right building for that. He needed to build guild stables. I also need to finish my goddamn tier upgrade quest. I have to prepare for that. Jake reminded himself as he left the hotel. I am coming to the guild. Get Faceless Darkness and come to the office. I want to look at the reports with you and him, he messaged. Chapter 139 Guild Progress. Interesting. So you guys continued the same raid until you could finish it within 30 minutes. Jake chuckled. We could only finish under 30 minutes once. A lot of things came together for that to happen, but for now, the top 5 spots the raid are all of Bright Horizon. Faceless Darkness said. At the moment, Jake, Faceless Darkness, and Myriad Arrows were all in the top floor of the store. Everyone was seated as Jake looked at the reports that Faceless Darkness had laid bare for him. And the loot, looking good. Everything is progressing quite smoothly. And we haven't faced any backlash from Ares. Jake asked. About that, it seems like everyone forgot about it. Many seem to think that the post of you putting a bounty on that man was a joke and nothing more. So there hasn't been any blowback. Faceless Darkness shook his head. Interesting. I was preparing for so many ways to confront what was going to happen, but to think that denial was the way to go. Jake chuckled. So what do you want us to do now? We are all in level 23 on average. The raid stopped providing us enough experience to level up, so it is just gathering items now. And even the items aren't falling as frequently as they used to. Faceless Darkness said. Of course they won't fall as frequently. If they did, then just about anyone would get their hands on thousands of rare grade items and everyone would be rich. That wouldn't make any sense, would it? Jake said. For now, we need to do 2 things. Get everyone to level 30, and after that, get them to finish the tier upgrade quest. Everyone who upgrades to tier 2 will be officially upgraded to a level 2 guild member. For now, Myriad Arrows, make sure that all of the epic items that we got are displayed in the center of the store. Everyone who is tier 2 or higher will qualify for the guild points system. If they have incentive, they will try to get stronger as fast as possible. Jake said, "You want all of them to get to tier 2, even we aren't at tier 2 yet." Myriad Arrows said, "Yeah, I don't expect any of them to get to tier 2 in the next 2 weeks. This is not something that just happens in one day." Jake said, "But at least it will ensue that progress will occur. I will give all of the guild members access to the best grinding fields, the best monster hunting spots, and so on. After 2 weeks, I want to see a lot of tier 2 players." Jake said, "Got it." Faceless Darkness nodded as he got up. He knew that this was his cue to leave. Oh, and one last thing. Tell them all that the first 5 to get to tier 2 will get bonus guild contribution points. Each epic item is worth about 1,000 points, so let us say that the first 5 will get 500 points. Jake said, "Halfway to an epic item." Faceless Darkness exclaimed with shock. "You really want everyone to get stronger, don't you?" Myriad Arrows shook his head. "I created an alliance with the promise that our guild will become the front line to the expeditions. We can't let the alliance just fizz out, can we?" Jake smiled. As Faceless Darkness left, Jake stopped Myriad Arrows. "Where are you going? Let us do a few things before you go and work on the guild contribution system." Jake said, "What do you want to do?" "Well, this place seems to be a little crowded, doesn't it? Don't you remember a piece of paper among the things that I handed to you to carry?" Jake asked. "You shoved a room full of stuff and ran. I had to collect everything and run the other way. Do you think that I had the time to inventory what you gave me?" Myriad Arrows said, "So you don't know what it is? Well, don't worry. You didn't lose anything. We are going to use that piece of paper to upgrade this place a little." Jake said, "This place? You want to make a bigger store?" Myriad Arrows asked. "No, don't be silly. Why would I want to do that?" Jake shook his head. "I seriously underestimated how long it would take for the expeditions to take place. And at that time, we might as well stay in Defast. The capital will make things a little difficult to operate out of. So we can create a nice guild headquarters here." Jake said, "Guild headquarters? Why? This place works for no. Why would we get a guild headquarters?" Myriad Arrows asked. "Because without a designated headquarters, we cannot have the stables." Jake said. Myriad Arrows froze for a moment. "We are going to work on getting the eggs hatched?" Myriad Arrows asked, his eyes sparkling. "We struggled way too much to not do this immediately, didn't we? Are you not curious to see what will come out of the dinosaur eggs?" Jake asked. Unknowingly, they already started walking. Their pace was frightening as they started walking toward the city hall. "Wait, did I hear you right? Did you say that the guild growth has been slow for you?" Myriad Arrows suddenly started processing what had happened before. "Yes, with all that I have done, I expected things to happen a little faster. But I was too hasty and didn't account for a lot of things. Forget what I said. We will have to redo so many timetables to get things in order." Jake said, shaking his head. "You are someone with unnaturally high expectations." Myriad Arrows shook his head. "I have perfect reason for that." Jake laughed.